Thankfully, this man did eventually surrender. Nobody was hurt except for the man who was arrested when he was tased. He had an injury to his leg, but that was it. He is facing assault charges, and they did confiscate weapons and things like that from inside the home. Speaking of homes, homes belonging to Sean Diddy Combs.
Oh.
He goes by Diddy now. P. Daddy.
Yeah, P. Diddy. Yeah.
P. Diddy. Puff Daddy.
Puff Daddy, yeah.
Puffy, yeah. I don't know.
I was actually asking my wife, I'm like, okay, they obviously raided the home. I know you're going to get to that in your news story,
Yes.
but I was like, is that just, how many names does this guy have?
I think he goes by Diddy now.
Oh, Diddy? Just Diddy?
Yeah, just Diddy. So they raided his LA home, his New York home, and a Miami home. They were raided by the feds yesterday. Now, the Department of Homeland Security didn't really give any information. They just said it's part of an ongoing investigation. But he had recently been hit with numerous sexual misconduct allegations from several different women. These crimes include rape, sex trafficking, and sex with a minor. So some awful crimes. Now, TMZ released some videos from these raids that you can see.
They went in hot and heavy.
Yeah, they did. Now, his sons were there, Justin and King, and they were out in handcuffs. Whether they were arrested, I don't know exactly, but they were definitely cuffed. But of course, Diddy was nowhere to be found. He was actually seen in the airport, and I think he took a flight to somewhere in the Caribbean. Or that's where he was headed.
The private plane, yes. Yeah. I'm out, boys.
You can deal with my mess.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Yeah. All right, coming up next, Shohei Ohtani speaks and doesn't answer any questions. We'll get to what he said and if there's a bigger problem going on in sports. It's 97.1.
Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And you can pick anything from a #1 seed. They're all still available. A 2 seed. There's a lot of games that you could say, hey, this is a sure thing. And if you're new, you put down a $5 bet, you could win $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
If you've been paying attention, a lot of sports gambling headlines. Shohei Ohtani accuses interpreter of stealing, lying, deceiving. You've got an NBA player being investigated for irregularities on the prop bet market. That's Porter of the Raptors. Cavs coach J.B. Bickerstaff says his family's been threatened by sports bettors. There is a broader question about where we're at and our lines being crossed and the comfort level of sports gambling. I host a sports gambling podcast. Mm-hmm. I like sports gambling. I think it's fun. I think it can be an entertainment thing. We'll get into where the line is for people and if there is a saturation point. But can we start with Ohtani? Because I think everybody's fascinated as to, like, what's the guy going to say?
Yeah.
He spoke yesterday, but he didn't take any questions. This was a prepared statement that he read that was interpreted, not by the... Happy to know it's not from the old interpreter.
Yes.
But a new Dodger-certified interpreter speaking with Shohei Ohtani and interpreting for Shohei. So here's what he had to say. So then what happened? He gave a little more clarity. There were no questions, so there was no follow-up like, how?
Yeah.
How did he steal $4.5 million in $500,000 increments from you to pay off an illegal sports bookie from your account?
And how did you not know?
How did you not know? Did he have access to your accounts? Are you actually, the victim here, or are you more involved than you're letting on? This is a big deal because, one, he's Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
He's the biggest star in baseball. Baseball has had issues with betting scandals in the past, even before this stuff was legal. I know everybody thinks it's a problem now. It's always been something that they've had to police. And, John, there is an investigation that the league has launched into him.
Yeah, finally.
Finally.
They didn't want to at first, and then the feds are investigating. Major League Baseball is investigating. I'm sure there's other, legal entities that are investigating this situation. And I think the biggest question that was not answered, you brought up, how did this interpreter have access to Shohei's bank accounts? If you're going to put a wire transfer together, there's another party involved. How many authorizations or lack thereof were needed to perform this wire transfer? So, and I asked that because was there somebody else that was aware of 9 different $500,000 transfers?
When the story initially broke, we got a different story. It was
from the interpreter
who claimed that Shohei knew and was helping him out and paying off his debts to help a buddy out. Then the story was corrected by Ohtani's people. Now the question I have is, how is the interpreter going to respond? I'm not saying he's the most credible character in all of this,
right,
but I don't imagine he's just going to lie down and go to federal prison or face issues with, wire fraud. Does he push back? I can't wait to see how the story continues to unfold.
Yeah, or is he the fall guy and he's willing to take it because they have compensated him in some way, shape, or form? Is there a offshore bank account that he is well compensated for whatever time he will be facing in federal prison for the laws that he broke? And here's the thing about Shohei is if this was a lie, he's in an awful position because he has to try and disprove the actions and has to prove that the lie is actually a lie. And I mean, he's in a terrible position. If he was involved, or again, if he wasn't, then you're looking at it going, well, how does he not miss $4.5 million? Well, let's just take a look at what what we believe him to be. He is the face of baseball, not just in America, but around the world.
Correct.
There is no bigger athlete in Japan than Shohei Ohtani. So he is well compensated for endorsements for other things in his home country, as well as endorsements and the contracts that he has signed here, in the United States. He is a very wealthy individual. I think we can all agree on that. And no matter what he has at his bank account, it's a large sum. When the stock market goes up or goes down, if it's invested, which you got to believe it probably is.
To some extent, sure.
Then you're going to see big variations. The stock market goes down, maybe he loses $4 million in a day. Stock market goes up, maybe he gains $8 million in a day. So you're going to see a fluctuation in the bank account, and maybe this was all lost in that because it was $500,000 increments.
Yeah, quite a bit's at stake here because this is illegal in the state of California. Nobody's at this point drawn the conclusion that these bets were on baseball, but that is the fear here. There's quite a bit at stake. Is it possible that he wouldn't be the first athlete to have someone in his entourage steal money and take advantage of him? It's entirely possible. I just thought to have a press conference with no questions, he wasn't as transparent as I think people want him to be. It may all come out in the wash, but right now I think people are still a little curious and skeptical, and there's always going to be the conspiracies of, like you said, is there a plan in place behind the scenes?
Yeah.
We'll take care of you. Just don't let the cash cow that is Shohei get suspended for a year. Don't let him miss a prime year of his career. Don't you dare mess this up. We don't know because we haven't been given that transparency even from Shohei yesterday. Bigger question, though, John. You've said this, that you think something's brewing in sports, not necessarily baseball, but across sports with the more prominent gambling more prominent gambling stuff.
Yeah.
So why don't we talk about that?
I think we should, because you've got franchises, Major League Baseball, NFL, hockey, NBA. There are so many different vulnerabilities, and those entities have the resources to insulate their employees. And it's not just those that are on the field of play. It's those that are in the clubhouse, those that are in the front office. They have the ability to do that. You step it down to college sports, and some programs have that ability to insulate their athletes, but not everybody. But there's always going to be somebody that wants more. And when we come back, I think there's a discussion to be had about who is it that is the most vulnerable of this group of people.
And do you guys think it's gone too far? I mean, like, you guys might do this for fun, but when you see these stories and these headlines, do you feel like it's gone too far? Sports gambling and its presence in sports. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Lions head coach Dan Campbell speaking this morning from the NFL meetings, mentioning that he believes their offensive line took a step forward this offseason. They brought in Kevin Zeitler after Jonah Jackson left for the Rams. He also said they'll be looking to fortify their secondary, especially with the release of Cam Sutton, and also that they have remained in contact with wide receiver Josh Reynolds to possibly maybe bring him back. Continuing through their gauntlet of playoff competing teams, the Pistons lost again last night, their seventh time in a row, when the Knicks got 40 points from Dante DiVincenzo in New York, beating Detroit 124-99. No Cade, no Duran, 6 other rotation players still missing. DiVincenzo hit a franchise record 11 threes in the game, but head coach Monty Williams said there was a very specific reason that they weren't able to keep up. Yeah, making shots helps. Also, they have 10 games left to play in their season. Their record sits at 12-60. They need 5 more wins to avoid a franchise worst mark. Meanwhile, the Red Wings will try to avoid collapse in this postseason race. They practiced yesterday with defenseman Jake Wallman skating again. He's missed 3 games, but unsure if he'll play. Jeff Petrie is also under the weather. Alex Lyon set to start in net against the Capitals in a game of paramount importance for the standings. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ticket texters. Shohei Ohtani claiming ignorance about the gambling situation is the same as cookies calling in sick for March Madness. Nobody's buying it.
Yes.
Mike in Mount Clemens. I hopped in my truck. I thought I was in the wrong country when I turned on the radio and listened to Shohei.
This is not the most ideal time to turn on. We do appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, mid
Shohei Ohtani speech.
Japanese pre-interpreter. Another one says, walk-up song, Take the Money and Run, Steve Miller Band. We do want those on Ticket Text, by the way. Shohei Ohtani potentially switching. What should his walk-up song be now? 248-539-9797. John Ticket Texter also points out the Jacksonville Jaguars had an employee steal $20 million for bets, so this stuff does happen. Our question then becomes, where are we at with sports gambling? Because I think it's fun. I think it's entertaining. What we can't have happen is the integrity of the games being called into question or out and out changed. Because one, the books don't want that. They don't want the reputation of you're not betting on the up and up. And the leagues don't want that. They don't want the results of their games being called into question. So while I think some people view this as a very dangerous time, this has always been a possibility. At least now we have the chance to step in and actually punish people. So I think the leagues have to take it seriously.
They certainly have to take it seriously because the integrity, the outcome of the games, if they're in question, it destroys everything. The integrity of the game. And we've always, when I was playing in the NFL, there were certain penalties for different violations. Legal DUIs, you had a certain penalty. And we've seen a lot of cases of domestic abuse. There's certain penalties. Lions have that zero tolerance policy now, but 20 years ago, it was looked very differently. The one thing that the league always emphasized, and this was before legal sports gambling, is on your phone or in any state other than Vegas or wherever else it was legal, was gambling. If you gambled on sports, any sport, not just football, you basically were done. That was the message from the NFL. And it became kind of a joke. There's a lot of things you could do illegally. You could, get arrested. You could spend time in jail. You could do a lot of things, but you'd be back on the field. But if you gambled, you were done. And so they've always had this hard line regarding gambling and the integrity of the game. The most vulnerable, we talk about vulnerabilities and you mentioned this, you like gambling. It's fun.
It's fun.
And for the vast majority of people, that's how they view it. Now, there are some that have issues with gambling.
Of course.
That's why we put the disclaimer and we talk about that. But for whenever there's big money involved, there's always going to be bad actors, and they're going to try and find the vulnerabilities. And it's not going to be coming from all of the entities that are your cast of characters that we talk about here, whether it's MGM or it's FanDuel or it's,
whatever.
Insert any major sports book. It's going to come from something like we're seeing in California, an illegal sports book, where they're going to look and say, well, okay, I don't want to touch, this one did, but I don't want to touch major sports. What I want to do is I want to play the long game. I want to keep finding ways. This week I want to make 10 grand, or today I want to make 10 grand, or 20 here, 30 here, whatever it is, to stay under the radar, but still find vulnerabilities for me to make easy money. And I think college athletics are where they are the most vulnerable, especially with NIL. And you're looking in the locker room saying, well, these guys are making this much money, but I'm not making anything. How can I make some money? And then all of a sudden you're presented with this opportunity. Maybe you're the number 2 back on the team. Because we saw this in the NBA in regards to a guy that's not a premier player. Jonte Porter has being investigated for prop bets.
Yeah, his story for people, I mean, who the hell is this dude? Nobody knows who he is. Here's the story. ESPN has some of why this guy's being looked into. January 26th against the Clippers, increased betting interest on his under props. 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 1 made three-pointer. That evening, he played 4 minutes, left with an injury, an aggravation of an injury he had previously suffered. Later in the season, March 20th, same thing, 3 minutes before exiting with what was an illness.
And it was the parlay on all the unders.
Yeah, I was going to say the unders being heavily bet, not a little bit, heavily bet. And that's a guy who's a fringe NBAer. The guy doesn't have a long-term secured employment. College athletes, the more extreme. You don't maybe have an NIL deal because you're not an established player at an established university. You may be getting by, and there may be temptation, vulnerability. Those are the spots. We've seen it with like the non-revenue sports, like baseball. We've seen baseball be tied up in the stuff like this already in the last year or so.
And it goes to things that it's really hard to prove. Well, let's just take maybe a number 2 receiver, number 3 receiver, and you're going to bet the under on yards. And he knows this, all right? So the under, maybe it's 35, right? And every time he catches the ball, he's running out of bounds a little bit early, or goes down because he just got the first down but doesn't want any extra yards. Or it's the under on total catches. Maybe it's set at 2.5. Well, I'm at 2, and now all of a sudden the ball goes through my hand the rest of the game. It's very hard to prove because guys drop balls.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we know that here in Detroit. And then all of a sudden, a parlay of the unders of this number 3 receiver at some obscure school is hitting on these parlays of unders of prop bets. Like, that's where we become very vulnerable. And then all of a sudden, if it's caught, the integrity of these games are called into question. And then you start looking around at all of the other different dropped balls or guys running out of bounds or just things that are hard to explain. It raises the question on the integrity of the outcome of the games.
Texter says if the leagues want to maintain integrity, they should stop force-feeding us sports betting advertisements. Seems hypocritical. I don't have an issue with the partnerships. To be honest, both sides are incentivized not to have major impropriety and irregularities. The book doesn't want someone with an inside edge to steal a bunch of money from their pockets. The league doesn't want the results of their games to ever be called into question. Like, I think there is reason to be concerned. We've seen enough of these stories to have concern, but I don't think the solution is to ban gambling. It's not like people are going to stop gambling. If anything, I want there to be the unified effort to squash this. Heavy punishments. That's the answer, is to say, oh, you think it's worth it to make a couple $1,000, to make $5,000-$10,000 on tonight's NBA game. You're going to lose your livelihood. You will never play again. This is a dream. It's dead on arrival. That's the way you have to handle this. The answer isn't to stop everybody from gambling or to just pretend that it's not happening, because it was happening before it became legal. I don't have an issue with it being legal.
All of the major sports, especially the professional sports leagues, this was, and I'm going to read this because it's stated very clearly in an ESPN article about the NBA player we're talking about. Sports betting is monitored by dedicated personnel from each NBA team, and the league has a team of data scientists focused on sports betting anomalies and possible integrity issues, and also works with third-party integrity monitors. The leagues don't want this. They want the money coming in. They want the interest, the fun of watching a game where the outcome doesn't matter in regards to, like, the Pistons right now, to win. Nobody cares if they win or lose because it doesn't affect the outcome of what's going to happen in the playoffs or anything of that matter, but it's the integrity of the game. They want to make sure that every single time they take the floor, there's a certain amount of confidence that those of us that are watching that game, and maybe it's because you get $5 on it, but you're watching it.
Yeah, it keeps people invested. Okay, let's say I play along, and we just, gavel down, sports are banned, sports gambling's banned, it can't happen ever again. Isn't the Shohei story about an illegal bookie?
Yeah.
That kind of defeats the idea that you can just ban this and it's going to eliminate this. Couple ticket techs that want to have some fun with this. What would his new walk-up song be? Shohei could go with The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. Very popular on the ticket text.
Mm-hmm.
Could go with Can't Touch This. There is the idea that he's untouchable and no one's going to get him for it. Another one says Bob Seger's rambling, gambling man.
There's a number of great opportunities. And I'm wondering if this will be similar to what we saw the reception the Houston Astros got after their, scandal and winning a World Series. When they would go to opposing ballparks, you'd have people banging on drums in the outfield, and you'd have different ways that local ballparks would troll the Houston Astros. Are they going to troll Shohei Ohtani with some of these songs? I mean, you got the Notorious B.I.G. Mo money, mo problems.
Ticket Texter says, have you guys seen Mookie Betts standing next to Shohei? And then you could have Ohtani Betts.
That's good.
Does Mookie Betts go by Bookie Betts now? Lots of fun on the Ticket Text. Bryce, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say, I've been a huge sports fan for 45 years. I know how things work. But the swiftness with which all four leagues pivoted to just taking every dollar from DraftKings and all these other sports betting apps is insane. Because you sit down and watch a pregame show now, you get 2 hours of prop bets, updates on spreads, parlay situations, a giant DraftKings logo on the front of the desk. Like, they've alienated the common fan and have catered exclusively to betting now. And to me, it's the integrity's gone. Like, the toothpaste is on the bottle. You're not putting that back in.
Right.
Because they're reaping in billions of dollars. But the quickness with which they said, we're all in on this is just so disappointing. And then the hypocrisy of saying, hey, millions of people bet on our games, but not you player. It's like, we're a couple years away from players having all restrictions lifted anyways. To me, integrity is gone, and it's just a massive disappointment.
I think it has infiltrated the content. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think it's to where you can't watch it. I mean, in my experience, I think you can still watch a game and appreciate the game.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially when you're talking about the professional sports. My biggest concern, in Ohio, they have removed the ability to bet on college athlete prop bets, because I think this is addressing one of the most vulnerable, parts of where sports betting has gone.
248-539-9797. It's part of the discussion. We'll read some more ticket texts on potential walk-up songs for Shohei Ohtani and anything else you want to mix in. Plus, how about a little NFL draft chatter? Jim Harbaugh on J.J. McCarthy and Dion. Dion can't stop talking. It's 97.1. I got a bunch of rapid-fire headlines before we get to Heather's news. Good morning. Let's get to Nick. You're up first. You're on 97.1, Nicholas.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, just want to give a shout-out to Stoney enjoying his semi-retirement. Also, perfect time for me to talk about this. So I used to not be able to watch sports without gambling on games, and coming up on a year ago, I banned myself, and I now watch games and enjoy them thoroughly. I don't feel as though I have this, not a fan. It's not about fanhood. I feel like it's about, obviously winning money.
Right.
So it's nice. It's nice to be able to kick back, enjoy the game. March Madness going on. I did have a bracket, but I mean, before bookies were even a thing, or before it was legal. I'd go to legal bookies, right? I mean,
Right.
Who didn't? So, but yeah, it's just an interesting dynamic being able to enjoy the games without, having money on them.
Well, and
it's
that's,
nice. It really is.
Well, that's the key, Nick. It's like to each their own. Like to some, it's going to add to the experience. To others, it's going to take away from the experience. It's up to the individual to make that decision. And yeah, I mean, credit to you if you didn't want to be doing it. It's enhance the enjoyment for you. He mentioned Stoney. Stoney is in today in middays. And you guys used to do this. You'd throw the 2 Grand Slam in Gator's lap. We are going to challenge Stoney to see how he would do with the 2 Grand Slam coming up before the hour ends.
I can't wait.
TJ Lang has submitted a walk-up song for Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
He says, Shaggy, wasn't me.
You can always count on TJ for a good one.
J.J. McCarthy, just how good of a quarterback is he? Well, Jim Harbaugh, he was not shy in his praise the other day. He was meeting with the media, and he said that J.J. is the best quarterback in this draft. He plays quarterback the best of all of them. He's a winner. He went on to say that his workout was the best workout I've ever seen a quarterback during a pro day, the best throwing I've ever seen. He added, where there was water, there is now wine. I may have made that last one up. John, your reaction?
I mean, of course he's going to say this. And JJ is a very good quarterback. And it's debatable. We've debated Caleb Williams and JJ, Drake May, all of the quarterbacks. And it's going to be up to a franchise to decide who they think is going to be suited best for them, their offense, their community. But what do you expect him to say?
Well, he doesn't have to say. He's not his quarterback anymore.
He was at Andrew Luck's pro day, right? He saw Andrew Luck play quarterback. What's happening here?
I don't think he's the best quarterback in this draft.
He didn't say he's going to be the best quarterback ever. He said in this draft. And I think if Andrew Luck was in this draft, he would probably say Andrew Luck.
John, I don't think he's the best in this draft, although, I mean, situation matters. Depending on where he lands, he could be very successful. I think he could go as high as 2 in this draft. I do.
Well, there's reports coming out of the owners' meeting that the conversation amongst some of the general managers is that they believe the Washington Commanders are going to take JJ at number 2. We've seen other players, whether it's Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, rocket up draft boards all the way to number 1. I don't think the Bears come off of Caleb Williams, but once you get past him, you can make the debate, and whether or not you are right or not will only be played out throughout the course of their careers.
And Deion Sanders, just to pay this off, Deion said that his son, Shedeur Sanders, will decide where he goes in the 2025 draft, along with Travis Hunter.
Oh, really?
They will decide where they're going to go. They'll pull an Eli Manning.
Pull an Eli. It's going to be interesting to see how that one works itself out, because he said both him and Travis Hunter were going to be top 4 picks. There are other really good players. Quinn Ewers is going to be a quarterback that is going to generate a lot of discussion and interest. There are other players. We got one here in Detroit, Will Johnson, that is going to be talked about in that regard. So to come out right now and say, top 4, well, if you have these top 4 picks, why'd you only win 4 games?
His quote, "It's certain cities, ain't going to happen. It's going to be an Eli." Well, you might not have the leverage you think you do. I don't know that Shedeur is a lock to be the number one quarterback drafted next year, especially not if you watched him play last year.
Right.
For all the good, he also took a bunch of sacks, and I think there's still more development that needs to happen. As for the support around him, let's check on Colorado's recruiting.
Exactly.
Did you hear the other story, by the way? And I know we got to get to Heather's news. Dion does not do visits into homes. They come to him.
Oh, you mean the chopper's not landed in West Bloomfield?
No. You gotta come to Coach Prime.
Yes.
Well,
let's see how that works.
He is a great entertainer.
No question.
Fantastic story. I don't know that it's going to work out. Can't wait to see. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so one last update of what I have on this cargo ship that crashed into that Baltimore bridge. It is now being reported that all crew members, including 2 pilots on the cargo ship, have been accounted for. So nobody was injured that was on the ship itself. I don't know how many people, how many crew were on the ship, but there was no injuries there. Synergy Group, that's the ship's management company, also says that there has been no pollution as far as, gas leaks or spills after this crash as well. Of course, everything is still being investigated.
Just a whole lot of steel and iron.
Oh my gosh. It is wild to keep rewatching the footage of this crash. It is insane. This bridge is almost 2 miles long, right? And almost the whole thing comes crashing down. Of course, there were cars on that bridge. So there is a frantic search and recovery effort that's going on. Sonar has been used. They have confirmed there are vehicles in the water. At least 2 people have been rescued so far. That is still ongoing as well. There has been some speculation of a possible power failure on that ship before it crashed. In the video, you can see that the ship's lights flicker on and off multiple times right before the crash. That's still under investigation. They are saying that this is not intentional, that it wasn't an act of terrorism.
At this point, they don't think it is. Yeah, I mean, it happened at 1:30 in the morning. Just think how much more devastating this could have been at 7:30.
Absolutely horrendous, without a doubt. So that is still unfolding. A person was stabbed during an argument over Easter eggs at a Michigan elementary school on Saturday morning.
What?
So there was parents at Valley View Elementary School, that's in Springfield, and it sounds like they were setting up for an Easter egg hunt for the kids, putting eggs all over, and a man and a woman got in a fight over the placement of said eggs. Who knows? Maybe they were too easily hid, maybe too difficult.
Yeah. No, the kids will never find those.
Exactly. And then another family member was there, tried to intervene, but by doing so, he pulled a knife, and one of them was cut multiple times. That person was arrested at the scene for aggravated assault. They do say there were no children there at the time, and no major injuries were reported. Speaking of major injuries, a Wyandotte man was severely injured after his house exploded while he was making homemade fireworks in his kitchen. The explosion happened on Sunday night, and he did ultimately lose his house, but thankfully not his life. He was able to make it out alive. He did lose a couple fingers, though, and suffered some other non-life-threatening injuries. Hey, there's a lucky Livonia lottery player, not the Mega Millions, but did hit the $25,000 a year for life jackpot.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty exciting. The winning ticket matched all 5 white balls that were drawn on Saturday night, and it was purchased at the Value Center Market on 6 Mile Road. This is the 3rd time this year that a Michigan player has won this lifetime prize, so pretty incredible. Others were sold in Mount Pleasant and one online. Now, speaking of the Powerball jackpot, nobody won again. So you got to keep buying in, and over and over and over. I'm going to say the same thing. But now the jackpot has jumped to $865 million.
Wow.
It's incredible. And of course, the Mega Millions is still up for grabs too. So you never know. It could be you.
You can't win if you don't play.
Exactly. I'm going to end with this one. There was a piece of movie history that just sold at auction for a lot of money. That floating door that saved Kate Winslet in Titanic just sold for over $718,000 at this movie prop auction. And there were some other high selling items as well. Harrison Ford's whip in Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
That sold as well for $525,000. Bill Murray's Rose bowling ball from Kingpin.
Oh, yeah.
$350,000. People are shelling out a ton of money for these movie props. The axe from The Shining. $125,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Cool collector's item if you can afford it.
A door. I mean, yeah, I guess it is. It's cool.
I'd rather have the axe than the door. But yeah, I
Me
guess
too.
maybe the door's at a discount. That's, I guess, the way you have to play. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, a new rule in the NFL just passed this hour. It's 97.1.
All right, do your fitness goals end up taking a back seat with all your family activities you have to juggle? Well, not with a YMCA family membership where you and your family can join with no contract and no joiner fees for less than $3 a day. Enjoy family access to indoor pools, youth sports, and discounts on summer camp. Take advantage of Les Mills Group Fitness and hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out. Join today and get 50% off your first month. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you.
John, I was just watching what the new kickoff is going to look like in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. You are not.
I'm working my way into it. Obviously, we're going to have to accept it. I want it to go back to the way it originally was. Let's get some returns. there's been an evolution of this, right? And first was it the 40-yard line? Then they backed it up because kickers got so good. They still wanted to have returns, so they back up the kicker. And we've changed it last year or the year before? They put in the the fair catch rule. You get the ball at the 20 or the 25. Mm-hmm. I'm just worried that it's going to become a circus. And I get wanting to protect the players, the investment on the field, and the long-term effects that some of these impacts can have. But you're not going to remove all of it from the game. And if this is the route we're going down, then eventually let's just put the ball to 25 to start every drive after a touchdown and get rid of the whole kickoff to begin with. And I understand they want to create more opportunities for returns and bring that back to the game. I get that. I'm all for it. I just don't know. This seems to me to be very clownish.
I'll explain for people who don't know, but it just passed within the hour, the new kickoff rule in the NFL. And this is something that has been previously used in the XFL. So maybe that's why you're like, oh, that league's kind of cartoony. I don't know if I want this. Why I like it, kickoffs have been rendered useless. And one of the worst parts of watching football is when you score a touchdown, they go to a commercial, they come back, they kick the ball off, and then they go to commercial. It's just a wasted nothing play. And maybe we eventually get to the point, John, where it's just out of the game entirely. But this is an attempt to salvage it. Because kick returns can be exciting, but there was the concern about the collisions. You talked about it. You used to be in the wedge when you played. Yep. And those were guys running full speed, 40 yards.
My chance
collision.
To knock them out. You are running as fast as you can, and you come to an immediate stop. You're welcome.
So the change here, that's not going to happen. Yeah. Sorry, John. In the interest of player safety, the players will start 5 yards apart. This is from NBC Sports, their breakdown of the rule. 10 players on each team will line up 5 yards apart, and they won't begin running until the ball is back to the returner, meaning we won't see those full-speed crashes that we used to see on kickoffs. You will be penalized if you kick the ball all the way into the end zone for a touchback. Instead of it being at the 25, I'll double check this. I think it's the 30 now. There was talk about making it even the 35, but I think it's the 30 or the 35. What they want to do is incentivize you to kick it back to the deep man, the up man, and let guys like Tyreek Hill or back in the day Devin Hester break a game open. Give us an exciting play in the game as opposed to a kick out of the back of the end zone. Yeah. So this gives us a chance for one more exciting play in a football game while minimizing, you can't ever eliminate the element of risk and injury, but minimizing that injury risk. I like it.
What it also eliminates is the onside kick. And that's a byproduct. Now, onside kicks are not typically successful, but the surprise, the opportunity, we saw it with Dan Campbell in his first year when they were trying to steal a game from the Rams. It didn't end up ultimately working, but it did once. And now all of a sudden you don't have that surprise ability anymore. And what is it now that you have to declare in the fourth quarter if you're going to go for an onside kick?
Is that like part of this rule? I had seen that. Okay.
And not that, if you're down by a score, 2 scores, I don't buy into the element of surprise is no longer there. They kind of knew you were going to onside kick it if you lined up and you shifted everybody and like that. I don't have the problem with them declaring it, but now throughout the course of the game, you're not going to have
surprises.
That surprise.
Yeah, I don't like that part of it, and I did read that was part of this. I had not read if that had been approved as part of it.
Well, there's just no physical way to onside kick it if the kicker's on the other side of the field
and everybody else is in a mosh pit. Yeah, I hear you. So now you have to declare an onside kick. They weren't overly successful. They probably need to tweak the onside kick too.
Well, and it changes so much. Like and I think this is just an example because I was there, the Bowling Green game last year where there was an onside kick, and I think it was Braden McGregor, or not an onside kick, but a pooch kick, where it was just kicked, a pop kick short. He tried to catch it. He did, but then he was tackled and fumbled it. Like, you're removing all of those opportunities from this game as well, because I don't know. I mean, I know kickers are good at being able to call their shot in terms of, I can hit the 20-yard line, I can hit the 30-yard line, but I don't know if you're going to have that opportunity anymore to kick it short and have one of the up guys catch the ball.
I don't know if this will be the final version. This is a 1-year trial. It was approved as a 1-year trial for the upcoming season. Your reaction to the new NFL kickoffs. Again, trying to incentivize returns, penalizing kicks out of the back of the end zone. Teams starting about 5 yards apart so you don't get those running head-on collisions. Ticket Texter says the new rule makes J-Mo even more exciting as a return guy.
If they're going to use him as a return guy.
Him or Khalif Raymond, right? And Khalif Raymond's been dynamic. So getting him an extra touch.
Yeah, and I mean, you go back and you listen to the things that Dan Campbell, even before this rule was passed.
And he was in favor of this rule passing.
He was, and again, this was an hour ago before the rule passed. The proposed kickoff, this comes from Kyle Mikey on Twitter. The proposed kickoff rule needs about one more yes vote to pass here in Orlando. Obviously, they got that. Dan Campbell said he is such a big believer in the proposed change. He's already been watching XFL film with Dave Phipp to devise strategies for it. Phipp and I are excited. We can't wait. Obviously, Dave Phipp is the
special teams coach. Yeah, and by the way, that text was from Stephen Algonac. Behind the glass, you guys in favor of this? Paul, Sarah?
I don't have an issue with it, but I don't understand why they're penalizing touchbacks.
Because they want you to kick it to the returner.
They want you to bring it out. Yeah, they want a chance at exciting play. They either want the returner to go all the way or they want him to get blown up.
Yeah, but that's some strategy. Take the ball. I think you should be allowed to take away the returner too. If you're going to incentivize him getting it, why can't you also?
Well, you can. They still do. It's the trade-off. It's if you think Tyreek Hill is that dangerous, you're going to give him at the 30
in the end zone. Yeah, and you put him at the 30
because you think you could take it the whole way and it's not worth it.
I mean, I'm for this because it was awful before. Why have a play if it's not going to matter? I mean, my kids have gotten into football since these changes were made. They don't know what kickoff returns are, really. It was one of the most exciting plays. But back, when I was growing up, Mel Gray with the Lions, that was an electric part of the game. And I do want to see J-Mo return.
I do too.
And I was always a big believer in using skill position players on plays like that. I'm not afraid to get hurt. You can't play this game to be afraid to get hurt.
I agree. That's why I think they should just go back to the original kick return. Push the kicker back and let's have some great impacts. And let's have some fun.
I'm with you if this doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
Or get rid of them. It's one or the other. I mean,
just put the ball at the 25 and start your drive.
And get rid of kickers, right, John?
Yes, you go for 2. Yes, go for it on 4th down.
I believe, and I can double check this. I believe part of the rule change too is what happens if the ball is kicked not into the end zone but rolls into the end zone, and then you down it. I think it's the 20 because there is some nuance here and maybe this is going to be confusing for people. It's going to be an adjustment.
Get the rule book out every time there's a kickoff.
We'll adjust. We'll adjust. Your reactions 248-539-9797. Do you like the new NFL kickoff? It's official today on a 1-year trial. Texter says, I like it, but it's going to further complicate wagering.
Who signed that text?
It was not signed Shohei, but it wasn't not signed Shohei. Ticket Texter says,
it's a lie.
Are you sure they're not trying to incentivize the return team taking a touchback? It seems like they want less returns, not more.
Well, this rule is to create more returns, less touchbacks, unless you just want to give up the ball on the 30-yard line.
So there you go. We'll get more of those phone calls, ticket texts in the mix. Plus, we got Stoney coming up for Crosstalk. And
2 Grand Slam, what we've all been waiting for.
All these years where he would ask Gator the questions, we got to set an over-under for Stoney. What's the consensus? Now, we know the 10th question is the one we really want the answer to, but what is the consensus, guys? What do we set the over-under at for Stoney? The caller, Alex, earlier got 5 of 10 right, made $125.
I think 8.
There's a lot of sports questions.
Going to have to go 8.5. I mean, you can't hit the
put a hook.
Yeah. All right, 8.5.
8.5. You think that's a fair line, Paul, Sarah?
I think that's fair.
High standard.
8.5. All right, 8.5. Can Stoney achieve 8.5? That's next. 97.1.
Hey, we're in that time of the year. It snows this weekend. It's 65 degrees yesterday, rain today. All of that means your grass is going to start growing. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company that you need to contact to get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can call them at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com for a limited time right now. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control But you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. And if you want to get green, stay green, and save some green, you can prepay. And if you call by the end of the month, the clock is ticking. You're going to get the early bird discount. Now, here's what you get. It's the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist, and you're going to have certified applicators and arborists that come out and perform this specific plan for your yard and your home. It's been locally owned and operated for over 30 years. And if you want 3 decades worth of experience, you give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call because they're going to also give you a 100% satisfaction guaranteed. That's 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Couple ticket text. New NFL kickoff rule just approved this hour. Ticket texter says, sounds like J-Mo's going to be at the 30-yard line before anybody gets to him. That's from Jay. Yeah, he could be very dangerous on these kick returns, especially now that you're going to, not forced to, but increase the likelihood that the guy actually gets a return.
Yeah.
Space to do something with it. Ticket texter says, my problem is the return guy will make it 10 to 20 yards before he's touched. Well, if you have a game breaker, it makes the play more exciting. And some ticket texts on Stoney. We set the over-under for the 2 Grand Slam at 8.5.
Yep.
Texter says he was probably listening. Cheater already knows all the answers.
Nope.
Nope.
And I'd put the under lower.
Well, I was wondering, Heather, should we lower the bar?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It's Stoney.
I know, really. Especially if there's certain music questions that I believe I won't know. Certain genres.
I actually think you're going to do pretty good.
All right. We'll see.
We'll see.
I'm kind of having to practice, Because we used to do them. I used to do them without looking. But this is different.
The clock
The
will be
pressure's
ticking.
on.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
I think you're going to get 9 out of 10. John thinks you're going to get 9 out of 10. Heather, you said 8.
I said 8. Just because I wanted to
Yeah,
be different.
you know what? I'm going to back off. I'm going to go with Heather on this. I'm going to lower it to 8.
I'll stay with 9. I think he's not going to get the very last one. Ooh. All right, Stoney, do you know the rules? Have you played the two?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes. How'd you do the last time you played?
I threw up.
Stoney, the clock will start when Heather reads the very first question. Are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Here we go, Stoney. Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
The Washington Capitals.
This rapper had the 2010 hit Not Afraid.
Pass.
Who do the Tigers play on Thursday?
The Chicago White Sox.
Who does UConn play in the men's NCAA tournament on Thursday?
God. Pass.
What state is Marquette University located in?
Wisconsin.
Trey Townsend plays for this college basketball team.
Oakland University.
Robin Wright played this character in Forrest Gump.
Janie.
Who is the head coach of UConn's men's basketball team?
Dan Hurley.
What is the capital of Arkansas?
Little Rock.
King is the producer of Carson Anderson. What is his last name?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but Hung. H-Y-U-N-G-H. I don't know.
This rapper had the
Middle name,
2010.
Well, you're stealing my clock.
No. John. Stoney, which rapper had the 2010 hit Not Afraid?
Is it Duke? Is Connecticut playing Duke?
No.
I don't know.
He did steal your time there, Stoney,
Yes.
but I guess rightfully so.
Alabama?
No.
I don't know. I don't remember.
We got to go to the judge, too, to see if we can accept Jeannie.
Janie is what he
You
said.
cannot accept that. That was wrong.
Danny?
Jenny,
not Janie.
And Kang's last
Janie had a
name.
gun. That's different.
Yeah, I know.
Kang's last name, though, is spelled similarly to what you think.
Yeah.
It's pronounced Win.
Yeah, there's no
Okay.
G in it.
It's like H-Y-U-N-H,
Okay.
I believe. Is
Yes.
It's not hung,
It's not. But
although I'm sure he'll take the compliment.
I'm going to stop right there. Stop right there.
All right, nobody lose
I
your
can
job
neither
today.
confirm nor deny the reports.
Kang, well,
I'm not saying.
Well, win.
I tried to keep track. How did Stoney do?
I
I
You
got
know
like
what?
7.
I guess
About 7, yeah.
Yeah,
7.
we didn't get. We
What was the
he
rapper?
passed on many.
Eminem was the rapper.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
San Diego State.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So even though I derailed
You did.
you,
Yeah. I don't think it would have made a difference.
yeah, I don't think you were going to get Eminem.
No.
You could have guessed.
I would have.
Diego.
I might have guessed it.
Yeah.
Yes, but who knows?
Yes, possibly, but
Probably, yeah, but that's a raw. That's a, I'm not going to complain.
you came out aggressive though.
Oh, yeah,
Wait, who
I
do
know.
the Red
Yeah,
Wings play tonight?
focused.
Capitals.
I was like,
I
oh
was trying to
gosh.
save time
Go,
because
Heather,
I
go.
knew there was going to be something that I didn't know, and there was.
Gov.
I wouldn't know how to judge the hung answer.
Well, I tried to.
He did
I tried to spell
I
it.
think because he tried spelling it, he gets it. Because a lot of people don't know how it's pronounced. That's
Right.
fine.
I didn't think it was
There's
a
no
fair
G.
question. Like producer last
No, but-
names.
There's no G.
But I can understand why he thinks
The G is silent.
You never know.
Well, it could be like Hugh,
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
my father's.
Your father's name is Hugh.
Yes, but he's never been.
Hugh Hungner.
What's his last name?
Hugh Hung. Hugh Hung. Or
G. This is his middle initial.
Hefner.
C. This is his middle initial.
It's incredible.
Kang or my father? My father's middle initial is.
Please be G.
It's not.
No.
I like maybe G.
John, I'm glad you haven't changed.
He's having so much fun with this.
I love you.
God put me on this earth to make you laugh. And it's not going to be as many times as it used to be, but hey, what the hell? When he's on vacation, all bets are off. That's
right,
all I
baby.
got to say. Stuff worked up.
Pent up. Okay, before we get to what you guys got coming up on your show, the kickoff rule, I don't know if you'll get to it. It just broke. You guys like it?
I like it. There's some things I have to read about the fun. Like on a the kickers are so good, they can still do touchbacks. The touchback
comes out to the 30,
30,
I
I
think.
believe.
Yeah.
Okay. 30.
It used to be what, the 25?
Yeah.
The onside kick part is okay. I guess we're going to sub out the onside kick so that we get more kick returns and a convoluted kickoff.
Yes.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it's a trade-off.
So
No more surprises.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do the onside kick, but you have to let everybody know you're doing the onside kick, which 90% of them, you know that they're coming.
Right. No Sean Payton Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
play.
you can't have that awesome play that starts the second half or follows a touchdown that
Right.
you're not expecting it. The element of surprise is gone with it. And I think that's too bad. But that's just one of the many things.
Yes.
Yes.
You're as a former player. I mean, not that you were a ball carrier. How do you feel about the hip drop with swivel technique?
I don't like
tackle.
it. And there's a lot of things. Obviously, we've heard from a lot of defensive players. It's almost universal that
They
the
hate
defensive players don't like it. There are other things offensively that I don't like the crackback block or the peel back block. All of these things were tools that I would use. And when they start removing some of those tools, yeah, there are different ways that you can go about it, but it makes life much more difficult. And it's really hard. I think it's going to be very hard to assess because I don't know that there's going to be a clear definition of the rule.
If the Lions hadn't improved, how many people would be saying this is the type of call that's going to screw them over?
Well, sure, of course people would be saying it, but I brought this up yesterday, and it still rings true because this rule came down yesterday. I mean, the Lions submitted a rule, and the NFL's like, yep, sounds good.
Yeah.
I think things have changed. I think
yeah.
the NFL
There's much
respects
more
the Detroit
respect.
Lions now.
Much more respect for the Lions.
And I give that credit to Sheila Ford Hamp for turning things around.
With the tackle, it's so subjective, though.
is.
That's the biggest problem.
Well, not with the swivel technique.
Well, but so
yeah,
and
it is
If you
still
use
is.
the swivel technique, then it's obvious, and you're going to be penalized and/or
But
fined.
We
here-
can't get a
here's
catch right. Now we're going to get into tackle.
Swivels.
I know.
here's
Swivel
here's
technique.
the other thing is, and why players are upset is because it's going to hit their pocketbook. Because there are helmet-to-helmet
They're treating
contact
it like the
that
helmet-to-helmet
is
hits, yeah.
not called in the game, but yet they received the FedEx envelope on Wednesday, and they're like, "Oh, I'm down $25,000." It's going to be the same thing here, where it wasn't called in the game.
Can you just ignore the FedEx envelope? Driver comes, drops something. Hey, you got the wrong house.
Yes, well, it depends on what language it's sent in.
Can you have a porch pirate come by and take it?
Yes.
Is that good? That's a good porch pirate use, right?
Yes.
I never got it.
Never got it. No.
What do you guys got coming up?
We're going to talk about some of the NFL rule changes. We'll also talk about. Stop, John. We won't talk about
I
that.
can't wait to see Kang.
Well, you'll see him
He's got
tomorrow.
himself
See him on Thursday.
a new
tomorrow. You'll see
nickname.
him tomorrow.
We won't see him tomorrow.
Oh, my
You'll
goodness.
see him tomorrow. We'll talk about the gambling aspect, how things have just gotten
keep saying
maybe
it.
out of hand with gambling. We'll talk about the what Rod Wood had to say. He touched on a number of different subjects.
Now he's laughing at Rod Wood. You're gonna like try to have a dinner with Rod Wood and Kang?
Hey. Moorhead got knocked out.
Longwood-
Longwood's gone.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, these guys are coming up next. 97.1.
Are you going to behave yourself?
I'll try.
I mean, I feel like I have to ask the question.
Hey,
Which is strange that I'm the one asking the question.
I
because
know.
I think Doug asks himself that.
Right, you're usually the
before
sophomoric one on this program, and
exactly.
Now I've taken over that role.
I mean, nothing says we can't do it together.
Oh, that's
and
true.
Take over, but I mean that was just organic.
Mm-hmm.
It just happens. That just happened during the crosstalk.
Yes. So what's going on? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine. Yeah.
Last night was one of those nights where the Pistons were on, but you kind of knew what was going to happen. You just turned it on, see what the score was. Said, all right, and you see who played and who didn't play. And
Doug says all the time. Sometimes when he watches games, he doesn't really have a whole lot of interest. It just becomes video wallpaper. Just leaves it on the background while you're doing other stuff.
Right.
Last night felt like that was probably what you should do with the Pistons. And maybe that's how you've been watching the Pistons for the last 50 games.
Last night it was really video toilet paper, not video wallpaper.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
So that's another new starting lineup that we saw last night, I believe?
I'm not sure, but it might have been. All I know is that they're 12 and they might not win. They might not win another game, especially if Cunningham and Duren are out for substantial time. They only have 10 games left in the season anyway. Is that correct? Yeah, they're 12 and 60, right?
Yeah, so that's 10.
Yeah, they have 10 games left. They could lose out. I mean, the games that they might win at Washington, they have 2 with the Grizzlies, who are not good, but they're better than the Pistons, especially in their state. And maybe at San Antonio if Wemby doesn't play. But then again, Wemby didn't play last night, and San Antonio beat Phoenix.
Well, it happens, right? And San Antonio is still not a good basketball team, but they can get their wins here and there. And look, the Pistons rose up one time and they beat Boston this year. That happened. Remember that?
Was that this year or last year?
Wasn't it this year?
I don't know.
When the Celtics had a bunch of guys out and the Pistons won?
No,
was it Boston or was it? Am I thinking another team?
I think you're thinking of another team.
Did they beat Phoenix?
No. I think they beat Sacramento.
Should I just keep guessing teams in the NBA and see what happens?
Yes. They've beaten Charlotte 3 times.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, it's not going to be hard.
And they beat Washington. Yeah, well, whatever. They stink, and they could end up 12 and 80 or 12 and 70.
I was going to say, this isn't going to be difficult because they haven't won that many games. They beat Toronto, they beat Washington, they beat Charlotte, they beat Oklahoma City. Was that the team I was thinking? No, Sacramento. Yeah, it was a Sacramento game.
Yeah.
Yeah, beat Sacramento and then beat Portland.
Yeah. So Doug's not going to get his 3 wins in a row.
No, I don't think he is.
No, he's not.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So it was, like I said, it was video toilet paper last night. And then, we talked about this yesterday. I watched a decent portion of the girls' game because
women's game,
female NCAA women's basketball.
Well, I mean, you're not calling the men's tournament the boys. You watched the boys last night.
Well, I don't call them the men's. I just call them.
Well, you call it basketball.
Right.
You watched the college game.
So I was watching
the women's tournament.
The women's tournament. Okay.
Sorry, the women's tournament.
Tournament.
I don't want to take your accent away.
No, you keep yours and I'll keep mine.
So I like saying tournament.
No, I know you do, because you love the Tour de France too. Now, but the West Virginia game with Iowa and Caitlin Clark went down to the wire pretty much. And did you see the foul discrepancy in that game? By the way, you talk about a home court advantage. It was 30-5 in free throws.
Are you kidding me?
No.
So I'll be honest with you. I actually did flip on that game for a little bit in the second half, a little bit in the first. Well, it was the first half or was early in the third quarter, and it's weird to me that they've got quarters, but the men play halves.
I know,
strange. But I was watching it, and Iowa was up by like 15 or something like that. I turned the channel and came back like a half an hour later, and it was
tied. Maybe
tied. Well, it was just before they tied it up. So I started watching, and then I saw them tie it up, West Virginia tie it up, and I kept watching for a little bit, and I'm like, lost my interest because all I saw were airballed threes, missed layups, and then I started asking myself, why on earth did your cabbie tell you that the women's game is better, and why is Charles Barkley trying to convince me that the women's game is better? It's not. It's just not. Look, I gave it a 5-minute snapshot, right? I understand it's not fair.
Indiana,
and you can watch the same 5 minutes and watch Caitlin Clark launch him and nail him from 35 feet out. I recognize that. But what I saw last night was honestly pathetic.
Well, it's because the defense, especially West Virginia, was really good. And then before that, I was on Twitter and somebody said, Indiana, Oklahoma is unbelievable. So I flipped on that, and that went down to the end as well. Look, they've been very competitive. Is it as good as the men's? I don't think it is either, but it's certainly, not just wallpaper in my mind. It's something to tune into, especially when your home team is wallpaper. Now, I don't think there are any women's games tonight, and obviously with the Wings playing Washington tonight, that's number one.
That's the thing that's going to take all the that's what everybody's going to be watching.
Yes.
As can totally understand. I mean, this game tonight is so massive. I mean, it feels like
we say that every game, though, don't we?
Well, because from here on out, it kind of is. But this is the one where you're chasing. This is the chance for you to go ahead of the team that's ahead of you in the standings. And we're looking at this, and you've got the Capitals, like I mentioned, the Wings are a point behind the Capitals for the second wild card spot. They're now 7 points behind Tampa for the first wild card spot. I mean, that was neck and neck for a while. They're also only 3 points ahead of the Islanders.
Right. You know what? If let's say Washington beats the Wings tonight, what you have to hope for probably is Washington to go on a run and Philly to just keep losing, and that way the Wings might be able to beat Philly for the wild card, and Washington could get the third spot in the Metropolitan Division.
Because of the way standings work, because each of the top three teams in each division get to go. And right now, Philly has 81 points. The Caps are just 2 points behind them. So that could happen.
Yeah.
That's a scenario that could take place. The scenario I like is where we don't pay any attention to that, and the Red Wings just go out and win 8 of the next 10 games, and you should get in.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. They're too inconsistent.
No, probably not, but I'm saying that's how you do it.
Yeah.
They've got 11 games left in the season.
They control their own destiny, Scott.
Well, technically they don't, which sucks. Because everybody
that's right, because they have a game.
Teams can
Washington
win
has
out.
a game in hand.
Exactly.
Washington wins out after tonight. Yeah, I guess, whatever.
I mean, look, I don't like math, but
right, and then you look at the schedule stuff. And anyway,
that's part of it. But let's reset something here. Stoney is in for Doug.
Yes.
Doug will be back on Thursday's show. You and I are going to be at Comerica Park tomorrow.
Yes.
For a remote.
We're going to be eating, I understand.
I think we're going to be sampling some fare that they're having at the ballpark and learn some of the new nuances of the stadium and whatnot.
I think they're doing, or was that today? They're doing something where a ribbon cutting. I think it might be tomorrow. They're going to reveal the new video board.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's another reason why we're kind of there to check things out,
Yes,
give people our firsthand account.
Yeah, they spent money on the video board, but not J.D. Martinez. But, that's the way it is. It's okay.
This is true. $12 million he goes to the Mets. Apparently turned down 14 from the Giants. That was a report I'd heard. Would he have come to Detroit for 12 or 14?
He said he's like addicted to being in the postseason.
Well,
so the Mets
Tigers would have had a chance.
Right. The
Tigers
Tigers
have a chance.
Tigers
have a
not
chance.
as good as the Mets, but because of the division, probably have a better chance at the postseason because the Mets have to deal with the Braves and the Phillies.
So that's tomorrow. We'll be at Comerica Park, and by that point, we'll have the Tigers roster finalized. They have a spring training game today. It's the final spring training game. They take on Tampa. Casey Mize will be on the hill, making another start, and it's a big day, I would assume, for a couple bullpen arms because these guys are trying to make the roster, and there's 4 pitchers for 2 last roster spots. And we'll see who gets that. Something happened before the show that when I walked in, Stoney said, hey, did you see this? And I said, no. And he goes, oh, you got to check it out.
Yes.
And it was absolutely unbelievable. And it's a nightmare for my co-host. I will tell you that right now. Mm-hmm. It is a nightmare for my co-host. We'll get into that next year on 97.1, The Ticket.
Is Doug out there?
Welcome back to the Karsten Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson along with Stoney is in for Doug. Doug will be back on Thursday's show. And so something happened this morning.
Yeah.
Right before the show, well, I shouldn't say right before the show, about an hour or so before the show, I came in and you said, you've got to see this.
Yes, it happened overnight. And you said that Doug is going to freak out about this.
Yeah, Doug has an unwarranted fear of bridges, and specifically the Zilwaukee Bridge, as he goes up north quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get to the right around the Saginaw area, just before Saginaw, you approach the Zilwaukee Bridge, which is this giant bridge that goes over with the Saginaw River, I think, by the Saginaw Bay and to your east. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't think it was well constructed. And I don't know if I can blame him for that take, because he always says it's got dips in it when you drive over it. And
does he have the same feeling of like the Mackinac Bridge?
I'm sure he
or
does.
the Ambassador Bridge,
without a doubt. Okay. But those are suspension bridges, which he could probably feel the sway.
Yeah,
and I'm sure he gets scared of that. Mm-hmm. But the Zilwaukee Bridge, and he's like, these are dips. You shouldn't have dips in a bridge while you're going up, and then you dip down, and you're up, and you dip. That doesn't feel right. And yes, there are actually dips in the bridge, and it's interesting, but I think it's pretty well constructed. I feel safe on it. And then you brought this story this morning to my attention. You said, did you see this? I said I didn't. I immediately got to the computer, Googled it up, and saw it, and I couldn't believe what I saw.
Yes, the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, right outside of Baltimore, was hit by a cargo ship, a large cargo ship, and the bridge collapsed.
So it hit one of the supports in the water.
Yes.
Instead of going between them, it for whatever reason went right into it.
Right, and and the bridge basically split, if you look, and then goes down into the river. And for me, and I think John touched on it too, because he played in Washington. I worked in Washington, went to college in Washington, so driving from Philly to Washington, I've gone over that bridge thousands, not thousands, I'm exaggerating.
Maybe
a lot of times.
Maybe 1,000 times.
A lot of times, because there was two ways to go. There was either the bridge or the Baltimore Harbor Tunnel, which was always backed up. The traffic was bad. So sometimes you went over the bridge. And to see that collapse is just, oh my freaking Lord.
I mean, the video is stunning because it happened at like 1:30 in the morning. So and it's from a camera shot that's in the water basically, although it's probably on the other side of the bay, from some sort of stationary camera. But it's at night, so it's lit up. It looks like this beautiful night scene that you're watching, and then all of a sudden, chaos ensues.
Yeah,
and it twists and goes into the water, and yeah, there were cars on the bridge at the time, and there are people that are missing right now.
Yeah,
unaccounted for.
There weren't a lot of people, obviously, because it was 1:30 in the morning. But
thankfully,
yes. I mean, can you imagine?
This is it's a real tragedy, and we're not making light of the situation at all. It's scary, and kind of making fun of Doug and his phobia. But the truth is, a lot of people are uneasy when it comes to going over bridges.
Oh yeah, 248-539-9797, the telephone number, the ticket text. If you have a bridge phobia or a story, it's funny because on that drive up I-95 from Philly to Washington, there's a bridge like right after you cross Delaware into Maryland. It's called the Millard Tidings Bridge. And there's a sign. Doug would freak out. The sign says, bridge subject to crosswinds. And when it's windy, your car...
You can feel it.
Yes, absolutely.
I will tell you that I've never had an issue going across the Ambassador Bridge. Or is it the what's the one in Port Huron?
The Blue River,
the Blue
Water Bridge.
Don't have a problem with that.
No.
The one I had a problem with, and it was actually I was going to visit my best friend went to Syracuse in college, so I went out to drive out to see him. So I drove through Canada to go cross over in Buffalo.
Right.
So to get there, you're going through London, Ontario, and then you basically start heading towards Buffalo. And there's a couple of bridges you have to go over. Well, I went in January to go see him.
Icy?
I was in high school, as a senior in high school. So it was icy, it was snowy, it was windy, it was everything. And I was white-knuckling it Because at the time, the car I drove was an 81 Mustang 4 cylinders. It was not like a souped up Mustang. It didn't have the 5.0. This was your entry level Mustang with a hatchback. This was nothing special, right? It was just a car. And it was tiny. And this is the wintertime. And it would, if there's a strong wind, you're going to feel it and your car could potentially move. I was terrified going over those bridges to get into the United States from that part of Canada. It was absolutely terrifying for me. So I still have, sometimes there might be a little apprehension going over a bridge, but to me, it's not about, I'm over water. Now, if like I go over the Ambassador Bridge or if it's the Blue Water Bridge, it feels like the traffic lanes are so tight.
Yeah.
That's where it's more like I get a claustrophobic feeling going over a bridge, even though I shouldn't. Wait a minute, there's nothing to be claustrophobic about, but I feel like the lanes are narrower than they should be.
Probably. I wonder if people have that about the Mackinac Bridge. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been it's crazy. Lived in Michigan for 90% of my life, and maybe actually more than that. And I think I've only been over to Mackinac Bridge a couple of times. Yeah.
I've never. I just talk about this all the time. I've never been to UP yet, and I've been here 36 years. Yeah.
You should check it out.
One of these days. Yes, exactly.
Great things there.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
Jinx, you owe me a beer.
Okay.
That's how I work.
Okay,
Tom
absolutely.
is next up here, 97 a ticket. Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys, good morning. Hey, I just watched a video that Macomb County Scanners put out of the bridge thing. It shows the freighter coming, and just before it got to the bridge, all the lights on it and everything went out, and then there was a plume of black smoke that came up from the back of it. So it lost power.
The boat did.
Yeah, the boat did.
Yeah, I was trying to watch. I'm like, how the hell does a boat run into that? Like, you would think that if you're navigating the waters, you've got a massive amount of space between the supports that are in the water that are supporting the bridge. Go between them.
Yeah, the video that I just watched, it shows all the lights on the boat. The whole boat went completely black.
I'll have to check that out again. That's scary stuff, man. And you hope that there's nothing. And thanks for the call. You hope it's nothing like terror related. I don't think that they suspect that that's the case. So that's great. But at the same time, it's still a tragic event. And to see something like that come down, I mean, to see giant structures come down, I get the flashbacks to 9/11, and I've said this before on the air. I refuse to watch any of the old footage from 9/11 with the towers coming down. I just can't do it.
Well, it's I'm not going to use the word funny, but it's one of my good friends when I was in Vegas. We were talking about stuff. I don't know how it came up, but he refuses to even check out Ground Zero because he lives so close to there. He can't
totally
deal
get
with it.
I totally get it. So I get nervous when I see things like that. When you see like, hey, we're gonna demolish the palace or whatever, or demolish the Silver Dome, or any kind of big structure, and you hook up the dynamite to it, or the explosives or whatever, detonators, and get ready to go. It's amazing. It's an engineering marvel of how they make those things happen. But when you see an accident like this happen and it takes down a massive structure, like the Francis Scott Key Bridge, it just, I guess, really, it takes me back there. But 248-539-9797, you want to text or talk about this? Do you have a bridge phobia? I'd like to get your opinion on that. Lots coming up on the show sports-wise. In fact, we got some NFL rule changes we need to address, need to talk about. I'm not sure if it's for the betterment of the game, but some of these rule changes are definitely going under the guise of safety, but does it make the game better? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
We got some ticket texts here on the bridge collapse and two others on other stuff that we talked to begin the show. Morning, guys. Cade Cunningham's new authentic game-worn uniform is a Pistons varsity jacket. That's from Dave at work. The Wings do control their own destiny. We have 2 games left against Washington.
I suppose, but if I went back to the
whatever.
We're going to stand and see.
More importantly, wait till Doug learns that the initial Zilwaukee Bridge was taken out by a freighter in 1960. There is nothing wrong with the Zilwaukee Bridge. I go over it all the time. Plus, you can't see over, so it's not even scary.
That's part actually that bothers me. I want to see over it more because actually it's a beautiful view from up there. Looking to to right, if you're going north to your east is I believe the bay, and then to the west you've got the river, and it's really pretty up there. But it's kind of blocked. But there are dips in that that bridge. It makes it weird.
Doug couldn't handle the causeway across Lake Pontchartrain. I totally agree with Doug. The Zilwaukee Bridge feels so unsafe. The Mackinac Bridge, on the other hand, doesn't scare me at all. I'm with Doug. The Zilwaukee Bridge had constant issues and delays during construction, and I think it took like 10 years to complete. I hate crossing it, and I don't trust it.
I understand. They did have issues with it when they were constructing, but now that it's built, it's fine. The texter that mentioned the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, I try to remember back when we drove to the Super Bowl when we were in the RV.
Right, that's probably where it came from, right?
Yeah, well, we had to take that RV across there when the RV itself is not the most stable of vehicles.
Yes.
So I recall Doug was kind of white-knuckling it at that point. Although I think he had also had a couple beers to relax because we had to stop in Mississippi to do the show, and then we drove from Mississippi after the show to go to New Orleans. And by that point, we had some beer, relaxing a little bit, so maybe he wasn't as freaked out.
I work for an EMS company, and we've got to go up to the UP a few times. And I'm absolutely petrified of driving an ambulance over the mighty Mac. That's from JR in Central Michigan. I imagine when any bridge, when you're going that fast, you might have some kind of, fear. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, the ship lost power twice. Second recovery is when the black sum went up. No power equals no steering.
That's awful. It's terrifying.
Right.
I mean, for everything involved, you don't have enough time to inform people on the bridge, to close the bridge. And, as part of that ship, not that I would know because I've been on a ship in that situation, but Stone Ave watched plenty of Deadliest Catch.
Oh, that's right. You're a big fan.
And on that show, when those big boats lose power and they are, quote unquote, dead in the water, it's terrifying for them. I mean, they have to figure a way to get power back immediately before, eventually the ballast fill up on the wrong side. They end up tipping the boat and they're done. It can be a real tragedy. And what happened this morning is a real tragedy. They lost power. The boat ended up colliding with one of the supports of the bridge and split the bridge, and the bridge came down with cars on the bridge. Just a terrifying experience. 248-539-9797. Chuck is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Stoney, good to hear from you. We all miss you, just so you know.
Thank you.
Oh, he's around.
I'm around.
Yeah.
To the detriment of the people around here, but yes.
Right. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the movie Mothman Prophecies.
I've heard of it. I never saw it.
Okay, so it's sort of based on, there was a fatal bridge collapse in the late 70s from the Ohio River to West Virginia. And basically a traffic light broke down on the other side of the bridge. There was 55 cars on the bridge, and the bridge collapsed. It was either Christmas Eve or the day before, and the bridge collapsed. Everybody died. Obviously, it was on the bridge. And they put a sign up that said, site of fatal bridge collapse, 1979, I think it was. And as a kid, I'm 52, we went over that bridge so many times. They had built another one next to it, so they knew something was wrong with it. It was getting old. But the whole thing just went right into the water, just some cars sitting on it.
Wow. Well, that's not a well-constructed bridge.
No.
But
not at all.
That's terrifying nonetheless that things like that have happened. Paul is next up here. 97 to take it. Hey, Paul.
Hey guys, how are you?
All right, Paul.
Good. I got a big fear of the Mackinac Bridge, and the reason why is when I was 12, my brother had graduated from high school, and he wanted to go on this camping trip, and his buddy that was supposed to go with him canceled, so my mom let me go with him. So we were camping up at Mackinac City, and my brother thought the view from the bridge was awesome. He wanted to drive over the Mackinac Bridge and take pictures looking straight up at the stanchions. Well, I'm 12, so I couldn't drive. So he had me, right? So he had me hang out the window in this crummy Vega that was about to fall apart, and we'd drive over the bridge, and he wanted me to hang out the window upside down and take pictures of the stanchions straight up. Well, I got scared every time, couldn't do it. We went over the bridge 6 times, and I finally got some pictures.
Wow.
But it scared me so much, right? It scared me so much that I just can't drive over that bridge. And usually when somebody else is driving, man, I'll close my eyes and not look or nothing.
I get it. You've been traumatized, and something like that can certainly traumatize you.
When I was a kid, my aunt lived in New York, in Queens, and sometimes to avoid traffic, we would had to take the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, which is a big suspension bridge that connected, like Brooklyn to Staten Island.
Is that the bridge from Saturday Night Fever?
That I don't know. I don't remember.
Was that the Brooklyn Bridge?
That could have been the Brooklyn Bridge. It could have been the Queens Bridge. There's so many bridges out there. But anyway, I remember as a little kid, I was kind of freaked out over the Verrazano, especially because it was Verrazano Narrows Bridge. You're already telling me it's Narrows with the name of it? Wow.
Don't do that. Mm-hmm. Don't do that. Joanne, next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Joanne.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, Joanne.
Gentlemen.
Good.
And happy birthday.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I'll never go over the Mackinac Bridge, and the reason why, in the 80s, I worked with a young lady that went up north in a Yugo, and she went over the side when the wind lifted her car up, and it took 10 days for them to recover her body. I would never go over the Mackinac Bridge.
That was a friend of yours, huh?
I worked with her.
Oh, man. I remember that story growing up. That was a terrifying story, yeah.
Yeah. I never go over that bridge, ever.
Well, certainly not in the Yugo. Yes. No, but it's look, when the wind picks up, it can, when you feel, and thanks for the call, Joanne, when you feel your car moving, it happened last week. I was driving home and hitting 696 for a minute there, and I felt the wind, and my car is starting to shift. My SUV. I'm like, I got an SUV, and I can feel the wind. Can you imagine if you had something like a Yugo?
Right. On a bridge?
Right. Yeah. I don't know part of that. Noel's next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Noel.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I don't know if you guys remember this, but almost a similar thing happened in Florida in 1980. I'm dating myself. Same thing. Are you aware of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge that's across the bay? St. Pete?
I've heard of it. The Skyway Bridge, yes. Somebody actually texted. I didn't read it because I didn't know if anybody knew what it'd be. Said that Skyway Bridge is freaky.
Yeah, that one was. My father was actually on that bridge, so I have an irrational fear of ever getting on a bridge, even though I did not participate in it. But it was the exact same thing. Lost steerage, came in sideways, and knocked down a stanchion and took out about, I think it was like 3.5 miles of bridge. You guys understand how big the Tampa Bay is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why they call it. So they took out a huge section of bridge.
Wow.
Because that boat or that bridge is about 20, 25 feet off the water. Like there's only a few raised points so the large boats can get through there.
So you said
it's just like a road.
So was your father he was on the bridge when it collapsed?
Yeah, he was. Funny story. So my father had a reputation as a little bit of a drinker. So he did not come home till very, very, very late that night. And my mother was standing by the door with her arms crossed, like, what the hell happened, And of course, that was his excuse, and she didn't believe him for 25 years that he was stuck behind the traffic on the bridge. So,
okay. For a second, I thought it was tragic that he perished in the thing. Then you were referring to as an irrational fear. I mean, That's not irrational.
No, not at
That's
all.
completely rational.
Oh, so he wasn't actually on the bridge. He was trying to get on it.
No, he was on it. He was on it. Remember, that bridge is like 8.5 miles long, and it only took out a 2-foot section. He got stuck up there for hours upon hours upon hours because I couldn't get people off the bridge.
And then he tried to use this as an excuse for lighting.
Right.
And it was
it was true.
It was a legitimate excuse.
I had to go to the bar. I had to calm my nerves a little bit there. But
exactly.
Thanks, Noel. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone. Look, NFL just came out with some more rule changes. I'm not sure it makes the game better. I'm leaning towards, I think it does make it safer.
I think it makes it more exciting.
It may not. Some of these changes I think are okay. I can live with this. The other ones are like, eh. And the Lions are involved in a couple of them.
Ooh.
That I think actually it shows that the Lions are getting respect around the league. We talked a little bit about one of them, but there's another one that came out that the Lions were part of as well. We'll discuss that coming up next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, spring is here. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. You don't want to get caught with a flooded basement or scorching hot house this year. Do the right thing, beat the weather, and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Now, Frank's the owner. They got a great deal going on right now. This spring, they're going to give all customers a free tankless water heater included with the purchase of a full furnace and air conditioning package. So whether it's a flood in your basement or a clogged drain, or maybe you've got an AC unit that's not going to turn on, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Well, someone in Detroit is very happy with themselves. We'll get to that coming up at about 10:55. But before that, let's get some more. There's more ticket text coming in about the bridge.
Yes, absolutely. Here we go. For those of you who don't know, a big bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge just outside of Baltimore, collapsed when it looks like a cargo ship, a large cargo ship ran out of power and couldn't steer, so it crashed into it. The bridge collapsed. There were some cars on there. Unfortunately, there are some bodies missing, obviously. 1:30 in the morning, so it wasn't completely, filled or anything like that. It was still devastating. All right, here we go. There's some interesting ticket text here. Stony Gator. The Mackinac Bridge sways a lot. A buddy and I ran out of gas on the bridge about 5 years ago heading up to the UP. We only had another 100 feet to make it over the crest and coast down. I was in the passenger side and cars and trucks were coming up on us pretty quick and didn't want to get rear-ended, so I got out of the truck. And holy cow, that bridge sways left to right and up and down. Now I have a major phobia of that bridge. Well, with all due respect, Kevin, you're going over the Mackinac Bridge. Don't you know you might need some gas if your fuel light is down about, 10 miles before there? Mackinac Bridge doesn't bother me. I prefer riding on the grates as opposed to the outside rail. My wife is the opposite when she's at the wheel. Zilwaukee's like a long highway overpass. The one I hate that Stoney knows is the Walt Whitman Bridge in Philadelphia. Too much traffic. People are flying, and I'm always clutching the wheel for my life, waiting to get across. People do drive fast on that thing. That's from Jake in Brighton. Guys, I deliver FedEx, and the terminal is just south of the Zilwaukee Bridge. Needless to say, I have to drive over it 4 times a day. Very scary and high-profile vehicle on a windy day, especially when it's empty. And Gator, you are right. If you're in a larger truck, it's a beautiful view. That's Chad in Midland. The bridge at 12 in DeQuinder over 696 will bounce when semis are on it at a red light. It's supposed to do that, but it always still makes me nervous. That's Riggs in a car.
I've been over that a million
times. And this is kind of interesting. It's not a bridge, but have you ever been in the St. Louis Arch? The arch noticeably sways while you're on up top, and it's terrifying. I've never been in the Arch.
I've never been to St. Louis.
I have a few times for games, but other than that.
Nor the Arch. Hard to be in the Arch without being in St. Louis.
That's true.
Well,
I've been in the Golden Arches.
Been there.
Yes.
Been there a lot.
Countless
in my
times.
life. Yeah. Good times. Good times. Mike's in Pontiac. You're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hello?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I've got a story about being on the Mackinac Bridge. A friend of mine and I were going to the UP, stopped in Midland and got something to eat and had a couple pitchers of beer, and he's driving up. All of a sudden, he pulls over on top of the bridge and gets out and goes and starts puking over the rail.
Oh, no. And he was driving?
And, he was driving, pulls
That's
over,
not a good
goes
decision.
out to the rail, starts puking, and one of the bridge people in a car come up and pull up alongside and goes, "Is your buddy going to jump?" And I said, "No, he's just puking over the rail. We'll be all right."
No, he's just drunk driving. He's fine.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you want to stop at the bridge, you can, they have a service where you can pay $10 and somebody will drive you across.
Well, that's thanks for the call. That's a hell of a survey. I got to pay $10 because I'm too scared to drive across. But are you going to be too scared to be a passenger across?
No.
No? Would you rather be a passenger or would you rather drive to get across the bridge?
I'd rather be a passenger anytime, by the way. That's why my wife drives a lot. But yes, I think I'd rather be a passenger because the white knuckle thing, if I'm on the wheel, I think the world would be safer with me as a passenger.
Interesting. I did not know that about you.
Yes.
That the wife does most of the driving.
Yes. I'm not a great driver, to put it like that.
Well, I mean, I knew that you lost your navigational skills years ago.
But I sometimes
going around the loop of Indianapolis for 3 straight hours.
Well, also sometimes I kind of lose focus, as you know. So it's not quite the safest thing in a truck. In a truck or a car.
It's probably wise that you don't. I got it. Adam is in St. Ignace up there in the UP there, Adam. What's going on?
Hey, Gator. Morning, boys. Happy birthday, Gator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. A couple days, but thank you.
Yeah, so ironic when the lady called up about the Yugo going over. My dad was a state trooper in St. Ignace, and he was actually the first on scene when that issue happened. Being from St. Ignace, 14 years old, driver's ed, we go across the bridge for everything. I've been up in the Northern Tower 3 or 4 times. Not something that really phases us from up there, but I can understand why people have their issues, because there's at least 1 or 2 trailers that get flipped over a year. There's always a couple jumpers that most people don't hear about. So I can understand people's concerns about it. But yeah, it's a beautiful bridge, but I get people's anxiety about going over it.
I'm curious because you mentioned taking driver's ed up there and you have to go over the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's great because it gets you accustomed to it. Something I never thought about. Because in the UP obviously gets a lot more snow than we get here in the Detroit area. Is driver's ed taught during the winter months to get people acclimated right away to driving in snow?
It's done both. When I went through it, Gator, you took some of it in the wintertime and you took some of it in the summertime as well.
That's smart. It is smart. I think it makes all the sense in the world, yeah.
It gets busier in the summer, obviously, because of the tourist season, so obviously a lot more traffic, which we normally don't deal with on a day-to-day basis. Summertime obviously gets a lot busier, especially when you go to places like Sault Ste. Marie and things like that. So, yeah, they kind of rotate it, so you do half and half.
All right, thanks, Adam. I appreciate the call, and let's finish this up with Chuck. Chuck, welcome to 97 with the Ticket. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, guys. Hey, it's an engineering marvel, the Mackinac Bridge, built in November of 1957, totally safe, center span 200 feet above the water, designed to swing side to side 15 to 22 feet in snowstorms. Been over it many times with family up there, and that totally safe. It's under construction every day of the year. When they start at one end and paint it, when they get to the other end, they got to start all the way back. There's nothing wrong with that bridge. Where I can see Doug's concern with the Zilwaukee Bridge, you don't have that with the Mackinac Bridge.
Well, and thanks for the call, Chuck. There's no question it is an engineering marvel. What it can be is unnerving. You can tell me it's the safest thing in the world, and it's designed to sway. But the swaying is what's going to make you nervous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
On a windy day? Hell yeah.
I mean, I get it. It doesn't bother me all that much, but I can understand from other people. Okay, so the NFL has some rule changes that they've proposed, and they're going to be controversial. The first that we'll get into is this kickoff. Because the NFL wants to get more scoring into the games, although I think there's plenty of scoring as it is.
Well, I think it's more excitement than anything else because every time there was a kickoff, it was like nobody was paying attention because it was a touchback.
Right, because they changed the rules.
Yeah.
Instead of just going back to the old rules, but they don't want to go back to the old rules because they'll say player safety concerns. So what they've done is change it completely and to take a page out of the XFL's playbook, which is strange that that's where they're going, but they're going. Look, get ideas when you get them, right?
You can go to Ford Field next week and check it out when the Panthers are home.
With the USFL and their merger.
The UFL. Right?
Yes. So the rule now is that you kick off from your 35-yard line. However, the guys that are on the kickoff coverage team are lined up 25 yards in front of you. They are at the 40-yard line of the opposition. Mm-hmm. The kick return unit, their players are lined up 5 yards in front of them.
At the 35.
At the 35-yard line. You have a kick returner who is in a designated zone, which I believe is between the goal line and the 15 or something. So the kick happens, and you can't move on either side until the ball is received. So what it does is it prevents people from building up that head of steam of running 40 yards before contact, and they can't get going until the guy receives the ball in the first place. So it should, in theory, reduce the number of injuries. If the ball is kicked into the end zone, team gets the ball at the 30-yard line if there's a touchback. So they're trying to increase the number of returns, increase the excitement, and probably increase the number of scoring. I bet you there's going to be more kickoff returns for touchdowns because there were no returns for touchdowns hardly anyway. Does it make the game better? That's a question you have to ask yourself. Another rule that they've changed, and this one's interesting to me because the Player Association is against this. Players don't want this one. Yet the NFL pushed it through unanimously. And I'm not sure how that works, but that's how it worked. And that's this hip drop swivel technique tackle that is, we've seen over the last couple of years, has been all the rage in a bad way, because when players get hurt, it's because of this tackle. When the players get caught kind of from the side and then they turn their hips and drag the guy down, a lot of times the legs get caught underneath them, and you'll see ankle injuries or muscle injuries or knee injuries, and it's really too bad. I understand why they want to get rid of it because of safety reasons.
Right.
But if the players are against getting rid of this rule,
It's the safety for them.
and they don't want it.
Oh, wait a second. We care so much about safety, so we've already added one extra game.
Right.
And you know they're going to add another game.
Of course.
There, come on.
There's hypocrisy all over the place, right? So I've already gone past for the safety thing, right?
Yeah.
Does it make the game better? Obviously, having fewer injuries is going to make the game better, so you have the players get to stay healthy. And yes, star players get hurt, and you don't want to see that happen. But I find it really interesting that players don't want this rule. There were a number of defensive players, including DJ Reader, new Detroit Lion, who was against this. Darius Slay is against this. Other players have said, great, so there's no more tackling in tackling. Awesome. You've just legislated completely out of the league. No, it's not completely gone. It's just this one play. And the play is subject to review after the fact, where, we heard John Jansen talking this morning in between laughter fits, that you're going to get that FedEx envelope in the mail a couple days after the game and alerting you that you've been fined, $20,000 because of an illegal hit, because that's what's going to happen now. This is subject to fines and or suspensions.
Right. The kickoff, I like it because the kickoff return, one of the most exciting plays in football, is basically eliminated from the game for whatever reason you want to think. Whether it's safety issue, that to me is the only reason they even did it. Kickers are so good now, many of them can still do touchbacks anyway. So it's not going to, I don't think there's going to be as many, there'll be more returns, obviously, but there's still going to be tons of touchbacks.
Well, the part that I like about it is something that I'll get into when we come back, because it ties into pick number 29 and what could happen and why I might really embrace this one with open arms. Also, want to get the comments that someone here in Detroit sounds like they're very, very proud of themselves and what they've done, and maybe you should be. We'll discuss it next here. 97.1, The Ticket.
Well, the new NFL kickoff rule has been voted through, a hybrid format that will hopefully cut down on injuries but create more return opportunities with all players static on the return side until the player catches the ball. Lions coach Dan Campbell was all for it. Coach also says they'll be looking to bring in more secondary players, Cam Sutton being released and all. Also, they'll be remaining in contact with free agent wide receiver Josh Reynolds for now and hoping to agree to joint practices with the Giants in New Jersey during training camp. We have reached one of the main circled dates on the calendar for the Red Wings, the first of two head-to-head matchups against the Capitals, who they're neck-and-neck with in the race to the postseason. This game is in Washington, who have won 5 of their last 6. Alex Lyon set to be in net. Ken Cal's call going to be at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. And we are right on the doorstep of Tigers baseball. They have one final exhibition today down in Florida. Casey Mize will toe the rubber against the Rays, then an off day. Then they're set to be in Chicago on Thursday for the opener. Plus, the city of Detroit is set today to begin construction of its 2,500-foot stage for next month's NFL Draft, which is now just 30 days away. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It's a big stage, man. 2,500 square feet.
I know.
That's a big stage.
I know. By the way,
500 by 500, right?
Chris mentioned the Tigers playing in Tampa. I hope they don't have to go over that bridge to go to St. Pete.
Oh, the guy was talking about?
Yeah. I know.
You ever seen games out in St. Pete in spring training? You ever gone to spring training?
I've gone to spring training, but I've only seen games at Joker Marchant Stadium.
The games they play at Tampa, I don't know if they still play their spring training games in St. Pete, but there was a stadium that in St. Pete that was right on the water, and there's a road that travels around the stadium. And so to the right of you is the stadium, and to the left of you is water. It's really cool.
When I was a kid, I used to
really
know
nice
all the spring training locations of every team. And now so many of them have moved,
They all
and they've got
changed.
some in Arizona. But like when I was a kid, like the Cardinals and the Mets both were in St. Pete at Al Lang Stadium.
Oh,
I remember that.
Al Lang?
Al Lang.
Who was Al Lang?
I believe he was a famous writer or something. I don't know. It's like the Phillies. I've never, as a Philly fan growing up, I never been to Clearwater. Never went to Jack Russell stadiums where they played back then.
Jack Russell, the former lead singer of Great White. That Jack Russell?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Probably
he was a terrier.
He was. He had a terror. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. We've been talking about the tragic accident in Baltimore with the boat that lost power, giant boat, shipping boat, and ended up crashing into one of the supports of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing the bridge to completely collapse. And it's tragic. There are people that have perished in this, and there are people that are still missing. Horrible. And we were asking people about their fears of going over bridges. There's some rule changes in the NFL that have been adopted. Some of them have been even proposed by the Lions. Another one added is that the trade deadline is going to be pushed back a week to after week 9 is complete.
So that means everybody will be basically at the halfway mark.
Yes. As opposed to, it used to be after week 8. The Lions were part of a contingent of teams that wanted it after week 10. So the league compromises and goes to after week 9, which is interesting. Also, these quotes coming in, Colton Pouncey has these quotes. Colton Pouncey, who covers the Detroit Lions for The Athletic. He says, Holmes says that Graham Glasgow and Kevin Zeitler were plan A options at guard. The Brad Holmes said, quote, I truly believe this was our best free agency haul since we've been here.
Well, the first year they really didn't do much in free agent. I mean,
no, it was horrible. They had a couple wide receivers that didn't even make the team.
Was awful.
Yeah, he didn't make the team.
Yes.
And then the other one was Johnson or Williams.
Yes.
And
who was injured.
It was done. Neither one of them really played.
Correct. You are that's right. And then last year, Mosley was a free agent. He obviously got re-injured after he was finally active. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson that everybody was really excited about. That's what they said, all right, this team's serious coming off the 8-9
They
season.
got him for nothing for a 1-year deal.
Yeah, and then he gets hurt in the second week of the season. So yeah, that didn't work.
And
so
signed
well.
Cam Sutton.
And Cam Sutton.
Who they just released.
Yes.
So I remember after the signings happened last year, I was very chesty about what they had done.
Mm-hmm.
Felt very good, puffing out my chest. I like what the Lions did in the secondary. And then we really didn't see much of it.
No.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Not their
hurt
fault.
Quickly. No, I mean, you can't blame players for injuries.
No.
Can you blame, I guess, for signing an injured player who then gets hurt again?
Well, mostly
But it wasn't the same.
It wasn't the same injury, so I don't blame him for that one.
Terribly blame him for that, no. Nonetheless, it didn't work out. I would agree right now this seems like this is, in theory and on paper, the best free agency haul that they've had.
Right, and a lot of us wanted it to be better, and they're still going to.
And it could have been,
And Dan Campbell said that they're still looking at picking up more depth in the secondary.
Yes.
So that means our guy Stephen Gilmore might be there.
Stefan.
Stephen's already on the team.
Potentially, although what Campbell said was, he said the next stage is the draft, and that free agency really doesn't stop until, we'll be signing players well in the offseason, in the training camp. So I don't know if that means that they're going to get something done between now and the draft, which is a month away, or if it means that they'll go into the draft and they can still add some free agents afterwards.
Now, you mentioned with the new rule with the kickoff in particular, how it might affect, in your mind, the Lions pick at 29. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes. So, and thank you for picking that back up. Because kickoffs have not been a big part of the NFL for a couple of years since they made the rule changes. This now obviously will increase the number of returns. I'm intrigued what this can do with the Lions because Khalif Raymond has been a huge part of the return game. He is a weapon.
Coming off an injury.
Right. But if you have weapons, this is where you can use them. And would you even be tantalized because of using Jamison Williams? But with the 29th pick overall, depending what still happens in free agency or doesn't happen in free agency, let's say the Lions are done for now and going into the draft. A lot of people think they're still going to add a corner. If you add it with the 29th pick, Cooper DeJean from Iowa.
If he's there, yes.
If he's still around, now becomes a really valuable player. And because those that don't know, at Iowa, he was flat out prolific in the return game.
Yes.
He was a weapon.
The problem is now that the chances of him being there may be lessened because other teams are going to feel the same way you do. When you're looking at 29 and, realistically, now I'm not going to suggest that they should take any of these players or the one I'm going to mention, or two of them, Xavier Worthy, who's a really good return guy, wide receiver out of Texas.
I was just going to say, there's the other way to look at it.
And our Keon Coleman can return as well.
So, yeah, there are players that you look at now.
Dual threats.
May or may not have first right. That all of a sudden have more value because of what they can do in the return game. So keep that in mind as well. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Back to the phones, and Dylan is in Southgate. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, guys. Stoney, good to hear you back on the air.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I had some thoughts on these new rules. So you guys were talking about, does this new tackle rule make the game safer? Does it make it more fun? I think the safety is really just a side effect of what it's really about, which is the team owners wanting to protect their assets. It's like an insurance policy. They're paying these players tens of millions of dollars every year, and it just so happens that they don't want them to get hurt and waste their money. Then on this kickoff, I love it. I'm so excited. I was watching spring football last year. I'm going to be at the Panthers game this Saturday, and I'm really glad that they're taking a page out of the XFL's book on this.
Well, I think thanks for the call, Dylan. It's definitely going to make things interesting and more interesting. I mean, I'm warming up to it. The other part that we didn't even mention is the onside kick. It's lost all element of surprise because in order to try an onside kick,
here's the
you have to
the actual rule says Fourth quarter begins. Team trailing then has the opportunity to declare an onside kick to the officials. Current onside kickoff rules would apply. If an onside kick goes beyond the setup zone untouched, kicking team penalized for his return team would start the drive at their 20-yard line if they don't recover it. So there's a risk there.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I like that part, but I get it because how else? I mean, if you're going to have the one, you can't have the other. You can't have the element surprise and an onside kick if you're going to have this new kickoff rule, because obviously players are lined up offside technically. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, but they've neutered the onside kick rule as well over the years.
Yes,
with how many players can line up on either side of the kicker, and when you get your head start, and you can't even have a head start, you have to stay at the line and all this. So the recovery rate for onside kicks has been at like an all-time low. So I guess fair enough. This is what's going to happen. I guess you're basically kind of saying goodbye to one of the fun parts of the NFL, which was the unexpected onside kick.
Right, which didn't happen very often.
It didn't, but when they tried it, it felt like that was a way that you had a legitimate shot of recovery. I imagine that recovery rate was a lot higher than just the expected onside kick. So anyway, there's that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to comment on the changes in the NFL with some of these rules. Do you think it's for the betterment of the game? Do you like the game better now? And does this amp up your desire for the Lions to go out and draft someone like a Cooper DeJean or a Xavier Worthy or a Keon Coleman? Those guys were all very good in the return game, specifically the punt return game for Worthy and Coleman. But Cooper DeJean had returned a bunch of also in the punt return game. These guys can really get it done there. And there are guys in college ball that got it done in the kickoff return game. And now does that become something that is going to be looked at a lot more closely to add weapons to your team? And does that shift the rule or shift a role perhaps for Jamison Williams? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So, Sony, do these rule changes change how you think about the draft in terms of having versatility of players if they can be part of the return game?
Not so much in the first round, unless you said, like you said, if they like Cooper DeJean as a regular corner anyway, this just adds to his resume. I wouldn't take Xavier Worthy if I was the Lions in the first. I don't want him to take a wide receiver with that pick, but Brad Holmes always says he's going to go for the best player.
Let's say they trade back. If they were to trade back, get it early in the second round and one of those guys is there.
I'd have no problem with it because I think they do need another wide receiver, but I don't want to use it first, especially if there's other corners available or other positions. But that's not what Brad Holmes is about. Brad Holmes is about getting the best player, no matter what the position, with the exception of obviously quarterback right now.
It would seem that
yes.
The case, yes.
We have some ticket texts. There's going to be so many penalties on the hip drop tackle. How are they going to be able to determine if the guy was purposely doing that or if he fell while he was tackling him? That's Sean from White Lake.
Swivel technique.
Yeah. Well, we did our crosstalk with that. It's so subjective.
It is. And they're trying to say that it has to be like damned obvious that this is the case.
Okay.
In order to get the penalty for it. I'm joking about this swivel technique, but that's what it is. It's not just the hip drop tackle. It's using that method to tackle, but then swiveling your hips to really kind of torque it. And that's where the injuries come in. And that's what they want to eliminate. They want to eliminate that like helmet to helmet hits for the safety of the players so that they can get more games in.
If the coverage team can't move until they receive the ball, just kick it out of the end zone. The kick returner is going to get 20 yards before contact, putting him on the 30 anyway if caught on the 10-yard line.
Well, that's the thing. They may end up doing that anyway. They
Yes.
say, screw it, we don't want to deal with this. And then we could have another rule change a year from now where they just say kickoffs have been eliminated completely, with the exception of an onside kick. If you wanted to try an onside kick, so be it. But otherwise, teams start at the 30-yard line or teams start at the 25-yard line, whatever they want to do.
When you guys talk about last year's signings, why do you never mention Glasgow, Montgomery, and Anzalone? Or you always talk about the ones that didn't work out. That's true, although Anzalone was the year before. But still, you're right.
No, I don't know. You can't win. I mean, I know Doug and I talked ad nauseum about the signing of Montgomery last year, how much we loved it.
No, we were talking about because on our conversation when we went back, I understand.
It's extending your own guys.
Right.
But Montgomery was a free agent signing. Yeah.
Right. How is this Lions the best free agency? They got a good guard and a bunch of injury-prone guys.
They looks like they re-signed their own guy in Glasgow.
Right.
So you're keeping that right guard position the same, perhaps,
Zeitler,
unless he slides to the left. Zeitler, everyone
him.
say he's great. DJ Reader on the defensive line.
Yeah, he's injured.
He's been banged up. He's got the quad injury, but didn't require surgery. And he's fired up to play with this team, and everyone loves DJ Reader in Cincinnati. They didn't want to lose him.
Carlton Davis has a little injury deal. That was more of a trade than a free agency, and Robertson is injury-free.
Yeah. Well, look, there are risks involved, but how many players in the NFL haven't been hurt?
Zero. Probably.
I mean, it's a violent game played by players that have bad intentions when they tackle somebody, and it's not even when they get tackled. Sometimes it could be the non-contact injuries. It happens. It's going to happen to everyone. You don't go completely unscathed in the NFL. You'd like to be able to select guys that don't have the injured past, but then it's a ticking time bomb, isn't it? You're just waiting for them to get hurt. Everyone's in the same boat.
The new kickoff rule is stupid. Enough with the gimmicks. Just put the ball to 25 and be done with it. That's from Mike. No, I like kickoff returners. Devin Hester's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Why?
He was an amazing return guy.
If you want to go back into your Lions history, Mel Gray was one of the most exciting players we've had.
Amazing.
Yeah, I don't want that completely taken away from the game. In fact, the fact that they did their best to take it out made the kickoff absolutely unwatchable. It's like there'd be a score, and you could go to the bathroom and get something to eat, and you don't have to worry about missing the kickoff 90% of the time.
Is this going to be akin, though? When we look back to, you bring up Mel Gray and Devin Hester, and that's back before they changed the rules, right? Is this going to be looked at as, back when hockey players didn't wear helmets? You obviously wear helmets now because of safety.
Right.
But we long for those days. It was great. You saw the long flowing hair and everybody. But it's, I'm not sure where I really stand on this kickoff thing. I'm at this point, I'm kind of leaning towards just eliminate them altogether, because you're trying to, and yet it's like you're trying to be just a little bit pregnant in this situation.
Yeah.
You can't be. You either are or you're not.
Right.
Do
exactly.
you want them or not? And you're trying to have it both ways, and I don't think it's fair.
This may result in an advantage for the kicking team to avoid the rules of the regular kickoff. I like it. Give me a chance for more excitement. It's like baseball. To me, my favorite play in baseball was not a 3-run homer. It was not a triple. My favorite play in baseball, which I considered the most exciting play in sports, was the play at the plate. And they still have it, but it's not as exciting without the collisions.
Well,
the Buster Posey rule and all that stuff. And that was only for safety too. But yes, and it's easy.
I actually believe it.
It's easy for me to say, as sitting in my Barca lounge watching, saying I want to see more collisions and things like that. Just like I want to see more fights
fighting
in
hockey. Yeah, which is something we'll get to in a second.
It's pretty easy for me to say that. I don't play the game.
I mean, every year, and they already did it in spring training. They show Kirk Gibson his collision against Toronto.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting the catcher, but yeah, it was a famous collision, and it was massive.
What's
Pat
next?
Borders, when he hit Pat
What's
Borders.
next, Gator? You're not going to be able to jump off a turnbuckle in wrestling?
Listen, that used to be illegal in St. Louis. It was banned in St. Louis.
Really?
Yes. Jimmy Superfly Snuka could not. They didn't want wrestlers to go off the top turnbuckle back in the 80s.
St. Louis. Wow. Who knew?
Something I knew.
Who knew?
Hey, you want to talk wrestling? I got wrestling stuff.
Yes, we had a little wrestling in our little rabbit hole before the show, by the way.
All right.
Captain Lou Albano stuff.
You and I did not wrestle before the show. You were looking at videos of Captain Lou being interviewed because you were involved with
one of the greatest captains of all time. He was.
Longest serving captain.
There's Heiserman, Messier, and Albano.
Yeah.
And Crunch.
And Crunch.
Or Morgan.
Well, yeah, but Crunch was captain.
Right.
That's different.
True. That's true.
It is one of my favorite captains, though. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about what today is.
Yes.
Of course, the Red Wings have a big game tonight against the Washington Capitals. We discussed that a little bit, but there's more than that with what today is. We'll talk about it next here on 97.1, The Ticket.
Gator, you asked earlier today that we were going to have as the Tigers prepare for their final preseason game, spring training, before they open the season. 2 days from today in Chicago, some bullpen decisions have to be made, and they were made.
Oh.
Bo Brisky has been assigned to AAA Toledo, and they informed right-hander Miguel Diaz that he will not make the team. So the roster is set. The 8-man bullpen will be Alex Lang, Foley, Vest, Miller, Chafin, Holton, Faedo, and Joey Wentz. I'm not a Joey Wentz guy.
So Faedo and Wentz make it, and Brisky and Diaz do not. Now, Diaz did not pitch terribly well in the spring, so I get that. Bo Brisky pitched outstanding in the spring. It was smaller sample size, only pitched in 5 games, but most of the guys kind of did pitch that same area. But 9 2/3 innings, he gave up 1 hit and 2 walks, no runs, struck out 5. So maybe that's the downside is that he's not a strikeout pitcher.
Do you need 3 lefties? I mean, what, Chafin, Holton, and Wentz?
Look, you're asking the wrong guy, or maybe you're asking the right guy, because I will feed into this and say no.
Okay.
Okay. Because I'm of the mind that I don't care righty lefty. I don't. What I care about is, can you get guys out?
Right.
If right-handers can get left-handers out, I don't care that I'm throwing a righty against a lefty, because he gets them out. If a left-handed bat can hit left-handed pitching, guess what? I want him in the lineup. I don't want to take him out and platoon him because he's going against a left-handed pitcher.
I just don't get confidence. Confidence does not ooze through my body when Joey Wentz takes the hill.
And it's understandable. And he's one of the few vestiges the Tigers have left over from the purges that made with all the trades of, these perhaps future Hall of Fame players that they had. But happy for Faedo. Had also pitched 9 2/3 innings in the spring, 6 hits, 1 gave up 2 earned runs, and struck out 13. So good for him. His whip was .72. His ERA was below 2.
I'd rather have Brisky than Will Vest also, to be quite honest with you. Because Vest, to me, is always hit or miss. Some games he's unbelievable, and then other games he can't find the plate.
Well, and that's the thing. Is he more hit or miss? So if they feel like, look, this guy, when he's on, he's lights out, and then he'll have a couple games each month that are going to hurt his numbers.
Right.
But if he's got 8 out of 10 appearances are really good and 2 are bad, you'll take him.
Well, yes. So today is not a big game because the roster's been set. Tonight, on the other hand, is, as Woj would say, big game.
It's a massive game between the Wings and the Capitals. The Wings are chasing the Capitals now for the wild card race. They are a point behind. Obviously, if they win this game, they vault ahead of Washington with just 11 games left going into tonight. But Stoney, today is also March 26th.
Oh.
And March 26th is one of those dates in sports history, in Detroit sports history, that fans will always remember.
Yep.
It was 27 years ago. 27 years ago, Red Wings taking on the Colorado Avalanche at the beautiful air-conditioned Joe Louis Arena.
Yes, indeed.
And it was Igor Larionov, of all players, that got the thing started when he was checked into the boards by Peter Forsberg, and Igor turns around and just jumps Forsberg, touching off an amazing brawl that felt like it lasted forever. Not only that shift of fights, where obviously Darren McCarty going right after Claude Lemieux, Brendan Shanahan with his hands full of, I forget if he had his hands full with Patrick Waugh, and then threw him aside to take on Adam Foote, and then you had the goalies going at it. It was an amazing scene at Joe Louis Arena.
Yeah.
And an amazing scene that...
Were you there?
I was not there. I was working that night, and I was actually producing that night, and our show went on at 10 o'clock at night with the Mega Man. And I was at a friend's house watching the game because he lived close to where the radio station was. So I done a lot of prep work beforehand, went over to my buddy's house to watch the game. And then my buddies were going to go out to the bar. I'm like, I got to work. And my friends said, well, just stay here and just lock the door and leave. I said, okay, great. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Did I just see this? Couldn't wait to get back to the station. And we talked about it all night long. And
At least
it was
you got to see
absolutely
it
amazing.
live.
Oh, you did not?
I was in the hospital.
Oh.
It was right. I had I had a tumor removed from my mesentery, and I had Harper Hospital.
What's a mesentery?
Like around your intestines.
Okay.
And I had to listen to the game. Kenny Cal calling on the radio. Listen to the game on the radio because in my room they didn't have pass.
Right.
So I couldn't watch it. And God love the Illich organization. We've said some critical things. I've said some critical things about them over the years, but mostly it's been positive. But I'll never forget the next day, wheeled into my hospital room was an old VCR with a VHS of the game, and I watched the game the next day.
No kidding.
Yes,
they did that for you,
and with pizza.
That's awesome.
Yes,
that's amazing.
Yeah.
So many crazy things about that game and that fight and how many fights there were. And I mean, just the lineup that both teams had. We talked last week when the Red Wing fans are bitching about the Red Wings aren't tough enough. They need an enforcer. They need this. They need, remember back when Bob Probert and Joe Koster? Yeah. The team that they had, both teams, because the Avs were so good as well, just stocked top line to fourth line with everything you needed on a hockey team. The guys that could fend for themselves were good hockey players.
Oh,
I mean, obviously, we talked about McCarty, Brendan Shanahan, Martin Lapointe.
How about on their team, Adam Deadmarsh?
Yeah, Deadmarsh was, and Adam Foote.
Yes.
These guys were very good, and they had other guys that had roles to play.
The only guys that really never pulverized them in the 219s, the two captains,
right? And
Sakic
Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
Really amazing how both teams were constructed, and the goalies go at it that night, and it's great. The announcers on TV for Pass, Mike Goldberg, they just did 1 year with the Red Wings, one or 2 years with the Red Wings, and then went on from that to do UFC events.
Yes, he did.
With Joe Rogan for years. But was the announcer for the Red Wings back then. I think he's even joked and said, that game got me a lot of practice for what I was about to do with the UFC.
He was not very popular here for some reason.
No.
Because he kept calling Mike Vernon's, I believe, the goal, the pillows.
Well,
he called the pads the pillows. If my memory is correct, I don't know.
Yeah, and also because of who he was replacing at the time. It had Dave Strader and Mickey Redmond, and Dave Strader was awesome,
terrific.
It was just fantastic.
Rest in peace, Dave.
Yeah. So when you filling in for him, I don't think Red Wing fans were all that thrilled with it. So he was not really going to get off on the right foot. Was Ken Daniels right after him?
Yeah.
What a transition.
Yes.
Because Ken Daniels has been amazing. But a lot happened that night. And there's two things out of this that we wanted to get to. At 248-539-9797.
There might be a third that I'm going to throw at you.
Feel free to text in. Feel free to call in. But the first is this. The date. This is a date that most Detroit sports fans remember.
Right. You say March 26th, you know what it is.
You know what happened on this day? What was it? Today's March 26th. Oh, the brawl against the Avs. Absolutely. The revenge of the Draper, right? And that got us to thinking about, are there other dates in sports history that we remember like that? Like, oh yeah, that's that. And for me, I only have one. And it's, borderline a sport, but I was trying to think, like, is there some other, do I remember the Tigers game? I mean, I remember the games, but I don't remember the date. But I do remember January 23rd, 1984.
Right.
Of course, that's when Hulk Hogan defeated the Iron Sheik for the World Wrestling Federation.
So you don't remember? So you don't remember like the exact date when they won the cup?
No, I remember where I was. I remember the day, but I don't remember what the date was.
I think it was
June
7th. I think.
Something like that. It had to be early June.
Mine that I remember besides March 26th was May 19th, 1974 when the Flyers won the Stanley Cup for the first time. I'll never forget that date. Never forget that date. Now, I have a question for you and your ilk about this date.
Okay, well, hang on one second, because there's another question out of this, okay? Because it kind of goes into what we said with the brawl. And that is because you think back to that game, we'll never have a game like that again. With that kind of talent and that kind of violence.
No.
You just don't see it in today's NHL because they're trying to legislate fighting out of the sport, and they basically have done it. I mean, the fact that guys can't even take their helmets off so that they can not break their hands on the shields is ridiculous. So I asked the question, because we all loved fighting in hockey back in the day, What is it in sports, aside from fighting and hockey, that you would like to see brought back into the sport? Like over the years, we talked with the NFL rule changes. Would you like to go back to the old kickoff rules, for instance, or would you like to allow head slaps, things like that, or whatever it is in whatever sport
I mentioned mine
that's no longer there?
already. The play at the plate.
Play at the plate. It's a great collision, but I can totally understand why that's been changed.
I understand it too.
So we've got the two things with the date. What date do you remember in sports that will always stay with you? What would you like to see in sports brought back that is no longer part of it? And what's this third one?
And I have another one just for you and your ilk that might blow your mind away.
Looking forward to that coming up in 5 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just got a text from a friend of mine that said that he took his dad to the Wings-Avalanche game. It's the greatest sporting event possibly that I've ever been to. And this guy's been to a lot of stuff. I said we talk to each other on that day, March 26th, every year to relive that night.
Do you know that game, our great friend Jamie Samuelson took his girlfriend, or I don't know if they were boyfriend, girlfriend today, Christy, to her first ever hockey game, and that was it.
That was her first game?
That was Christy's first ever hockey game.
Wow. That's how you make an impression.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
Absolutely.
2 kids in their 20s. Just,
Yeah.
It's like a Bon Jovi song ready to be written. So we mentioned, obviously, tonight's the anniversary of the Wings-Avs game, March 26, 1997, 27 years ago. And we're asking the question, is there another date in sports history that you, just as a fan, automatically remember for whatever reason, whatever it triggers you?
Right.
For Stoney, it was when the Flyers won the Stanley
May
Cup.
19th, 1974.
For me, it's when Hulk Hogan beat the Iron Sheik. January 23rd, 1984. I was a kid, and I'm like, I'll never forget that date. I'm not sure why. It's not like I saw it live.
Because it was America beating the foreigners,
beating Iran at the time, right?
Yeah.
I don't. It was awesome. It was the era, and it ushered in a whole new explosive era of professional wrestling. The era of Hulkamania. But yeah, so. What's the date that sticks out in your mind? Also, with relation to that game, we don't see fighting in hockey anymore like it used to be, and I know people want to bring fighting back. Aside from bringing fighting back to hockey, what would you like to bring back to sports that you don't see anymore? For Stoney, he wants to see the collision at home plate.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see that more. Do people want to see more of the kickoffs in football? Do you want to see that brought back? There's lots to go. Does anybody want to see the 3 to make 2 in the NBA?
No.
At the free throw line?
No. No, that I don't want to see.
Would you like to see it go back to a league before they had the 3-point shot? Because it's become so ridiculous right now that half the shots taken are 3-point shots, it seems.
Well, I think the three-pointer is good. The problem is the way the game is developed into it. It's not as exciting for me. You talk about how you want a sport to change. It wouldn't even be a rule change. I wish boxing was as good as it was when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And also, heavyweight or the title fights used to be 15 rounds, not 12.
This is true. And perhaps barbaric.
Yes.
Which is why they did. Remember Howard Cosell going off on Randall Tex Cobb?
Oh,
Just
yeah,
getting
absolutely.
Destroyed by Larry Holmes. And yeah, I remember that. All right, so you had a question you wanted to pose to me and people of my ilk.
People
whatever
of
the hell.
your ilk. Today is March 26th.
I'm part of those people right now.
You're those people. March 26th, 2024. Like we mentioned, it's how many? 27 years?
27 years.
Also on this date, March 26th, today is the 45th, I believe if my math is correct, which it might not be, March 26th, 1979.
That sounds right.
Okay. Michigan State winning the national championship against Larry Bird, Indiana State.
Mm-hmm.
To those of you who are big Wing fans and big Spartan fans like you,
wow,
if you could only have one, in other words, the other either didn't happen or that was reversed. So Bird beats Magic, the Wings still have the brawl, and which leads them to the cup, or Magic beats Bird, the Spartans have the title, but the fight never happens, and who knows what happens after that. Because many people believe if that didn't happen, the Wings would not have won the cup in 97.
I mean,
so I'm talking about diehard Spartan and diehard Wing fans. Two of the greatest days of your life. Date, March 26th.
You are making me feel incredibly uncomfortable right now.
That's what I'm here for.
I mean, you're taking me back to one of my very first memories as a sports fan. Okay, because I was 9 years old when that was. Yeah, I just turned 9 when that happened. Because my birthday is on the 23rd, and it's one of those things I remember sitting in front of the TV set on the floor in front of this TV set in the corner of our house. I remember that, and that really I started watching sports maybe the year before. So this is when I'm really and became a Michigan State fan,
right?
Like 77, 78. So this is right in that wheelhouse at the embryonic stages of a young Scott Anderson
Being a Spartan
becoming
fan.
a giant Spartan fan. And,
Yes.
of course, this is huge because Magic Johnson, they win a national
Right.
championship. If I could only have one, I hate you. If I could only have one, I'm going to say the Michigan State game because it made me a Spartan forever, really. I mean, it was one of those things that solidified. There were other reasons I was a Spartan fan before that game. But it's a national championship. It's arguably the greatest college basketball game that people remember.
But it wasn't a great game.
Well, no, the finish, I mean, the State ended up winning by 11 or 12 points, whatever it was. But it was the matchup. Right. It was Bird versus Magic.
But
even
you're
though, of course,
taking
Michigan State was more than that. But Indiana State was only Larry Bird.
But you're taking away. If you choose the Spartans title, which is fine, that's why I asked the question. You're taking away the brawl.
I'm taking away the brawl, but I'm not taking away the Stanley Cup, which is more important. But yes, everything that happened in that brawl. The most ridiculous thing that happened in that game, is that Darren McCarty wasn't kicked out and was allowed to continue to play and score the game-winning goal in overtime.
Yes.
That was the most ridiculous part of the whole thing. Mm-hmm. But yes, I will take the Michigan State National Championship over the brawl because the Red Wings still won the cup. So, but I would never have the memory of the brawl.
I know.
But you know what would happen? It would happen another time, though, because those teams were on a collision course because of what happened with Chris Draper. It was going to happen at some point.
Okay.
And it just happened to explode 27 years ago today. But I don't like you asking me that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a poster, a framed poster of the Detroit Free Press, I believe, from that day in 1979. So it's produced well after. It wasn't like an original.
That was my junior year in college. And I remember obviously watching that game, but I remember you'll love this story. We had a lot of us had friends. We live in like group houses in like Chevy Chase or Bethesda. So the Final Four was, as you know, Michigan State, Penn, and Indiana State against DePaul. And I kind of thought that Larry Bird was kind of a lot of hype. You know, then we didn't get to see him play that much. So I proclaimed before the Indiana State DePaul game that for every basket Larry Bird would score, because I didn't think he was that great, I would do a shot of Jack Daniels.
Oh, no.
I don't remember the second half.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
I don't, because he was on fire in the first half, and I was just done.
That's a mistake.
Yes.
248-539-9797, a telephone number. Let's go to the phones. And Stacy's in Commerce. You're first up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Stacy.
Hey, good show, guys.
Thank you.
There you go. I appreciate it. Listen all the time. Hey, the brawl was the impetus to several cups. And I was there at that game as well. I brought a customer. It was his first game at a NHL game, and he was in awe, as we all were. The second year, the year after that, when Ozzy got into the brawl, I brought him back as a encore, and they did it again. It was another awestruck time, and we walked out of there with goosebumps, thinking, "All right, we're going to do this every friggin' year." So that was, for me, that was a time I'll never forget. And it was a high point where it tipped it over, and we continued winning cups.
Is that the only date you remember as far as Detroit sports? March 26th.
Ooh. Opening days are always cool, the ones that snow.
Yeah, but I'm
do
talking
you remember
about
the actual date?
Right. When I say March 26th, everybody knows what you're talking about.
Stoney, I'm as old as you are. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
Okay.
So,
and yet,
yes,
you can remember this date. That's the point. It's like, I don't think there are many dates that people remember.
No, I know.
Sports-wise, and exactly what happened. I mean, they can remember the year, they remember where they were when something happened, but the actual date, this is one of those games.
I know. It's very rare.
Let's pick up Robert in Livonia next up on 97 on the ticket. Hey, Robert.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
All right.
Wonderful.
Good. Hey, I can't remember the exact date, but it was 1984 Detroit Tigers World Series against San Diego. I think it was October 19th or 14th, if I can't remember. But that's a date I remember. But I also want to bring back something that the Red Wings got away from, especially defensemen, and that is the way that Nicholas Cronwell used to hip check, and you got Cromwell.
Oh, you got Cronwald, yes.
Yes. I wish the defensemen on the Detroit Red Wings would bring that back more, and more of them did that.
Yeah, that and this, what's his name? Scott Stevens, hip checks and things like that. Yeah. You'd like to see more, but they're legal.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Stevens were
Yes,
as legal as Cronwall's were, but yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that back.
Yeah.
It's an art form to be able to do the
Correct.
legal hip check. But when guys go flying, players don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Stevens, man,
Great
that
player.
guy would just hammer.
Yes.
Players always wanted him on the Red Wings.
I know.
He
I
was part
remember
of it.
when he was a rookie with the Capitals. I remember going to his first training camp in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Part of a massive trade with New Jersey, right? New Jersey and St. Louis.
Yes.
Shanahan for Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Yeah, just an amazing player. Spencer is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Spencer.
Hey, what's up? I just want to say March 26th also has another awesome anniversary in Detroit sports history. On this day in 2007, Rasheed Wallace stole the ball from Denver with like a second left and hit a shot from 3/4 of the court and nailed it to send the game into overtime, where we eventually won.
Wow. I did not.
Regular season basketball game.
Yes. I do remember the
Yeah.
play. I just never remembered the date.
Yep, on this day.
Also, thank you very much for the call.
Yes. But I do want to hear from people like Gator, big Spartan fans, big Wing fans. If you could only have one of the March 26th events, Michigan State beating Indiana State and Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, that game, or the brawl, Wings-Avs, which are you taking?
I don't like you. This is 97 on the ticket. Just going through some interesting anomalies in the box score of that game 27 years ago. Claude Lemieux was not assessed a penalty for getting pummeled by Darren McCarty's knee. I mean, Darren McCarty did what you cannot do even in the UFC. You can't knee a downed opponent. And that's what Big Mac was doing. Throwing a carcass over along the boards and throwing knees at his head. And stayed in the game. And then scores the game winner in overtime. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. It was 39 seconds into overtime. Here comes Darren McCarty with his 19th goal of the season. These teams were talented. Very, very, very talented, very deep, both of these teams. Shanahan had scored his 46th goal in that game. Shanahan was not assessed a penalty.
How do you...
When he was fending off...
I guess there's no NHL penalty for flying.
I mean, I forget if he was
Did
with...
at least Juan Vernon get penalties?
Juan Vernon got penalties. Yeah, they both got penalties for leaving the crease, and they both got fighting majors. But because they're goaltenders, they stay in the game.
Of course.
But Shanahan got nothing for fending off Patrick Waugh and then also Adam Foote at the same time. There were just a ton of fights. Aaron Ward ended up with 15 penalty minutes in the game that led the Red Wings in penalty minutes that game.
Anything he hits, he destroys.
I love that game. I love when they replay it. You have to watch it. It's more than just the fighting is fantastic.
The talent on that,
but it's the talent.
Yes, those teams were so freaking good. All right, we got some ticket texts. People have some dates, and I do want to find out if there are any Wings or Spartan fans like Gator who can only have one on this date in sports, March 26th, 1997, the Brawl. Or March 26, 1979.
Look at it. You switch the numbers, too.
Yes.
9779.
Let's see. The Grapes said this. You get rid of fighting, results in more high sticks. Tom Wilson is a good example. Bring back original six hockey, man up, drop the gloves, as he would say. Put her up there. That's from Ron and Warren.
Put it up there.
Yeah, and he's right. Tom Wilson I don't think will be playing tonight because he's part of a 6-game suspension.
He's a dirty player.
Yes, he is. Really, he's one of those guys you want on your team, though. He's good.
He's probably one of those guys you love on your team and everybody else hates.
Yes, exactly.
Lou Cheech is another one.
Sports date to remember, November 19th. 2004, Malice at the Palace. That's from Dave and B.
Forget the date,
Yes.
but you say 2004, and I'm like, okay, now I got it.
Right. I remember the date only because it's also not just Dave's birthday, but it's Wojo's birthday, too.
Yeah, I did a post-game show on the Pistons that night from the studio.
I was there it was like a date. Me and Cindy were at the game, and it was very close to us.
It was crazy what was going on, because I literally was on the phone. I was just talking with Doug. It was a couple of years before he and I were doing the show together, but he and I had done a college football frat house show. We did a fantasy football show, so I was just talking to him like, dude, I don't know what I'm going to talk about this game. There's nothing going on. And as I'm saying that, it's unfolding. I'm like, never mind. I think I'm good. And I stayed on the air for like 3 hours, well past the game.
It was incredible.
Dan Gutowski was a reporter, and Gutso was at the game, and he kept feeding all this different sound. And we had the different people involved with the game, different broadcasters were talking about it. It was just kind of crazy.
I remember what John Saunders went crazy on the city and all this kind of stuff. It was
I'm trying to remember who the other guy was. I'll remember his name later on. But we end up playing the sound from one of these talking heads. I think it was
Jim Gray was there.
Jim Gray. It was Jim Gray. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
And Jim Gray's voice was quivering.
Yeah.
Like he was thrown for a loop. I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? I mean, yeah, it was a brawl, but I mean, he's really shaken. And I don't know how long after the game it was that we had the sound, but it was just crazy.
Here's another date that a lot of people would remember. Obviously I remember the game, but not, June 2nd. Did that do anything for you, Gator?
June 2nd, you got to give me a year.
2010.
June 2nd, 2010. Was that the Armando Galarraga game?
Yes, very good. March 22nd, 1999. Stone Cold Steve Austin drove the beer truck down to the arena.
Oh,
iconic.
Is that at Cobo? Or at Joe Louis Arena, I think?
I believe so. October 15th. 1984.
October 15th, 84, Tigers win the World Series.
February 22nd.
Okay, February.
Not Detroit.
February 22nd. What year?
Miracle on Ice.
Oh.
May 31st,
1980s.
2002. I turned 7 years old, and the Red Wings won the conference championship 7-0. I'll never forget going around honking and celebrating. They had to pull Patrick Waugh.
Was that the Statue of Liberty game?
No, that was the game before.
That was the big comeback. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Morning, guys. I'll always remember as a longtime Sabre fan, June 19th, 1999. I went with my dad. Third overtime, Brett Hull in the crease goal was allowed. I could not believe it. That's from Raglan.
Can't believe they allowed that goal.
And they had replay, too.
I know. And they didn't know. Nope, not going to review that. I'm like, that's obvious. He's in the crease. Literally in the color of the crease.
Would love to see complete games again in baseball come back instead of pitchers being babied. Remember the Billy Martin Oakland A's, 3 pitchers with 20 or more complete games in 1980? That's Dave from Warren.
Yeah, well, I mean, back in the day, all pitchers staff had complete games. He had a 4-man rotation in Baltimore where all pitchers won 20 games back in the early 70s.
Yes.
Doug is in Lansing in a 97-1 The Ticket. Hey, Doug.
Hey, guys. Probably for me, it would be March 26th, Spartan game over Indiana State. It happens to be, most people probably remember their first day of their job and stuff. So I had just graduated from Michigan State University, and I had worked all that day, and then that night was the game. I never went to bed, and drank heavily throughout the night and into the morning, and showed up on my second day of my new career drunk and hungover, and that's just not a good way to start your career.
No, it's not. It's not. But did it work out all right?
35 years, and eventually became the treasurer of the company, and the story was written, but I will never forget that day and night. Now, fortunately, the job was in East Lansing area, so there are quite a few Spartan fans.
So are you a huge Red Wing fan too?
I am, and now the game that you guys are talking about was you had to be sitting down and watching the puck drop. Is that right?
No, you can just watch that on TV. Yeah,
happened?
I'm not looking for the 1985 that were at the game. I'm looking at everybody watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, but the game that you guys are comparing right now, that is, what is this the anniversary of?
Well, it's the anniversary of the brawl with the Wings and Avs.
And that was it started right at the start of the game. Is that right?
No.
Well, it was in the first period.
What was the game? What was the game where the game was just starting and
that was when Lemieux basically tried to get his revenge back here.
I think it was the following season, right? Yeah.
All right.
So.
And another date that I will never forget is this is the 50th anniversary. It'll come up, and you guys will talk about it on November the 9th. But Levi Jackson ran 88 yards for the touchdown
against Ohio State.
And then Archie Griffin went all the way down the field. They got all the way down to the 1 foot line. They thought he was in. No replay. Nope, you got to run another play. They stopped him again. Woody Hayes was pissed, and Michigan State ended up going on probation for 3 years. But there was like 20 minutes after the game. Nobody knew who won. Students were out there on the field. It was just a carnival, a circus and stuff. But I'll never forget that. But good topic there.
All right, thanks, Doug. We appreciate it.
That was good.
All right, thanks. Drunk his first day on the job.
Yes.
And stayed there for 35 years. That's
treasure.
great.
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
You know what? I think
when
if you're going to start your debut on the job, happens to be the day after Michigan State wins a national championship, and you're working in East Lansing, I'm going to guess that he probably wasn't the only one that may have come to work a little hungover.
Yeah, when your alma mater wins a championship like that, I mean,
it's okay.
Yes, even if it is your first day at work. Now, God willing, American ever won an NCAA tournament game, I'd probably get drunk and be hungover the next day.
Be like an Oakland U student after they beat Kentucky?
Maybe.
Yeah. And you'd be allowed to.
Yes, we're 0-3.
Teachers would be like, that's fine. Professors, no, it's okay.
Yeah, we're 0-3. We've been in a tournament 3 times.
Well, the odds are stacked against you.
Not really.
Sure they are. If you were to make the tournament at American University,
Oh, right. But the fact, no.
Good luck winning the game because you're likely to take on one of the better teams in basketball.
Well, Lehigh beat Duke, that same conference.
It can happen.
I know.
But not likely.
Not likely is correct.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text going to that topic of things you'd like to see brought back in sports. We mentioned because this is the anniversary of the brawl between the Wings and Avs. There really isn't fighting in hockey anymore, nowhere near like it used to be. But so what would you like to see brought back into sports? And also, this is that day. This is that infamous day that everyone here in Detroit sports remembers. When you say March 26, 1997, most Detroit sports fans know what you're talking about. Other dates? Is there another date that you remember like that off the top of your head? And then Sony asked a really uncomfortable question. If you're a Spartan fan, this is the same anniversary of when Magic and Kelser and Ron Charles, under Judd Heathcote's tutelage and guidance, defeated Larry Bird and Indiana State to win the national championship. Would you rather have that memory or the memory of the brawl? I don't like you at all. What I do like is Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You can get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN. And for a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97 on the ticket. You don't want to wait. You want to get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. You call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount, and that is awesome. You don't want to see crabgrass. You hate to see crabgrass. And if you see it in the summer, it's brutal. Take care of it right now. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control because by the time you see crabgrass, frankly, it's too late to fix it. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix it. So schedule early. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN. Get on that schedule and make sure they take care of it. It's a locally owned company for over 30 years, a company I've used and trusted for almost a dozen years now, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I'm talking about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call them today, 888-GET-GREEN, or visit naturalwaylawn.com.
Glad that the NFL is changing the kickoff rule, but we have to give the NFL a little boo here for deciding to play a game on December 25th again. But it's a Wednesday, I believe, if my calendar's
Now, that's a
correct.
date I know.
December 25th. All those
I
great
think I know.
blue-gray games you watched as a kid on Christmas
That's
Day.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Obviously, Christmas Day, but the NFL is going to play a game on Christmas Day, and it happens to fall on a Wednesday this year. What? Wednesday? The hell are we doing?
I don't know. They just want football every day. Every day.
I mean, they announced this as they're talking about moves to make it to increase player safety, and then what are they going to do? We're going to have a game played between teams that will have played just a couple days before instead of the Thursday games we have, but we're going to move one up to Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't know how they can do it. Oh, you know, it'd be great. The teams that play Monday night, have them play Wednesday, since they're all fresh.
I mean, it's just, I don't understand them sometimes. I mean, you can go a holiday without having to have the NFL on a Christmas. I understand you want to have it when it makes sense. Go ahead and do it. Yeah. All right. Although I don't think the players love having to play on Christmas, but whatever. No. Right. Wednesday makes no sense. You want to carry on the tradition of Monday Night Football? I got it. Thursday night, we got games on Thursday night, and particularly that late in the season. That late in the season, we might even games on Saturday. But Wednesday, dumb, with a capital D-U-M.
Actually, it looks like yes, it is a Wednesday. I'm looking at the schedule right now.
Yes, it's a Wednesday.
Wednesday, December 25th. Yes.
Adam Schefter, NFL planning to play another game this year on Christmas Day, which is on a Wednesday. So a Wednesday, Christmas Day game coming. Awesome. Thanks. Best ever.
Please, no Lions.
Yeah, please don't do that. Please don't do that. I mean, I love Christmas. Please don't do that. Pete is in Ann Arbor. Next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Pete.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
My date is September 14th, 1968. Tiger Stadium. Saw Denny McClain win his 30th baseball game.
Oh, so that was the date of his 30th win.
Yeah.
All right.
September 14th, 1968, Saturday. The only thing about it is I could have sat at third base in the box seats at Old Tiger Stadium, but I had to go with my buddies in my Boy Scout troop, so we sat center field, 440.
It's okay. You still remember. It was great.
Yeah.
I remember watching it on the NBC Game of the Week.
Yeah.
Kurt Gowdy and Joe Garagiola, I assume.
In 68, Joe Garagiola in 68? I guess.
I think he might have. I could be wrong there.
All right. Alex is in Detroit. You're next up, 97 the ticket. Hey, Alex.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
All right.
My date is June 12th, 2007.
June 12th.
You guys remember the Tigers tickets that used to have the players on them?
Yeah.
So my ticket had Nate Robertson on it. So I thought he was pitching that day. I was pissed. Turned out it was Justin Verlander, and he threw his first no-hitter.
Did you still go to the game?
Oh, yeah, I went to the game.
Okay.
I was three rows from the field. I was 9 years old. First no-hitter I've ever seen. Actually, only no-hitter I've ever seen.
Yeah. I went the following day.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. I was debating whether to go. I said, I'll go. For some reason.
I started taking some time off from baseball games that year because I hosted the pregame show and postgame show for a couple of years. So 2007, Doug and I, it was the first year we started doing a show together. So I didn't go to all the games. And then, of course, I regretted not going.
I was at the Armando Galarraga game in the stands.
I was not, but I left that morning. The morning after, I left to go to Pinehurst with some friends. We were playing golf. We were taking a trip. So we met at the airport. I met two of my friends at the airport, and one of them was driving in from Lansing. And we're at the airport like 7:30 in the morning, whatever, and we're talking about the game. And my friend from Lansing's, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? We're talking about the game late. You didn't. Armando Galarraga had a perfect game. He got screwed over because the umpire first base missed the call. He's like, I don't know. He goes, I went to bed early anyway. It's road early. I'm like, man, it's all over. I'm like, look, every TV in the airport's on it. So we
He
fly.
didn't believe in listening to the radio. Huh?
Yeah, right. So he was going to sleep because he had to drive early. in the morning.
I mean, when he was driving in, yeah.
Probably listening to some music instead. So I remember calling Doug once we landed in North Carolina, and I'm like, I think you might have an easy show today. He's like, yeah, I think it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, because our show, which was with me, Sarah, and Bill, wasn't as sports intensive. That day, we did, the 10 lines for 4 hours at 6 a.m.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of it was Bud Selig has to overturn this because that was the big thing. Will Bud Selig, the commissioner of baseball, will he step in and rule that it was a perfect game because such an egregious mistake? By the time I came back, it kind of the fire had died down a little bit. But just thinking about how ridiculous it would have been to do that, to overturn it at the time. Was it obvious that he made a mistake? Yeah, but so were some other obvious mistakes that don't get overturned. It's just part of baseball, and now it's part of lore, and thus the remembering of the date. 248-539-9797, and John is next here at 97 with a ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
My date, only because I was there, and it was such a great day on the build-up to the game, is October 17th, 2015.
October 17th, 2015. So that would be was it
2015, the Tigers.
I was going to say, is it Tigers playoff game?
No, it's Trouble with the Snap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So my wife and I got tickets like 2 days before to a tailgate and then free tickets to the game. She gave them up. It was a week before her birthday, and she was pregnant with our daughter. She gave up tickets. Literally 2 days before, she decided to work instead. Me and my best friend went down instead. She was bartending in Ann Arbor. We had breakfast at the place where she was working. They did a brunch, and then we ended up getting tickets on the way down to like a Maker's Mark promotional event.
Sure.
Because I work in the beverage industry.
Nice.
So free tailgate, free Maker's Mark tent, then that game.
Were you happy with the ending or sad?
I was extraordinarily happy. No, I never leave a game early, and you go to games your whole life in the hopes that you're at the game that validates you going to games, and that was obviously that game.
That was obviously that game.
Yeah. You left a little early?
Well, I was yes and no.
I'm known for leaving early at times too. I've missed.
No, this was one of the most painful things, and it's probably the most painful sporting event in my life. Obviously, I loved it because Michigan State won. Painful for me because I didn't I was in the stands as a fan, and I was actually watching the game by myself, and that because the people I went and tailgated with, they had their seats, and I ended up just getting one extra ticket, but I couldn't sit with them, so I had to sit on the opposite end of the stadium. And they're lining up for the punt, and as they're lining up for the punt, I've started walking up. And I think it was a timeout called, and then so I'm like, forget. I'm definitely I'm just gonna start to walk out and beat everybody in the traffic, the people traffic to get out to the parking area. And as I get to the concourse, the ball is snapped, and I'm walking on the concourse and I'm looking over my shoulder and seeing it where they have the different food stations and stuff, and they have the TVs up there, and I'm looking at the play, and Michigan State's returning this what it looked like a kickoff. I'm like, why are they showing highlights from an old game? Is what went through my mind. I'm like, this is making. They're showing highlights of an old State game, and then it dawned on me, I don't remember the Michigan State game coming down to a return from a Michigan State player. This is happening now. Am I missing this? And I could hear the crowd going, oh, like just a collective groan from 100,000 people, and Michigan State celebrating in the end zone. I could faintly hear some cheers in there from the Spartan fans that are there. And then the concourse gets flooded by people who are leaving, and they're all pissed off, and it's kind of quiet. And as I'm walking, I'm like wanting to cheer, but I'm not gonna.
Right.
And, occasionally you'd see somebody in green, and they see somebody else in green, and we'd make eye contact and wave a fist in the air, and then we'd start to say something, but not getting in anybody's face about it. But that is one of my great regrets, was leaving my seat 30 seconds before I should have. Yeah, even if I were walking up the steps, I could have turned around and watched.
The timeout screwed you, maybe.
The timeout did screw me.
Yes.
Yeah, the timeout screwed me.
Yeah, exactly.
Very, very painful.
There are two other dates that I do remember. If you say the dates, I know exactly what it is. And they're both in this month, and they're both pretty old. But
well, I think it falls in line with you, Stoney.
Yes.
We'll get to that coming up in a second.
Okay.
97.1 the ticket. Got some other line stuff we'll get to. Rod Wood spoke.
Oh.
And had some interesting things to say about a number of different topics, which we will get to coming up at 12:45. But Stoney, you said you had a couple more dates.
Yes, well, we're talking about the dates because today's March 26th, which is the anniversary of the big brawl between the Wings and the Avs. And, of course, the Wings with a huge game tonight. And it's also the anniversary, the 45th anniversary of Michigan State winning the national championship, famous Magic versus Larry Bird game of Indiana State. And I asked Gator, and maybe there's not enough Spartan fans who are listening right now. If you could only have one of those March 26th, if you're a big Spartan fan, big Wing fan, okay, which one would you take? You can only have one of them. And it's very difficult because you hate me because of it.
Yeah.
Because if you believe that without the brawl, the Wings would not have won the Stanley Cup because it unified them and it set them up for beating them in the playoffs because they were pretty much in the Wings' head, and that helped them with that. Or, you give up the chance of the Cup, or do you give up the national championship game? And you gave up the brawl.
I gave up the brawl because
the most famous regular season game in Detroit sports history.
Yeah, I'll take my Spartan National Championship. Okay. And I also, that Red Wing team was so good.
Mm-hmm.
They were so good. So I think they were on that trajectory to win the Stanley Cup anyway.
They were a 3 seed, right? If I remember correctly.
I forget how that worked out, but there was such a good team, and they obviously won back-to-back.
So here are these other dates before we get to the ticket test. March 2nd.
March 2nd.
I'll always remember that date. Although it's an event that nobody's ever seen.
What year?
1962. Now, I don't remember it happening.
Jeez.
But it's a famous date. But when I hear March 2nd, I always know what it is. Wilt's 100-point game.
Okay, the 100-point game that nobody saw.
There's no video, no film, no nothing.
And he's got an index card that says 100 on it.
And the other one was also in March, also old. March 8th, 1971, when Philadelphia's own Joe Frazier beat Muhammad Ali at Madison Square Garden. That was an unbelievable event. Listening on the radio, it was only on closed circuit TV, and I was 12 years old, and I was not allowed to go. All right, here's some ones on the ticket text. April 8th.
April 8th.
1974.
I'm thinking like beginning of a baseball season.
Yeah. Pretty close. You're there.
74. I don't know what would have happened in 74. That's not Roberto Clemente dying, is it?
No, that was a New Year's Eve, I believe, in 71 or whatever. Anyway, that was Hank Aaron breaking Babe Ruth's record. And John was one who texted in. He said, I was born the following day, and the newspaper my mom kept of April 9th is covered in a Hank Aaron photo. Chris texts in, wasn't the March 26th game Vernon's 300th career win? Also, if I remember right, Wah slid the puck across the ice to Vernon at the end of the game.
I don't remember that, but that's pretty cool if that's what happened.
I did hear that. I do remember Wah doing that. I don't remember that it was in that game or not. That I don't remember. July 12th, 1979.
Well, actually, it would not have been Vernon's 300th win because he won 262 in his. Oh, that's with Calgary. I'm sorry, my mistake. He would have won his 300th as a Red Wing. Yeah. Okay.
July 12th, 1979.
July 12th. So middle. Okay. I have an idea. Is that Disco Demolition?
Yes. And he puts in also
Park.
Al Cowens goes after Ed Farmer.
Yeah. Disco Demolition.
Mm-hmm. Steve Dahl,
the DJ in Chicago.
Detroit.
Yep. And it was a double header. And they did a little stunt between games on the field to blow up disco records. And they did. And then people ran out onto the field, and there were several fires on the field, in the outfield, and they canceled the second game.
March 29th.
Can you imagine that happening today?
No.
I mean,
we don't have records.
Right, blowing up something else, but
yes.
Blowing up laptops. I don't know.
March 29th, 1987.
87. That's WrestleMania 3 at the Pontiac Silverdome.
Hulk body slams Andre the Giant. I took my kids, as somebody says. My date is September 24th, 1994.
I know it well. It's my brother's anniversary. It's of his wedding. And I was, it was on that day, they got married that day. And we were taking pictures in the church afterwards. And I had some time. So I walked out of the church and there's a limo driver and he's sitting in the car watching the game, Michigan and Colorado. And he was a big Michigan fan. I obviously was not. And I looked over and I saw the play and I just started laughing when they completed the play. Walked back into the church and my dad sees me and he's like, "What are you laughing about?" And I go, "Well," and I kind of point over to my brother's best man who was a Michigan grad, had been in the marching band, and he was not happy. And was watching the game on a little TV and he's fuming, but he can't really vent because we're in a church. And I said, "Well, I don't think Tony's so happy there because Colorado just completed a Hail Mary to beat Michigan last
Well, so the funny thing is, on this ticket text from Dave in Casco, Cordell Stewart to Westbrook, also my wedding day.
Oh, look at that.
Ruined my reception.
Made it for me. I had a smile ear to ear for a while.
February 11th, 1990.
February 11th, 1990. Okay. That's going to be like hockey or basketball season.
Mm-hmm. But it wasn't one of those sports.
Not one of those sports.
No.
Okay. I don't know what it is.
And I was covering the NBA All-Star game in Miami. And the night before, I was with my friends at the Dania Highlight Fronton.
Is this a Super Bowl? This isn't a Super Bowl.
No. And they announced that Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Watched that live in an apartment in Lansing or East Lansing with some buddies. We stayed up late to watch that. Couldn't believe it. Could not believe that fight.
July 15th, 1973.
Yeah, that's going to be before my time.
Yeah,
so
I wouldn't get it either.
July 15th.
But this person has this in common with Wojo, actually.
Is this an all-star game or something?
No, but it is baseball, obviously. Nolan Ryan, no-hitter against the Tigers. Okay. My first Tiger game. Wojo's first Tiger game.
Wow. Look at that. Lot going on there. 248-539-9797. Mike's on a cell phone. You're next up. Your 97 ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
As far as which game that you would take, I think the elements that's missing from the national championship for Michigan State is hatred. You know, I'm not so sure there was tremendous hatred for Indiana State. And so my date is all about hate being more powerful than love. And it's October 4th, 1987. So I was 13 years old. And if you ask me I was 11 when the Tigers won the World Series, but I was 13 or 14 when they won the division. And we've forgotten about one of the best rivalries of my childhood growing up, which was when the Tigers and the Blue Jays were both in the same division.
And they finished up the season. They had the last series of the year was against Toronto, and the Tigers had to win it to get to the playoffs.
Yep.
And it was a tremendous battle between those two teams. Tigers ended up at top, and they got swept by the Twins in the playoffs.
1-0. And I didn't get swept. They did win one game.
Against the Twins?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I think
so what makes that whole build-up so special is that people, have seen all the great Gibby home runs, but before the Sky Dome, Exhibition Stadium was in existence, and the Tigers would have been mathematically eliminated about a week and a half before. They were 5 games back, and they were down 2 runs, or a run in the 8th inning at Exhibition Stadium. Gibby hits a home run. The Tigers win. The Jays go, I think, to Chicago and get swept, and the Tigers go to Kansas City and sweep the Royals. They come back to Tiger Stadium, and then there's like a series of 3 games basically to decide who's going to go to the playoffs and go to the pennant, and the Tigers win it in the most dramatic way ever. And if you hate the Jays, which people I'm from Windsor, and we absolutely hated Toronto. I mean, we hated them, and as classy as he was, I think about those teams were just spectacular, just the way the Red Wings and the Avalanche were. You think about George Bell and Dave Steve and all the guys that were on those Jays teams and how good the Tigers were then. They were both at their absolute pinnacle. So to beat your rival, the one that you truly hate, and come back in that fashion and watch their collapse and your triumph, I didn't even care that we lost to the Dan Gladden company. It didn't even matter to me. I'd take 87 over 84 any day of the week.
Yeah, and the last game was 1-0 Tanana on the hill, and I believe Larry Herndon hit a home run. That was the only run of the game.
Yeah, George Bell won the AL MVP over Alan Trammell that year.
That was a joke because of what Trammell did in September.
Well, Trammell was great, but George
Bell had a great year.
Bell had 47 homers, 134 RBIs, hit 308.
It wasn't a joke, but Trammell carried that team.
Tram went 28, 105, and 343.
Yes.
Had over 200 hits that year. Scored just 2 runs less than George Bell, and Tram was hitting second in the line.
And I believe Trammell's September was really, really good, as opposed to George Bell's.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We want to get into some things that Rod Wood had to say yesterday. It's very interesting comments about a number of different topics, and we'll see how you folks feel about what he had to say next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
248-539-9797 is the Carson Anderson program. Stoney here for Doug. We'll be here tomorrow as well. Doug is back on Thursday. We were talking a lot about the earlier in the program about the NFL, the new rule, the kickoff rule. I like it. I think it's going to give more returns and make the game a little more exciting. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Definitely going to get more returns.
There's some stuff what the NFL did announce today that we don't like, including there will be a game Wednesday, December 25th. Christmas is bad enough that you got to play, but on a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday.
It boggles my mind. Now those teams will have, obviously, a lot of time to recover for their next game. But still, it makes no sense. If you're playing on a Sunday, you're going to play on a Wednesday. Unless you're going to have those teams have a bye that week before, maybe. But that still it's a bad look. And also, now granted, because I like the team that's going to be playing, we don't know who the other team is going to be. But the NFL also announced that the Philadelphia Eagle Week 1 game in Brazil is going to be only on Peacock.
I mean, look, this is where we're going.
I know.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like how they've gone from network TV to network and cable TV to now network, cable TV, and streaming services to get the games. And eventually, I think this is going to be just too many games on streaming services, which is really going to piss me off. Right. And it's a money decision by the NFL because they know that they can get more money. And these services will pay a lot of money for those rights to the games because they know people are crazy about the NFL and they will subscribe to those streaming services. Don't like it, but it is what it is. All right, Rod Wood spoke with some reporters yesterday during the NFL annual meetings and hit on a bunch of different topics. And one of them was about the uniforms. We know the Lions are going to unveil new uniforms at some point. He shed some light on that and basically said it's going to happen before the draft, that they will unveil those new uniforms. He says he's really happy with the way that it turned out, and that he wouldn't want to say too much about it, but did indicate that they're still going to honor the traditional Honolulu blue and silver color scheme,
right?
Quote, with a little updating and twists. They also plan to introduce a couple of different pants options that can go with the jerseys.
Just still where the white on whites looked great, I thought.
I think they have a lot of combinations that look great. I've always liked the Honolulu blue color.
I didn't.
I always have.
I like it the dark blue much better, personally. But
fair enough. And they also said that they're still going to honor former owner William Clay Ford in a different way than by having the initials WCF on their jersey sleeves. That's going to be interesting to see what they do there.
Wow. Like that I did not know. The one that I hope they get rid of, and that's okay, is the silver on silver.
I don't mind it. I mean, look, I'm all for different kinds of looks. And, I don't need to see... Like, we're going to have 4 jerseys, and we're going to use, each one 4 times during the course of the season. I don't, look, you want to do one special here and there, that's fine with me. I think that they've come up with some pretty good options. The monochromatic look, I don't love the monochromatic look. I like to have, a different jersey color to go with the pants, different color pants, but that's me. But it's all very, 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 very subjective. In terms of, I'm reading this from the Detroit Free Press story from this morning. Calvin Johnson, back in completely in the fold, Wood said, cool. After years of having an estranged relationship with the team. Calvin, as you know, has a cannabis company that he owns with former Detroit Lion Rob Sims called Primitive.
I hope they're doing well because a lot of these cannabis companies are not.
So apparently, Primitive products will be highlighted at various Ford Field concerts, competitions, and other non-Lions events.
Wow, can I vend? Be a vendor? Hey, get your weed here. Get your weed. Gummies. Gummies. Who wants your gummies? And you just, pass it down the line like you're selling beer?
Yeah, if you want, I think you can get a job.
Yeah.
If you've got some time on your hands.
I have vending experience.
Okay, well. If
1977 NBA Finals.
Then by all means, Stoney, get in touch with Rod Wood and see if you can be a part of these non-NFL events.
So like for concerts.
For concerts, competitions and other non-Lions events. Now, this is a quote from Rod Wood.
Competitions like the state wrestling championships for high school?
Sure, why not? I love this quote from Rod Wood because they had to make sure that they can't clash with NFL stuff because the NFL hasn't embraced this just yet. Rod Wood said, if the league were to loosen up on what you can do with that type of product, we would probably go back and reinvent the partnership to include Lions games, Wood said. Right now, it's exclusively for light concerts and other things. I love how he says, if the NFL were to loosen up and allow, and really embrace the whole weed culture.
Yeah, they should. I mean, hell, and we'll get into this maybe a little later, too. The league, everybody's embracing gambling. So now what are they going to do with all the streaming? Because streaming is like 30 seconds behind, right? Basically.
It can't. Yeah, I think so.
Mostly. So how does that work with live betting?
Streaming and live betting?
You're gonna bet. You're watching a game. I want to live bet something, but wait a second. The play already happened.
Well, it may be an issue.
Yeah, well, DraftKings and FanDuel and those places, BetMGM, they're gonna have to. They'll be mad at the NFL.
We'll get into this a little bit later in the show too, maybe around 1:30. But the whole gambling industry right now with sports betting.
2 big stories yesterday.
A lot going on. And there was another one last week that kind of hit home as well. We'll get to. As far as Lions playing overseas, they haven't been told if they're going to play this year or not. They could be an away team this year because both Minnesota and Chicago, I believe, have games overseas, and the Lions may do that. They're trying to get a partnership with Germany. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, along with they already have a partnership with Canada. But also mentioned with season tickets that they've had a 96% renewal rate on season tickets for 2024, despite a significant increase in pay. And he said, nobody's really abandoned their tickets. We still have, I think it's approaching 20,000 people on a wait list.
That's what happens when you have a good team.
It is. And it's a lot of fun. Now, something else that he had to discuss was the situation with Cam Sutton. And we've got some audio with Dan Miller from Fox 2, where Dan had a sit down with Rod Wood. And among other things, they did discuss the Cam Sutton situation. So when I saw that on the news last night on Fox 2, I did a double take. I'm like, what's that? I'm sorry, what? He was in the building when the release came out from the police department in Florida. I was like, wow. So they knew he was there, and they had people talk to him. And it brought up a question that I think it's an ethical question, I think. And that is, what responsibility do the Lions have in this situation? Did they fulfill the responsibility, ethically or not? And that is there at all a dilemma? Should the Lions have called the police in Florida and said, look, we see this social media post you put, Cam's here in Detroit. Did they have any obligation to contact the police, or was there obligation to Cam Sutton to talk to him to see where he's at, his headspace is, and do what they did, which is, hey, we think you should turn yourself in, and that's the end of their responsibility. Do they wipe their hands clean?
Well, that is a great moral dilemma. I think they have to look at what's best for their franchise as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if other players around the league think that their employers are going to rat them out, that could hurt down the line. However, if he is on the lam, so to speak, the Lions have their responsibility to tell the authorities, yeah, he is here. Or there's also the timeline. I'm not 100% sure. Did they know exactly what was going on?
I mean, according to that bite, we found out when everybody else did with the social media post, and he was in the building. So I'm led to believe that when they found out, they knew he was there, and that's why they talked to him about it. Interesting. I think there's an interesting dilemma there, and I'm not saying there's any right or wrong answer. This is something we talk about, and what would you have done, or what do you think the Lions should have done? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
The Tigers have optioned right-hander Bo Brisky to Toledo. That means Joey Wentz and Alex Faedo have clinched the last two spots in the bullpen. Detroit Free Press writer Evan Petzold, and what has made them stand out? The last game of spring training is underway right now at Tropicana Field. Here's the lineup: Meadows, Torkelson, Green, Carpenter, Canna, Keith, and Urshelo, Baez, and Rogers. Probably pretty close to what we'll see throughout the year. Casey Mize on the mound. His last start before the regular season. He's through 2 scoreless with 1 hit and 2 strikeouts. The Wings are currently 1 point out of the last wildcard spot. They face the team they're trailing tonight in the Washington Capitals. Patrick Kane said yesterday it's starting to feel like playoff time. Alex Lyon will be in net for Detroit. Jeff Petrie, who missed practice with an illness yesterday, was back skating today. You can hear the pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome to the last hour of the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator along with Stoney. Doug will be back on Thursday's show. We're going to be at Comerica Park tomorrow.
Oh, big game, huh?
No game. No game. Just a lot of things going on at Comerica Park to unveil some new things at the stadium.
Cool.
We'll be there, and it'll be a lot of fun. We did that last year. Had a good time when we got to see the new the fences brought in, to see the dimensions, how they had changed, and we got a scoreboard to look at tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Big money scoreboard.
Well, I'm curious to see what it's going to look like.
Oh, so am I. Absolutely. And can we play the game? Would Gator eat this? And I'm sure everything.
Are you
going to
eat that?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to try just about everything they have there.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm with you on that.
Whatever they bring,
yeah,
we'll try. You know, for the most part. There might be something I'm like, I just don't.
Gator, have you seen the Lions draft hats?
No.
I just saw it. That's pretty good. It's got a little thing on the state of Michigan.
On Twitter?
Yeah, under let's see who tweeted it out. Joe Shad, the beat writer for the Miami Dolphins.
All right. Oh, I see. Why? Thank you. Yeah, it's nice.
It is. That'll be the hat that who the hell knows is going to be wearing. Will it be Kool-Aid? Who knows?
Well, it's interesting. So the front of it has your Detroit Lion.
Mm-hmm.
It's a black hat. It's a lion. Looks like it's in almost like charcoal gray.
Yeah, a little lighter black. Yeah, so gray, dark gray maybe.
And then it's got an outline of white and an outline of blue.
Yes,
so
maybe that's going to be a hint of the helmet going to change.
It could be a hint of what we're going to see. And then it has the state of Michigan, map of state of Michigan on the side of it, which is pretty cool. And it has, what does it say? I can't read. It's too small for me to see what is written on there. Nonetheless, it's that's pretty cool.
Yeah. By the way, Michigan's introducing Dusty May right now, and they're giving Dusty May Hunter Dickinson's jersey #1. I'm sure it's not Hunter Dickinson.
I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with Hunter.
I know.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So, is that what you want? Are we going to do this? How about just coach? How about number 0?
Yeah.
Is there a number 0?
Exactly.
00.
We're going to give you the number of one
69,
of the biggest tools ever to wear the maize and blue, even though he was a great player. He was a great player in Michigan.
He was.
Yeah.
But are people down on him just because he transferred? Is he now a tool, or was he a tool when he was at Michigan?
Oh, he was a tool.
Do people admit that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
He was one of the guys, who, we're glad he's on our team, but he's kind of a tool.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you because I thought he was a massive tool when he was at Michigan. So,
thank you.
But I'm not allowed to say that because,
yeah,
I see things through a green and white prism.
Well,
totally
I do too, and I do as well in basketball, but I still like Michigan in basketball. But I would root for Michigan State when they play each other.
But not for football.
No, football's a completely different animal, wouldn't they?
You dislike Michigan State football?
No, I don't dislike them. I kind of root for them, not as much. I root for them to win, except when they play Michigan. But I really, really, really like Michigan football.
Fair enough.
Okay.
It's
Well,
okay. No, I don't. Look, you and I have been around for a while together. We can still coexist.
Yes, absolutely.
We're still friends.
Yes, exactly.
We've been at each other's homes.
Right.
We've had beers together.
Damn right.
Fireball shot.
Yes.
Unexpected fireball shot last year.
Played cards for you from miles away.
Yeah, yes,
when we were in
right.
Vegas, I played blackjack.
Done that. Do I owe you money for that? I might.
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
we're good.
Yeah, it was I think we pushed. Maybe we pushed.
Yeah, last time probably.
Yeah. Anyway, getting back to these the Rod Wood situation. It's not a Rod Wood situation. It's a Cam Sutton situation.
Yes.
And what the Lions have decided to do. But the revelation was that Rod Wood let people know yesterday. Yeah. When we found out about Cam Sutton through the social media post, we found out what everybody else did with that social media post, and we knew that Cam was in the building.
Yeah,
Cam was in Allen Park working out in the weight room. So they had some people from the Lions go talk to Cam, and one of the things that they stressed to him was, "We'd like you to turn yourself in." But what they didn't do, at least what he didn't indicate what they did, doesn't say anything about the Lions contacting the authorities in Florida to let them know, oh, yeah, by the way, Cam's here. So they didn't follow necessarily, at least they're not telling us whether or not they followed the social media instructions, which
Correct.
were to please contact us at this. And I'm asking the question, and again, there's no judgment here. I think this is this is one of those, cases that you do in high school about
Right.
the morals and ethics and stuff. And like if you're presented with this information, do you have an obligation to inform the authorities in Florida that the man they're searching for is, in fact, right here in Allen Park?
If they believe, and it's still a little if, in my opinion, not a big if, that, he is on the lam, if the Lions believe that he is on the lam, which it seems that they do because they say turn yourself in, yeah, they do have a moral obligation to do that. The other thing is, I said yesterday, when it comes to this Cam Sutton situation, I find it incredibly hard to believe that the authorities in Florida didn't reach out to Cam Sutton's current employer, the Detroit Lions, and say, hey, have you guys seen him at all? We're looking for him. Yeah.
And apparently they didn't.
I can't believe that. Well,
here's why. Because, if you're going to believe Rod Wood, and there's no reason not to, Rod Wood in his statement yesterday, or not a statement, but when he was talking with Dan Miller, he said, I found out the same way everybody else found out, through the social media post, which was on like the 20th, almost 2 weeks after that, they had the incident happen. So, yeah, again, it's strange all around. I would think that the police in Florida, the first thing they're doing, and find out who we got here. It's Cam Sutton. Was he? Oh, he plays for Detroit Lions. Well, let's call the Lions.
Well, you've heard of, Florida man. Maybe Florida policeman.
Florida policeman is equally strange.
Maybe they were busy, chasing alligators on golf courses or something.
You don't want to chase it.
It does seem really weird.
It seems strange a little bit all around here. But nonetheless, we pose this kind of moral dilemma. Is there a moral dilemma, or are you fine with the way the Lions handled this situation, which is to tell Cam, hey, we think it'd be in your best interest to turn yourself in. But the Lions don't go ahead and contact the Florida police. Or maybe they did, but they didn't say so. I think it's interesting. Something else Rod Wood said afterwards, that he wants to he said, quote, I want to make sure everybody knows that we didn't release him because of anything related to the cap or money that we may owe him. It was the right thing to do for the organization. But we did release him with a post-June 1st designation, which will allow us to deal with whatever the cap implications are over 2 seasons versus 1. And we're going to let the process between us and him and the union play out to determine exactly what happens. But money was not on my mind when we made the decision to release him. They did because it made sense through legally what they were going to do.
Yeah.
So they did that.
Now, if they find out, if we find out that he's innocent, which I doubt it based on his reaction and his disappearance.
Right.
They could always bring him back, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And maybe they got indication when they did speak with him before he took off that that was in fact the case. And that's why they were able to release him without really any kind of second thoughts. But it's an ongoing saga that's playing itself out. Just thought it was an interesting little, moral dilemma, ethical dilemma playing out here. And what would you do? Because it's a tight spot.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see wanting to be loyal to a player, wanting to do the right thing legally. And I think that they kind of, they kind of did a little bit of both when it related to Cam Sutton. Mm-hmm. Like, did they call the cops? Probably not. But what they did was tell Cam what they wanted him to do was to contact the police and turn himself in. And maybe that's the only moral obligation you feel like you have as an organization. I'm guessing there were some attorneys involved that helped make that decision.
I'm not trying to make the analogy of the crime or whatever, but is it like Joe Paterno saying, well, I went to the AD?
I certainly hope it's different.
Yeah, I know. But I'm talking about the Lions. We didn't call the Florida police. We just told him, you take care of it yourself.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. At least this is coming out right now.
Right.
Within days of everybody else finding out about the Cam Sutton situation, as opposed to the Joe Paterno situation, which did not happen just days after. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney?
Gator.
You know what? The only thing that is better than having a game, an NFL game played on a Wednesday on Christmas?
What?
2 NFL games played on Christmas on a Wednesday. It will be a doubleheader, according to Adam Schefter.
Oh, Lord.
That's right. A doubleheader of NFL games on a Wednesday.
Well,
on Christmas Day.
Well, what's also happening. December 25th, you said there's going to be those 2 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
December 26th, there's a Thursday. Of course, there's Thursday Night Football. So off on the Friday. No NFL on Friday the 27th. But there will be games on Saturday the 28th.
This is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. So they're going to play games that week. There'll be games played Sunday, Monday. Are there Monday Night Football games that week, I'm assuming, on the 23rd?
I would assume so.
So you got Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday again. They're taking 2 days off. They're taking Tuesday and Friday off.
Right.
That's ridiculous. And yet, of course, as a fan, I'm going to love it because I want to watch the games.
Exactly. And you want to bet it.
And that's the other part that we do like to bet on sports here in this country and in this station, in this room.
Yes.
For instance.
We do.
Responsibly, of course.
Yes. But there were some gambling stories in the news yesterday.
Yeah, there were several, and there was even another one last week. Was the coach of the Cavs?
Oh yeah, Bickerstaff said he got threats.
Was complaining about getting threatened because people in the crowd that have bets on games, they start getting after you because you took a player out and he's close to his prop bet,
right?
Or you're not going at it full bore because you've got a 10-point lead with 15 seconds to go, and the spread is 12 points, and they want you to hit that last bucket to go over the top.
Yeah, and look, especially in Cleveland, and there's some other ones, but I know in Cleveland per se, you can actually place bets there. I mean, there's like
in the arena. There's a kiosk, a sports betting kiosk.
Yes, which will happen probably everywhere.
So this, just for the record, this is the exact scenario that I painted a couple years ago about warning people about sports gambling when it came to kiosks and in-game betting and all that stuff. I said, you're going to get fans that are unhinged.
Yes.
And something's going to happen.
People get unhinged without gambling.
Exactly.
And now you have, look, the Ohtani thing.
I'm still not sure about what the story is.
Right. No idea.
Which now is going to be investigated thoroughly by authorities and Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Or before Major League Baseball looked like, no, Ohtani, we believe you. We're good. We'll move on.
I mean, who the hell knows? I mean, he says he has nothing. He's never bet on any games or anything like that.
He made a statement yesterday.
Yes.
And said that he has never bet on baseball or any sports, that he has never gone through any service to make a bet.
Yeah.
And that basically his interpreter was lying when he said that Shohei was paying for his gambling debts. He said that didn't happen. What happened was he stole from me. He had access to the account and he stole from him $4.5 million.
I know. It's unbelievable. It really is. And either he's not telling the truth, or, and this is from Andrew Brandt, who does a lot of NFL, business stuff about Ohtani. Either Ohtani is not telling the truth, or he has the worst best friend, interpreter, accountant, manager, agent, bank in history.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen somebody trust somebody in their inner circle and that person robs them blind.
Yeah.
It happens. Sergei Fedorov had that happen with his
correct,
one of his guys.
And this guy basically lied on his resume, or at least his bio said he went to UCal Riverside, I believe, and they say he never attended the school. So you got that going on. Then you have the ESPN story that broke yesterday that the NBA is investigating Jonte Porter of the Toronto Raptors, who's the younger brother of Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets. He's being investigated because in 2 games, the unders on his prop bets were just out of control.
Like they were the most heavily bet prop bet of the day.
Yes, on 2 different occasions.
When he's a guy who doesn't typically play all that much and scores like 5 points a game, has like 3 rebounds and a couple assists and attempts less than a 3-pointer per game.
Yes. And, that's the problem with putting up a prop bet for people like that, I guess. But in these games, people were betting the under on like 3-point attempts.
Yep.
Well, for the season, the guy only averaged, 2.3 3-point attempts a game. So if he's, after like 5 or 10 minutes, takes himself out of the game because he's not feeling well or injured, obviously the under is going to hit.
Right.
And this happened twice.
It happened twice, which is strange because like the next game he ended up playing like 20 minutes or whatever and actually attacking the stat sheet.
Yeah.
And then everybody's betting heavy on the under, and here's another game where, he came out of the game. He wasn't feeling well. He was ill.
The guy only averages this season 13.8 minutes a game. And you're making prop bets on this dude?
So it sends up a red flag.
Yes.
And everybody's like, wait a minute, let's take a closer look at this. Something funny's going on.
Yes.
Because of the heavy betting that was going on in those particular games based on a prop bet. Now, prop bets to me, they're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think they're a lot of fun. You parlay them together if you want.
But the unders are the easiest you can think. If you can think, how do you fix something? How can we manipulate this?
It's an under total. An under shot total?
Yeah.
How tough is that? I'm just not going to shoot.
Right.
I'll pass it over.
It's the easiest thing to manipulate.
Yeah. Well,
you can't. First of all, the refs don't get involved.
Correct.
It's only the player.
So, I mean, innocent until proven guilty. Let the investigation come through here, but it does smell fishy. And when you match that up with the betting that apparently was through the roof in those 2 occasions,
right? And look,
you've got a potential scandal, which the NBA has already had scandals with betting.
Oh yeah, but the referee
and others. So there, and the fact that all the sports leagues are in bed with the various companies.
That's a huge problem.
They need to make sure that the integrity of the game is not compromised one iota.
Right. And that's why I think DraftKings was one of them, and I don't know if it was FanDuel or the others, but they alerted. I mean, they all have their security people investigation when they see things that are out of whack.
Because they have to, because they need to keep up their end of the bargain.
Correct. Too. But when you have these companies spending big money advertising on professional and collegiate sports too, I believe, this is what's going to happen. Is there a conflict of interest? We talked about the moral dilemma with the Cam Sutton thing. Morally, ethically, should professional sports be taking gambling money if their own employees are going to try to manipulate the system and make money?
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We got a couple different moral dilemmas here going, right? We're talking about the Cam Sutton thing.
Yeah.
With what the Lions, what their responsibility was to Cam or to society for that matter. And should they have contacted the Florida police when they found out that, oh, wait a minute, this is going on. Cam's actually here in Detroit. What are we doing? Did they have a responsibility? And then you've got this whole gambling situation going on with a bunch of different stories and with a confluence here between Shohei Ohtani, between what people are yelling and threatening NBA coaches and players, and now Jonte Porter and his suspicious prop bet that people were placing prop bets on him. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Talking about a bunch of different stuff today. We had the date today being March 26th, remembering that because 27 years ago, Red Wings and Avalanche had the great brawl. Stoney tried to really upset me by saying, it's the same day, by the way, that Michigan State knocked off Indiana State. If you could only choose one, would it be Michigan State's national championship in 79 or the brawl happening in 97? I hate you. And I took the championship for Michigan State because I still think the Red Wings would end up winning the cup, even if I didn't see the brawl.
It's a toughie, though.
It is it's a real toughie. So we asked people if there are other dates in sport that just click with you. Like, oh, yeah, I remember this date. For me, it was January 23rd, 1984. What's that date? That's when Hulk Hogan beat the Iron Sheik. I was a kid. I remember the date when they replayed the match the following week on wrestling. When I saw it a week later, and then remember the date, and it just stuck with me. For you, it was when the Flyers won the Stanley Cup,
May 19th, 1974.
Yeah. So are there other dates? Because really, it's the only date that I remember that sticks in my head aside from March 26th.
Right.
But other people had other dates that they remembered, and then you pose that awful question to me.
And yes, and we also talked about the tragic bridge collapse in Baltimore on a bridge that I traveled over quite frequently when I lived in Washington, D.C. And there are people, and you mentioned, I did not know this about Doug, has a fear of not all bridges, but in particular the Zilwaukee Bridge.
Yeah, he hates the Zilwaukee Bridge. He does not like that. He says it's like a roller coaster. You're going up, you're going down, you're going up, you're going down, because it's got some dips in it when you go onto it. And he's right. And yeah, then we're talking about the gambling aspect, what's going on with the Shohei Ohtani story. You got this other one from Jonte Porter, the basketball player, heavy betting on his under totals in a couple of games, where just like, well, that's kind of weird. And in those particular games, he left the game early to deal with an injury, in quotes, and also an illness, in quotes. And then we've got the Cam Sutton stuff out there, where Rod Wood said yesterday to Dan Miller, when they saw on the social media post from Florida that they're looking for Cam Sutton, he said, well, we found out like everybody else did, and actually Cam was in the building at the time, and we had some people go and talk to Cam. And what they decided was to advise Cam that he should turn himself in. That doesn't sound like the Lions called the cops.
No.
And should they have? There's a moral dilemma. Yes or no? 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones, and Brian is next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brian.
Stoney!
Brian!
From Sault Ste. Marie. How you doing?
Good.
Woohoo! Question for both you guys, real quick, before I get to my date. Gator, why don't you do the 2 Grand Slams in your segment on Tuesdays and Thursdays anymore? And this is for Stoney. All right, tomorrow, are you going to do Wednesdays with Wojo?
No, I don't think we're going to do Wednesdays with Wojo. I think that has left the building. And I did the 2 Grand Slam today.
Yeah, Stoney did it today. Yeah, it's just it's a decision we made, with Stoney. It's kind of fun with Stoney and I going back and forth with it.
Yes.
And, Jim Costa and I just can't stand each other. I'm kidding. Love cookies. He's great. We just decided we were going to stop doing it. That's all.
Well, I thought it was pretty cool when you did it. So anyway, my date was when I was a kid. I was 11 years old. May the 17th, 1982. Remember Gator on TV when they carried the Tiger games with Larry Osterman?
Yep.
Okay. And Dave Rosemont. It was first.
I know what you're going to do.
Just the Karate Kick game?
The fight
Dave
against the
Rosemont
Twins?
got nailed. And then, Dave Rosemont. Chet Lemon got nailed, okay, and then he charged him out. And then Enos Cabell got nailed. He charged him out. So everybody comes out. Larry Heron's up there giving just haymakers, just knocking folks out. Richie Hebner, if you remember him, he came out there. He was fighting
Gravedigger.
And then Rosemont. Yes, Gravedigger, Richie Hebner. So anyhow, then of course, next everybody's looking, Joe's down on the ground, that's when he tried to throw that karate kick to John Castanino. Castanino, what his name was? I can't remember how you pronounce it, but anyway, yeah, he was done for the season.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. And thanks for the call.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate for Rosie that did he tore his
he got
knee
injured.
or something?
Yes.
On that flying kick coming from the left side of your television screen. Yeah, that was a wild.
Wasn't one of the Twins pitchers Ron Davis in that scene? That might have been another brawl. That
it may have been another. Ron Davis had it. He and Gibby had beef.
Ron Davis had glasses.
I think he and Gibby had beefs, and Ron Davis was with the Yankees. Okay. Yeah, but I do remember Larry Herndon throwing punches, throwing haymakers.
The most mild-mannered guy was Larry Herndon, and then he's like throwing haymakers. That's awesome.
I mean, look, the Tiger Brawls, those are fun to look back at. You got that one. You got the monster one they had against the White Sox with Bobby Higginson and all those guys.
Bip Roberts and all that stuff. I remember.
And then you had the brawls were fun. Yeah, no question. Dave is in Troy. Welcome to 91 to Ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I'm just really upset about the Cam Sutton situation. The guy is accused, not proven guilty, but the guy is accused of committing a violent felony. If I saw him and knew that there was an open warrant, I would call 911 in a second. I mean, where do you draw the line? Murder? If he's accused of murder, do you maybe call 911 then? Do you take a pass?
Well, I don't know, Dave, and this is why we bring up the question. And the other thing we don't have are the details of the conversation that Cam Sutton had with whoever from the Lions spoke with him. Because Rod Wood didn't speak to Cam Sutton. Somebody from the Lions did, and they didn't offer up who it was or what was said. And maybe there's something in that conversation that leads you to believe that you don't have to turn him in because he was going to under the advice of the Lions. But the Lions, it seems like they took the responsibility to the point where they advised him on what to do, but didn't turn him in themselves. And
Peter, and I'll pose a larger question. Everyone is asked in Philosophy 101 in college, which is the greater virtue? Is it honesty or integrity?
Yeah, I mean, this is, and thanks for calling.
Yeah.
I don't think this is an easy one.
No.
This is why I asked the question. And if you put yourself in that situation, it's a judgment-free zone in here right now. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm trying to think to myself, what would I do? And, does it depend on what the charge is? Absolutely. Depends what the charge is.
And it also depends a little bit maybe on what Cam Sutton told the Lions.
That's the thing that we don't know. We don't know what the conversation was. Now, as a man, I really, really detest people that get involved in domestic violence.
Yeah.
I mean, I really have an issue with that. So if it was me, would I have taken it a step further without knowing what the conversation is? Okay? On the surface, it seems like the right thing to do would have been to call the police.
And
at least tell them,
yeah,
if you're looking for Cam, he's in Detroit right now. I can't guarantee he's going to be here in the next half hour, but that's where he's at. We've advised him to turn himself in. Don't know what's going to happen. And then can you feel good about if you lived up to your obligations at that point? Or is that going beyond what your responsibilities are?
The more I think about it, I think the Lions should have called the authorities in Florida because of the nature of the allegations. And even if he's proven innocent, he'll have a chance to prove himself innocent by turning himself in rather than being on the land. We still don't even know if anybody's found him yet, do we?
No, we haven't heard that yet.
No. So, and for his own, God forbid something happens, for his own health, his own safety, from himself maybe. I mean, look, I'm not going to suggest that something horrible is going to happen.
Well, right, but then I think we did started going down that path before we knew. William is in Port Huron. You're next up here, 97 the Ticket. Hey, William.
Hey, Scott Stoney, long-time listener. Good to be able to finally talk to you guys.
Thank you.
Problem. I am calling about the gambling aspect. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think that I know gambling in Nevada was legal for a long time, but, now that the floodgates have kind of opened, as far as gambling on sports kind of all over the country now. I think you're just going to see more and more of this more often. It's a vice, and people, especially athletes, are prone to not get caught up into that. And I think you're going to see not just the players, but coaches, personal or ancillary people around teams. I think you're going to hear a lot more about scandals and people cheating and shaving points and players getting in trouble, losing lots of money. I think really this is just, and plus everywhere you turn, on the radio, on TV, it's gambling is everywhere. So I think right now everyone is caught up in it. And this is just the beginning.
I think you might be right, William. And the other side is that maybe this is further hammers home new policies that come into play and why it's so important that the integrity of the game is not compromised. And you may make examples of people. If they find out that Jonte Porter had any role in this, in the spiking of it, then you're done from the league. You can't participate in the NBA anymore. I mean, there could be a no tolerance.
Here's the other thing what Jonte Porter did. Okay, if it's true, whatever. He also set his brother up for being investigated just in case. They will be monitoring him.
I'm sure there's going to be. When you get into a deep dive investigation, who knows what they're going to turn up?
Right.
Which is why they're so terrified about this, and which is why the Shohei Ohtani story is going to be followed closely. You're talking about the biggest star in baseball, and you do not want to muddy those waters.
No.
This is 97.1, The Ticket. Let's get back to the phones. Got a lot of people who want to talk about this topic we brought up, which is the moral obligation that the Lions have with the Cam Sutton situation. When they found out and knew Cam was in the building, should they have contacted the Florida police and let the Florida police know? Or did they handle it the right way? Knew Cam was there, and when they found out that there was an issue, went and talked to Cam and advised him that he'd turn himself in. 248-539-9797. Ryan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike. Ryan.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right.
Good.
Good. I just wanted to call in because a couple days ago, a story broke that apparently Mike Tomlin had there was a rumor that he had spoken to Cam Sutton, and when he was asked about it, he said that it's none of their darn business.
Right.
I just found that a little odd. Now everybody's jumping down the Lions' throats. I see a lot of the people who are praising Mike Tomlin for that now saying the Lions should have called the police. I just find that to be a huge double standard.
Well, I'm asking a question. I don't know what's the right answer here. And as far as Tomlin's concerned,
we don't know if he talked to him.
I don't know.
He might have talked to him on the phone.
He said he reached out to Cam Sutton, and when they asked him about what was said, he said it's none of your business. I have no problem with Mike Tomlin telling reporters what my conversation is none of your business. All right? It has nothing to do with it. The Lions, it might be a different situation because they are the employer.
Yeah, I mean, the only person I'm really willing to crucify over this is Cam Sutton. At the end of the day, we don't really know the conversation the Lions had with Cam Sutton. I think, Gator, you actually brought up a great point. For all we know, he could have left that building with the Lions under the impression that he was going to turn himself in.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. And thanks for the call, Ryan. I appreciate it. That's what makes this, kind of difficult. It's not as simple. This isn't a black or white situation. Although some people will always take a black or white stance on it. Which I can understand, but that life is full of lots of gray matter. Tommy is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tommy.
Gator Stoney.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. If you'd mind, I would just like to talk about those dates in history.
Is there a date in sports history that you remember like that?
Yeah,
like the date?
Yes. Well, you guys got to maybe give me the exact date, but I remember. I was a kid growing up in the 70s. I played organized hockey at Royal Oak Ice Arena, and I loved following the 1980 men's Olympic hockey team. And you know what? When they beat the Russians, most people thought that was it. They won the gold.
They had to beat Finland.
They beat Finland. Yeah, they beat Finland 5-1. And that's the date I can't remember. That won them the gold medal. And I'll never forget them, especially that one guy. I can't remember his name. He was missing all his front teeth. And, they put the gold medal around their necks, and it was like they did, that's the date I can't remember.
Well, I don't think the thing is, we remember, and thanks for the call, Tommy.
Well, the
people remember the day, but you don't remember
February 22nd, so obviously the gold medal game, I think, was the 24th. But
my point in this whole thing is that remembering a date is hard.
Yes.
We don't remember the actual date, but we do for March 26th.
We know exactly what it is.
Say March 26th to somebody in Detroit. What do you think of? The brawl with the Avs.
Right.
But you say, February 12th. Like, what?
Right.
February 12th. Then you narrow it down. February 12th, 1980. What would that have been? Then you got to rack your brain and you start thinking, sports. Oh, maybe winter. Okay. Yeah, right. Miracle on Ice, sure, okay.
I mean,
you don't know it like that.
Maybe November 19th, Malice at the Palace, but you don't remember the date off the top of your head. Most people don't. And I can't tell you the date that the Pistons won the 2004 championship off the top of my head, because if it did, it would resonate to everybody.
Right. That's the thing. That's what makes this date so special.
Right. All right. Some ticket text. A lot on the Cam Sutton thing. This isn't an ethics question. This isn't the problem. It's how warrants work. If it were a Michigan warrant, I'd be more likely the police would come. But even then, it's probably 50-50. It's on Cam to turn himself in. Guys, Allen Park police are not coming out for a Florida warrant regardless. There wasn't anything for the Lions to do but advise him to turn himself in.
Well, I wasn't saying that they should contact the Allen Park police.
Right.
The question is, should they have let the Florida police know? And in fairness, I think the Florida police, when they were doing they were being interviewed by some Detroit media people. I forget who had the story, if it was Dave Burkett, if it was Justin Rogers or one of those guys. The beat reporters had a story when they were talking to somebody from the police station there, and they said that they don't have, or maybe it was a response to a tweet that the police department came out and said, we don't have jurisdiction.
Oh.
So if that's the case, then I guess you could say that the Lions don't have any legal obligation, but we were asking about the moral obligation and the ethical obligation. Is that part of it? And if not, fine. Again, I don't think there's a right answer to this.
You can make it a law that a person is compelled to give you information. Now, aiding and abetting is a different thing. It's a different thing. Cam Sutton probably said to the Lions he's going right now to his lawyer, then just took off. You don't go out of your way to turn in your friend/coworker. Well, it depends what the person does.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, what's the cliche? Snitches.
Snitches get stitches?
Yeah.
Look, I think a lot depends on what the offense is.
Right.
But this is alleged
Heinous,
battery with strangulation.
Yes. What if the Lions did call law enforcement and were advised not to apprehend because he's violent, but try to delay, which is what they did by talking to him? I don't know. There's so much we don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Reference Cam Sutton, state of Florida, will not extradite from Michigan for a domestic violence case. That's why the Lions didn't call police. Okay.
And that could just very well be the simple answer.
The problem is you don't know the extent of the information the Lions had when they talked to Sutton. They may have only been aware he was being looked and not that the police asked for tips. It could be that they were just made aware of the issue. I would think Rod Wood, as a lawyer, would know what to do. And finally, calling the Florida police would do nothing. They don't have jurisdiction to arrest in Michigan. What they did is everything they can do within their power and ability. That's from Ben in Kalamazoo. But you could still maybe call and just say, hey, just to give you guys a heads up, we know where he is.
Yeah. Again, it's a tricky situation. What you're supposed to do, or what you want to do, or what you should do. In the end, I'm still not sure of what the Lions should have done. What I would have done, I probably would have informed the Florida police. Just so you know, you're looking for him. But here's what happened. We advised him to turn himself in. And again, during that conversation that the Lions had with Cam Sutton, maybe he was amenable to that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's like, yeah, I'm going to turn myself in. Okay.
By the way, Shefty just tweeted out, because we've been talking about this whole Christmas Day thing. The teams that play on Christmas Day, and there'll be 4 of them because there's going to be 2 games, will also have played Saturday, December 21st. So it will be the equivalent of teams playing on a Sunday and then a Thursday. So Saturday to Wednesday is like a normal Sunday to Thursday. It still makes no sense.
No, I don't.
Well, it does make sense. CENTS.
Well, you're right. No, it's big dollars, not cents.
I know.
But nonetheless, they feel like this is something that's necessary. Doubleheader on Christmas Day on a Wednesday. Woo! Yeah. Football Sunday, football Monday, football Wednesday, football Thursday, football Friday, right? Or Saturday.
Football every day, Rico.
Just not Tuesday and Friday of the week of Christmas.
Who's going to say no? Like, people are going to be like, yeah, football.
Well, fans will but when you do this on the day that you're talking about player safety issues, and then you're scheduling games on a Wednesday.
No player safety issue.
No, they don't care.
I'm not a big fan of. I think the NFL is just really turning more to 7-on-7. We'll get into a little bit of that on the show,
right?
Because you can't tackle high, you can't tackle low, you can't. You always told Gator, Stoney. I don't know you, but Gator, you played around the same time. You wrap up,
You hit and wrap, hit and wrap,
and now
Take
you
them to the
can't
ground.
do that because it's subjective. It's going to be like pass interference.
Oh, I know. That's the worst thing about it.
Everybody's all like, "Oh, this is good," until it costs you a game. Until all of us, like Lions fans, know all about the eligibility rule. Why? You got screwed over that you will never forget this rule. Just wait until there's that game where, you're out of the playoffs because, Branch tackled somebody and it was interpreted as the drop tackle. And it really wasn't. I'm not a big fan of it.
No, I don't think any football fan is.
7-on-7.
Yes. I mean, it's so subjective. And, it's just another way to make offense in the NFL in a weird way. I mean, that's what the kickoff thing is for, which I like, actually, because there's nothing more boring than watching a guy kick the ball out of the end zone.
I'm okay with the kickoff.
Yeah.
Like, Mike's like, oh, this is silly. No, because my thing was just give the team the ball on the 25, and you want to shorten the game? Right there. That 5 minutes of wasted time, kickoff, commercial.
Right. They've kind of stopped that because it used to be the worst. I used to hate that.
But now, you know what? A guy like Cooper DeJean in the draft.
That's what Gator said. He might be moving up a little bit.
Gator's very smart.
I know.
He is.
Thank you very much.
Also, some
Xavier Worthy,
Keon Coleman, their values might go up.
These are the top punt returners in college football.
Or
maybe
J-Mo or Jahmyr Gibbs might be returning kicks.
I don't know if I put him back there.
No, I know.
Yeah, because you're expendable still. Then again, J-Mo, you kind of owe us.
I'll tell you what, you get to a playoff situation.
You kind of owe us, son.
Yeah.
We suffered for a year and a half for you not playing.
In a playoff situation, if you need great field position coming up, we just went down 6, and it's late in the game.
Yeah, Gator.
If they want to throw J-Mo out there to return a kick, I'm here for it.
Gator, I'm with it. Niners is Ayuk and Debo. They will put back there.
Yeah.
And McCaffrey if they have to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You should.
Lots going on. Look forward to listening to Mike and Rico next. Stoney, we will see you tomorrow at Comerica Park.
Oh, can't wait to eat.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that as well.
It's not a game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys.
We got to usher in all that's new at Comerica Park. You'll learn tomorrow.
Yes.
Guess they don't like us as much. Okay.
Well, you get the short show on Thursday.
Hey, that's right. You guys, your show is interrupted because of baseball tomorrow.
Thursday.
Oh, Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that smile. There's that Rico smile.
97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. New Michigan men's basketball coach Dusty May just finished up his introductory press conference in Ann Arbor. He spoke on how the current roster fits into his plans. More Cups coming up at 3. The Tigers are in the middle of their last game of the spring, taking on the Rays. Casey Mize making his last start of the camp. He pitched 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, and 6 strikeouts today. Tigers also shoring up their final roster spots earlier, sending Bo Brisky down to Toledo, which meant that Alex Faedo and Joey Wentz have secured the final 2 spots in the bullpen. Red Wings are currently 1 point out of the last wild card spot. They face the team they're trailing tonight in the Washington Capitals. Alex Lyon will be in net for Detroit. Jeff Petrie, who missed practice with an injury yesterday, was back skating today. It has been ruled in, as Derek Lalonde said they will roll with the same lineup as the previous game. Here are the pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it is a Tuesday. Oh, come on. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I heard it on the air. I was the one that told Roberto, you won't believe what Gub just said.
Which one's worse, that or Doug openly asking someone? Dear God. All right, we got a lot to do today. We will get to new NFL rules. We're going to get to a month from today. What do you hope you're waking up to Lions draft-wise? We have so much ground to cover, but I want to start with something. This is on me. I want to say this right now. No soft pedal. No Rico, how's your day going? Because I already know the answer. I hate when radio hosts do that. Well, Mike, let me tell you. So, listen. I have to start out with an unthinkable topic because I went down the wormhole last night, the rabbit hole last night. I took a look at the Pistons lineup, and after it was just, who are these people? And they're down 30 to the Knicks, and then you see the news story of Monty Williams' commentary last night, and then I put some numbers to it. I said, man, they're going to win fewer games than last year. Last year, they won 17. Mm-hmm. And I said, they won fewer last year than the year before, I think. They won 20. So then I totaled up the 3-year total, and you're like, whoa, buddy. They will have won 47 games in 3 years, or 52 games in 3 years. Oh, I got to pull up my notes. I'm sorry. My computer decided, hey, I'm not going to show you the screen anymore. Here it is. 53 wins. 52 right now.
Extrapolated to 53. You win one more game probably against Washington.
Right now, in 3 years, they've won 52 games. So what I said, Rico, there's 10 games left. You play the Wiz, and then all the other games are on the road. I said, give them a win. They'd be 53 and 193 in a 3-year span. 53 and 193. So I said, naturally, what is the worst basketball team I've ever seen? What is the biggest embarrassment? What is the skid mark in the proverbial underwear of the NBA? It would be the process Sixers, right?
Right.
Remember, they weren't trying. In fact, Sam Hinkie's goal was to put out teams that had no chance to win in order to stack number 1 draft picks.
You had the crowd chanting to Embiid, who openly questioned it, trust the process.
Right. The Sixers in a 3-year span, 47 and 199. 53 and 193, 47 and 199. You're trying. They weren't. And it reminded me of what Rico has said. Troy Weaver has the backing of this organization. Mm-hmm. He has the backing of an owner that he was allowed to run a trade deadline. Think about this. The Sixers were so bad So embarrassing. Sam Hinkie was forcibly removed. And if you ask me, it was at behest of the NBA.
Because he was making a mockery of everything.
53 and 193, 47 and 199. But wait, there's more. Call now, you get a free set of steak knives. So last night, the Pistons do what they do best. They got absolutely rolled up in a carpet and thrown off a cliff. Dante DiVincenzo hits like 53 pointers last night. He sets the Knicks all-time record for threes in a game.
Went full Golke.
He went Jack Golke, minus the power alleys. He has way better hair. And after the game, shout out Mike Sullivan. After the game, here's Monty Williams' response to this. Tell me what the hell I'm listening to. Huh? No, wait. Luckily, reporters took that nonsense and put it in front of the New York Knicks. And I think Josh Hart speaks for all of us in Detroit when he had this to say.
We actually don't have that one yet.
And I'm a bleep hole. No, Josh Hart said, it's okay, brother. Josh Hart goes, if he doesn't want to be a part of the story, tell his guys to guard better. What?
No, because he acts as if they made this effort to get DiVincenzo the record. And you know what? We're just going to set up plays even though we're up by 30 points just to keep raining threes.
Dante's hot.
He's just making baskets in a game. And he's not like one of their best players. Like he's just beating you. You just got to take that L, and you can't get angry, and you can't sit here and say, I don't want to be a part of that story. Well, you are.
Yeah.
Because your team didn't want to guard him. You let him shoot this.
Here's the other thing you're a part of, Monty. Right now, factually, you've been paid more than $1 million a win. You're making 13, your team's won 12. You don't want to be a part of a story? How about the story that this team is, in essence, the process Sixers? A 6-game differential, aggregated over 3 years, is a statistical nothing. So here's what I'd like to ask the good people of this town. No, I'm being serious.
No. When you put it like, you know how sometimes when you say things out loud, the clarity kicks in. They're the process Sixers without the process.
Except they're trying.
Right. Like, you're that bad. Like, they were historically bad, but they try.
So therefore, here's what I'm about to tell you. The Detroit Pistons under Troy Weaver are more embarrassing, are more shameful, and are, in fact, the single worst team in the history of the NBA. They are worse than the process Sixers. Because I will argue to you, every day Troy Weaver has gone to work, it's been in an effort to actually win. And they are, in essence, the same as a team that forcibly tried to lose. That's way worse. And I got Monty Williams making $13 million a year, getting his undies in a bunch because the Knicks dropped bombs on his head.
Yeah, I didn't. But you know what?
He needs to be fired.
I think Monty is begging to be fired. I think every day he looks at his phone, his email, and when he wakes up, honey, did I get fired? No. Damn it.
At the end of the season, and please don't call up as one of these platinum equity droids and tell me, well, it's easy, it's not your money. Tom Gore's net worth has only grown, I don't know, by 3.5x since he bought the team. He has a net worth north of $10 billion. He could wipe his boo-boo with $76 million.
Yeah, you can hear the frustration with Monty. Monty doesn't want to be here.
So why don't we help him with that? I want to ask you, the people, right now. No, I'm not asking about your favorite concert seat. No, I don't care if you could beat up a giraffe. I want to know right now, is this the most embarrassing team in the history of the NBA and the most embarrassing team in the history of this city? A 3-year span where you are, in essence, the same as the process Sixers. The same. They weren't trying. Sam Hinkie with a wry Cheshire grin. Hee. Look at what I've put out on the floor. This team's trying.
You went out and paid Monty on the third try a bunch of money to come in here and fix this thing.
A team loaded with young players that Troy has drafted.
And you've made trades to try to get better.
Zillions of trades, signings. You had Bogdanovich. You had it all. No one is saying they should be good. All right? Good in the NBA is upper 40s in the wins. No one is saying that. They're not even bad. They're not even very bad. They are what comes out of an RV at a dumping station.
You should never be put in the same sentence as people openly questioning whether UConn can beat you.
Well, that's just a stupid take.
I know, but still.
Who said that?
Your boy.
Who's my boy?
Greenberg.
Oh, come on. For real? Yeah. Tell me he got booed off set.
Yeah.
The best college team would lose by 30 to the worst NBA team. Full stop.
I agree. I'm saying you shouldn't even be in that. You shouldn't be so bad that people are openly thinking, well, man, can you beat UConn?
I'll say it again, D, if you're just joining the show. This is not about breaking down last night's game. I need to know from you guys. Is what I'm saying fair?
That they're the worst team.
They are worse
history.
than the process Sixers. They are worse. 53 and 193. If I give them a win in their last 10 games, I'm giving you one. Something you have no right to. I'm giving you one. 53 and 193 over 3 years. Process Sixers, 47 and 199. You are worse because you actually tried.
Didn't they start the year off 2-1?
Mm-hmm. Sam Hinkie wasn't paying a coach $13 million. Sam Hinkie wasn't out there acquiring what he thought was talent. You need to seriously think about this. Monty Williams has got to be fired.
Well,
and he won't be fired. There needs to be a mutual parting. He's ridiculous. Troy Weaver, if he's allowed to run this draft, equally ridiculous. Rico, think about this. We're not going to do a draft show for months, but when we do, no one is going to be able to tell me a thing about any of the people the Pistons might draft. This is one of the most difficult draft lotteries in my adult life. You are dealing with a draft lottery that is almost, if not exclusively, foreign players or G League guys.
There's not a consensus number one. Like, it truly is, well, you're going to take the French guy. Nope. No, you got to take a... There's no okay, there's Wimbayama and everybody else.
So why would I trust Troy to make that pick? How, when Sam Hinkie got Pink Panthered off stage by the NBA, how is Troy Weaver seemingly Teflon? That's rhetorical, because I know you don't have the answer, nor should you.
Well, if I did, I would give it to you next.
3-year span, 47 wins for the process Sixers. 3-year span for you guys. I'm giving you one, 53. Argue it. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch sports, stadiums. What? No. I didn't say bottom. No.
Okay.
Fine. We'll talk
ahead.
stadium swim later.
No. Go ahead.
I'm out of here.
Finish.
Unbelievable. This is against my will. All right, let me tell you about Serta. It's real quick. We just left there. Best place to watch sports. Stadium swim, 6 pools, 3 levels. I don't appreciate what you just did to me, Rico. And the best sports book in America. So book your spot today at CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com.
Planet Fitness is home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, including you listening to me, can go and work out and feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. Whether you look like an Adonis or not, Planet Fitness simply does not care. They just want you to come and enjoy their squeaky clean gym and tons of equipment, some brand new strength training, cardio equipment, full knowledgeable staff, and it's all totally judgment free. Hey, you're short on time? No problem. Get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And by the way, did you know that all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost? So there's really no excuses. Head on to your local Planet Fitness right now. You get all of this that I just explained for just $10 a month. Yeah, $10 a month. You waste $10 on so many things. How about investing in you? $10 a month, no commitment right now at Planet Fitness. Go to your local Planet Fitness or go online at planetfitness.com.
Oh, so big and strong. Look at me. I'm proud. You're terrible. You're making more than $1 million a win. Leave. Go home. And here's your 3-year prospectus if I give you a win. 53 and 193. The process Sixers were 47 and 199. How Troy Weaver is going to be allowed to operate a draft and how Monty Williams has a job, can't speak to it. Nor are we breaking down last night. But for Monty Williams to get up there and try to peacock, oh, I'm not going to be a part of that nonsense. No, Monty, you are a part of nonsense every day you wake up out of bed. Your team is 12 and 60. You don't want to be a part of that story? Why do you exist in this one?
I don't understand how he could take offense.
Because we are living in a parody. It's parody. It's a Chappelle Show episode.
It really is. Like you're angry because somebody went out there, you couldn't guard him. He took advantage of that and scored at home. And you're mad.
Oh, I don't like that they got him the record. Then guard somebody.
That ranks right up there with the pitcher. Well, you stared at that home run. Don't throw that pitch. How about that? You can't get angry. You can't be mad because it's not like all of a sudden they designed 5 plays for him in the final 30 seconds to get up a bunch of 3-pointers.
Who cares if they did?
No. I can understand that because that's different. Like you're really good. He's just playing the game. He's just beating your team. And you're not stopping it. You're focusing the energy at the wrong. You're yelling at the image in the mirror.
So
that's what you should be yelling
at. I want to know from you guys in Listenerland. Is it fair to say the Detroit Pistons of the last 3 years are more embarrassing than the process Sixers of the mid-2010s? Because I'll tell you at 53 and 193 and 47 and 199, that's a Spider-Man meme. There is no difference. Don't kid yourself. Don't. Acting like 6 wins in a 3-year aggregate is different. Don't. They weren't trying. You are. And you paid this guy $13 million, and I will tell you this. I supported the move because I thought I was getting Monty Williams. What I'm getting right now is like the end of Scooby-Doo where somebody unzips the Monty Williams suit and it's actually the crazy farmer. I don't know what this is. He's done a deplorable job this season. Deplorable.
Mm-hmm.
They're more embarrassing than the process Sixers.
Because they're actually trying. They paid their coach a ton of money to come here. On the 3rd time around, plus you got Troy Weaver openly saying, hey, we're on the right pace. We're going to get there. It's like, huh? Are you not watching what I'm watching?
How can Troy Weaver be allowed to operate an offseason with $65 million in cap space and a top 5 pick?
Because
how?
You know why? Because Troy doesn't have a boss. Let's just, as you like to say the quiet part out loud. He doesn't have a boss. He can do what he wants to do, say what he wants to say. There's nobody who's going to check him.
And by the way, threaten to beat up a fan.
Forgot about that, but yeah, that did happen.
It's a parody skit. Let's go to the people. Go to Drew, 97.1. What's up, Drew?
Hey, boys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'll tell you what, guys. I've been around a while. This is the most embarrassing team in the history of the state of Michigan. I got nothing else other than that. All of them should be fired. It's a freaking joke.
And I mean, it's the 20-year anniversary of this team being at the top of the game, top of the sport, playing bully ball, shutting down the NBA and the way it was being played. 20 years later, look at this franchise. Now I'm comping them to a team that openly didn't try. That's the closest comparative.
It's ugly, Mike. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, again, even when the Lions are bad, I don't think they ever had a 3-year run where I would comp it to what the Pistons have done.
Nope. With you 100%. Awful.
All right, Drew. I mean, that was pretty succinct.
I was about to say, maybe the end of the million years.
So look it up. Seriously, have some fun with it.
Yeah.
And then you have to put in the embarrassing quotient that goes beyond wins and losses. The off-the-court stuff, the ownership stuff, just all of it. Let's go to Tyler, 97.1. Ty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. How you guys doing today? Good. Yeah, I was calling in. I agree with the last caller. It's been miserable the past few years. I was telling to the college trainer guy, too, as well, that I've been a season ticket holder the past couple of years, and I actually sent my former last night, canceling my season tickets for next year, and talking to my ticket rep today. I'm just like, not about him. He was a great rep, but like honestly, like kind of like just was not even worth their money, paying all that money. And then,
can I ask a question to you? I just need to understand how the conversation goes. How do they even have the nerve to call you? Like, what is the sales pitch? Come here and feel bad about yourself? Like what? Tyler, take me through it. Can you?
Hey, buddy, you don't watch a lot of TV, do you? You don't have Bally's, do you?
Well, we do actually have cable and stuff, so I do. You just submit a form online, and then they'll automatically want to call you and talk to you real quick. But luckily, my ticket rep guy, he's real cool and chill about it. So luckily, this was kind of one of those years to where it's like, you know, how bad it was. And I'll be honest too, they didn't raise the prices for next year, but it was still high enough that I don't want to pay for that product. And I had tickets for this past weekend's game for the Celtics and Pelicans, and no one wanted to take my tickets even for free or a low price and stuff like that. So
you know what's amazing, Tyler? Yeah. If you watch the Pelican game, their indifference is the only reason you were within 20. Think about that. The Pelicans did not want to be here, had no interest in it. They were busy lining up, groupies or whatever you're going to do on the road in the NBA, and they still beat you by 15.
Yeah, no, I hear you guys, and it's a shame. We have all these top picks, Cade and Jaden and Asar and Duran and so on and so forth, and what's kind of made up and not much at all. So
I appreciate it, Tyler. And listen, I don't think you're a bad guy for doing what you're doing. I think you're clinically insane if you're buying tickets down there.
Seriously, how is that pitch? Like, hey, buddy, how you doing? You want to re-up your Piston tickets? No, seriously.
Sell me this pen. Give me one reason to come down there and give you my hard-earned American currency. Like, what do you sell them on? Hey, the Jumbotron didn't fall on your head?
Whoever sells the most season ticket packages for the Pistons
is the GM. That's what they should do.
This person deserves like $100,000 bonus because you did the impossible. You literally went to the beach with sand and said, "Hey, I got free sand.
Winning
I got sand
ticket
here, buy
rep.
it from me."
Winning rep becomes GM.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't do worse than Troy Weaver. Argue it.
Winning rep gets to make all the draft picks.
Argue it. Homeless man, Troy Weaver. Who would do worse?
I'm leaning a little towards Troy for the
I could teach the homeless person the collective bargaining agreement. It would take 6 months and a cabinet of advisors, but we could teach them. Even if you have like an 8th grade education, we could teach you. Could anyone do worse? Well, the proof is no. The Sixers tried to do worse in what was an open smear campaign upon the league's rules. They tried to do worse. And they were 5 games worse than you. 6 if I grant you a win in your last 10.
Yeah.
No one could do worse. It's an impossibility.
Yeah, by the way, the Lions' record, they were 0-16 and 2-14, but then after that, they actually started getting better. So there's no 4-year time period.
0-16 crater, bad with a rookie quarterback.
Then they were 6-10, and then they made the playoffs in year 4.
That's how rebuilds look.
Yeah.
This is not that. 97.1. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You call 888-GET-GREEN. They're going to get out there. And even on a day like today, they will provide that first application of the season. You don't want to wait until you see problems with dandelions, crabgrass, and the nonsense. It's probably too late. Get them out there. Get the pros from Natural Way. Lower chemical options, safer options, and a custom-tailored solution for your lawn. You call them up, 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or simply go to naturalwaylawn.com. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. All right, that's Josh Hart. And again, last night's a total embarrassment. I mean, what is Monty upset for? He's more upset what? The Knicks hit a bunch of threes, that DiVincenzo, they ran plays for the guy to get the record? You got to be upset. You're 12-60. That you're the biggest joke in the league. That you got paid $13 million to essentially coach the process. Except you're trying, we think. We'll get a few ticket texts. I just think they're more embarrassing than the process. Because the process was open about not trying. Jeff, what do we got on ticket text, brother?
My bad, Mike. Sorry. The last two times we played the Knicks, we kept it within a score. Last night was a total embarrassment. That's from an unnamed ticket texter.
All right.
I consider myself a diehard Pistons fan. I have not watched this game, or I have not watched this team, since December. It's just so embarrassing. I'm even considered the Pistons guy in my friends group.
I don't know that anyone wants to be referred to that moving forward. Go ahead, one more, and we'll get to the calls.
And then this guy says, I would rather listen to NCAA hockey tournament breakdowns than hear another word about this god-awful Pistons team.
Yeah, and that's why there's no basketball in this. I'm highlighting something I know you didn't watch because I want you to understand the absurdity of it, both in the moment and in the context of 3 years. That we are witnessing the process, except this isn't the process. You have an absentee owner. You have a GM who I can't even believe he was still here after threatening a fan. And then this guy's going to run a draft, and this coach is, do you know what Monty Williams is? He's Peter from Office Space. You ever see Office Space? Mm-hmm. He's Peter. He does not want to be here.
He doesn't. Yeah. Here's where it gets worse.
It can't get worse.
It can.
No.
It can.
No.
Mike, how does it get better next year?
I never said it would get better.
No. If it's not getting better, then what is it getting?
Worse.
Thank you. Either you're getting better or you're getting worse in life.
You mean drafting a 19-year-old French kid who's probably going to take 3 years to get good won't help this team have a dramatic leap?
No.
You mean giving Tobias Harris a 4-year, $185 million contract won't make this team a playoff team?
No. That's what I said. As bad as it is now, let's say they get that win and they're at 53 games. Mike, can you say that by this time next year that they would have 70 wins in 4 years? That they could win 17
yes.
games?
17, yes.
Okay.
27?
You would be willing to? You'd be willing to?
Yes.
Okay. Because the number's going down.
Put the over-under at 26.5.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, no great shakes going 27 and 55.
You got a lot more faith.
It's just...
Did you think that they would have been done better last year?
You know what? I'm gonna. You know what? This is disappointing. Vern is up next. Vern, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm going to agree with Rico because it's
Time out. Why is it Vern and not Big Vern? Why are you changing your moniker? This hurts my soul.
Because if I give anything ethnic to the call screeners, I might not get through since David left.
Oh, a shot at the right Reverend. Vern, it's good to hear from you, buddy. Go ahead. Restart the take.
I agree with Rico. I think it's going to, I know it's going to get worse. Can you imagine a three-headed monster, in this upcoming draft? It's kind of pathetic because I liken Troy Weaver to Creed from The Office when they asked him, what does he do here? And he didn't even know. He is simply... It's embarrassing to see his lack of caring. What he did last night, you remember, I think, it was Brad Osmus when they were on him about being so soft, and then the next game he argued with the umpire for no reason and threw a base. It was like totally out of his character.
Yeah.
So Troy Weaver is Monty is essentially, he's collecting a free check, and not only are you doing it, you're not even faking like you want to be here. Troy Weaver, and I'm going to say it, is the worst GM we've had. He's worse than Matt Millen. They're worse than the process Sixers because we all knew what the process Sixers were doing. We knew this. They knew this. The whole world knew this. They call it a process because it leads to something. Granted, it is not a championship yet, but it made the team relevant. They're in the playoffs. You got to Joel Embiid. You had Harden. You knew what the process was leading to. This is leading nowhere. This is the most embarrassing period for a Michigan sports franchise in all of our history. I can't think of anything worse. We've been here through the 0-16 Lions, the Tigers, when they lost all those games. We've been through that. Nothing has looked this embarrassing than I've ever been a part of. Selling the team to Gores was a death blow to this team, and they will not recover as long as he's owner, and we beat that dead horse for forever.
Yeah, and I don't even bother with it anymore.
Right, that's like you guys, mainly you, was like
those arguments are dead. Nothing we could do about it. So it's like you just suffer in silence, and this is a total embarrassment. Rico, it's going to get worse, Mike. There is no hope. The draft is going to be an embarrassment. As long as Monty Williams is here, it's going to be an embarrassment. My kids even ask me, why are you watching this game? They even know how bad the Pistons are. And it's sad, man. It hurts to see.
But you understand why I highlight it. You know, when something like last night happens and it sparks a conversation. I mean, the Monty thing made the show sheet. Then I go, you know what? They're headed to be 12-70. I go, they won 17 last year, and I'm pretty sure they won less last year than the year prior. So I total the wins. And then I go, all right, how does it comp out to the Sixers? I was in disbelief. It was a 5-game differential. I'm like, wow, this is the process. So I figured I'd bring it to the listeners.
But in hindsight, you know, when you were looking at the process, it's like I was saying, you knew what it was leading to. Here, it's leading nowhere. And last night was, I think, a culmination besides Troy Weaver threatening the fan. It shows what a joke of an organization that we have because he wasn't fired. It's almost, to me, is like running up the score in college football. Don't complain about it. If you don't want them to run up the score, stop it. If you didn't want that to happen with last night, have a relevant team that displayed as much physical ability as the Golden Girls.
You give me an example. I had no problem. Michigan wanted to run it up on State. You don't like it? Stop them. Mm-hmm. I don't care. For Monty Williams, I mean, the least of your problems is Dante DiVincenzo's record. For Monty, who doesn't have a leg to stand on, he is the proverbial Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump. You do not have a leg to stand on. You cannot, but you have lost the right to get mad about anything other than your own malfeasance.
23, 17, possibly 13. By the numbers.
By the number. For a GM who's trying and somehow, seemingly, is bulletproof. They let him run the trade deadline. This is a team that was 3-30. They let him run the trade deadline. They let him threaten to kick a fan's ass. Kept his job. And now, seemingly, he's going to draft again in the top 5 and have $65 million in cap space. What could go wrong?
Mike, he's gotten worse. 23 to 17 to 13. And you're thinking he could jump back up to 26?
It's just dumb luck at that point.
I think the luck has run out. Apparently, the luck got smart. Took a couple classes, night courses. It's not dumb anymore. I would say it's going to get worse before it gets better.
No, it can't. It just can't. What are you going to win? 8 games next year? It can't. It can't. Come on.
Mike, they were taking bets that they wouldn't win another game this year.
Well, that was a silly bet by Jim Costa.
No. Vegas was offering the bet.
Because they knew idiots would do it.
Honestly, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that they would win more than 13 games next year. Unless you strike it rich with one of your draft picks, and it just
Come on, we're getting Tobias Harris. It's going to be all right.
The second go-round.
At age 32.
All right.
248-539-9797. All right, football season's over, and mercifully so is basketball. Mix and match madness at Hungry Howie's. It's simple. It's a Kenny Cott-style deal because now they got one of these. Have you heard of these brookies? This is a Jim Costa thing. It's a cookie and a brownie together. I don't know. Hungry Howie's has got it. New menu item. The point is.
A brookie?
A brookie.
Okay.
The point is it's a part of their mix and match deal. $6.99. You pick any menu items you want, mix and match them up. You're good to go. Whether it's the pizza, the breads, the salads, a Pepsi 4-pack, or a Jim Costa brookie, they got you covered. It is Hungry Howie's. $6.99 each on that mix and match. The possibilities are truly endless. So don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get a little football in the mix, and we can get more of your phone calls as well. Rico's wearing that hideous, I don't even know if it's mustard. Is it gravy? That's what your hat looks like, gravy.
It's old gold.
Yeah, old gold San Francisco 49ers.
I like
gravy.
I'd like to thank you. It was brought for me by a person who I hold near and dear to my heart.
It was a spite purchase. All right, Jeff, hit the music. Football today. All right, Jeff, what do you got for us in the world of football?
All right, so I'll start off with Deion Sanders. He said his son, Shedeur Sanders, and his top draft pick, presumably next year, Travis Hunter, will control their NFL draft fate. Sanders said, in quote, "Some cities just ain't gonna happen." And he listed 49ers, Cowboys, and Commanders as top destinations.
Yeah, here's the problem I have. A, those are the three teams Deion played for. B, if you want to if you want to play this game and say that quarterbacks can manipulate where they go, maybe. But when you start entering Travis Hunter's name into this, son, stop. Like this whole idea, Deion, we are platforming a 4-win coach and a man who has shown no aptitude to be a college coach right now. As reports have said, he didn't go out and recruit at all. Colorado's recruiting is not good. Their transfer portal is quantity, not quality. Rico, I'm just done with it.
No, this is the dumbest thing because you just want your kid to get in the NFL. I don't think Shedeur is that good at quarterback. I'll just say it. I mean,
he throws a nice ball, and he had no offensive line. The problem is he's way too prone to taking the sack.
He is the ultimate system quarterback because he's been taught to take the sack is better than the incomplete because your completion record stays higher artificially because you took a sack, and then you can blame it on the O-line. Making it to the league is everybody's dream. You're going to play in every city, regardless whether you're at home or on the road, but to sit there and you're not that good for either player to say, I don't want to go here, I don't want to go there. So you could ask for whatever you want, Jeff, but yeah, you know what? It's not going to happen.
All right, we'll move on. The NFL is planning on playing 2 games on Christmas this year. That's a Wednesday. And the plan is for 4 teams to play on Wednesday, also to be part of a doubleheader to the previous Saturday. So they get a Thursday night football-like run-up of the game. It's a tough haul for these teams. This includes games on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday leading up into the college football playoff quarterfinals.
I
hate it.
It's going to leave for football, I think, every day but Friday.
Here's what else I don't like. Christmas Day is the NBA's. I don't like the NFL getting involved there.
Not anymore.
I think they took that last year.
You know what? I have a right to my feelings.
They took that because they were like, yeah, you know what? At least our players won't do load management. They're going to play on Christmas.
I don't need more football. The football is already long enough. We get as many games. I don't need a game every day. Like, why did we have a game on Black Friday last year? Didn't need it.
Yeah, because they're the NFL and they can do whatever. Now, this is what got lost in the sauce. The irony of all of this. You're playing a game on Wednesday, which means that the team either has to have a bye week or an extremely short week from Sunday. Like, they almost would have to play Thursday night the week before. The same day you come out with new rules about player safety. Oh, but by the way, we really don't care about the players. We care about the money. We're going to have 2 games on a Wednesday.
Yeah, listen, this is where it's all a laugher because you're right. Thursday night football is incredibly dangerous for players. Players hate it. The product is bad. Mm-hmm. You're right. But again, those rule changes, which I'm sure we'll get to, it's not about player safety. It's about offense. It's about scoring.
But here's what's going to happen. It's going to be Christmas. They're going to put 4 marquee teams out there.
I hate it.
And you're going to watch those games. And here's the thing. Guess what, Lions fans? You may be one of the 4 teams because you're now one of the halves. So the Lions could get a Christmas Day game.
All right, we'll go local. J.J. McCarthy's odds have jumped from plus 2,500 to plus 500 on DraftKings Sportsbook to be selected by the Washington Commanders at 2.
Number 2 overall.
What do you guys think of that?
You leave him for my Giants at 6.
No.
Well, I hate him, so.
All righty.
Mike, hit the Cat Williams for me, please. Don't fight this. If JJ goes 2 overall,
right,
that means one of the other quarterbacks slide down. That maybe you end up not with JJ.
I get Drake May
or Daniels
or
Bo
right.
Nix.
No, you can go to hell.
But
now I draw a line somewhere.
Right. So if JJ wants to go, now see, this is something where I think that Jim Harbaugh is an evil genius.
Oh, it's working.
Jim Harbaugh has come out there, and when you can't just say, hey, watch this game of JJ, but it's always, well, Jim Harbaugh said this. That's the only thing, to back up the Harbaugh, evil genius. What's happening is if I can get 4 quarterbacks to go in the top 4, what pick is Harbaugh's? Pick 5, which means I can get anybody I want that's not a quarterback. If I want Marvin Harrison Jr., he's going to be there because I tricked everybody into thinking that JJ was a lot better, and now he's going to go with the 4th pick. Or now the 2nd, because I guess Washington's been non-committal on, well, maybe we'll go after JJ. So his draft stock, I wouldn't buy that ticket. But yeah, if he goes 2,
my God.
Then you know what? Maybe Jim Harbaugh should be asking for Pistons season ticket holders.
I was ready
contracts.
ready to square the circle and have JJ become a Giant. Incredible radio moment. I was ready for it.
But see, I want you to be happy, and I know if
Jaden
Daniels is sitting there,
I would love Jaden Daniels.
You, my friend, we would have to take to the hospital 4 hours later.
Yeah, there might need to be some blood pressure monitors hooked up. That's fair. Next.
Yes, so the NFL moved back the trade deadline to after week 9 now.
Love. Don't like it. Love it.
So, Mike, my question to you and Rico as well, is this getting too late in the year for NFL GMs, or do you think it's fair?
I like that it's week 9 because here's what it allows for. Teams have a little more runway to pick a lane. A little more time to make decisions.
Whether you have or have not.
And what I think it will lead to is less delusion, like my New York Giants. We're only 1-5. We can make a run. No, trade Saquon. I think by putting it at week 9, you are what you are. I think it will lead to more moves and more impactful moves. This I love.
All right, and we'll go with now the Lions, Jets, Texans, and the Lions, Broncos, Jets, and Texans, are set to release new uniforms for next season. Which are you most excited for?
All right, I've already seen a leak of Houston's, so they're not that different.
Oh, not the Love You Blues?
No. I think I'm most excited for the Broncos. Only because they're still using that Whitney Houston era Art Deco horse. Like, it's been time for...
It's at their airport. Have you been to the Denver?
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally the gigantic horse as you're driving up.
I know. I just feel like that's well overdue. And they have a different logo to go back to. The Bronco in the D. The Lions don't have another logo to go back to unless they're going to do the unthinkable and make the alternate logo the full time, which I would be surprised by. I'll say Broncos.
What was the 4th team?
Texans, Lions, Broncos,
Jets.
Oh, God. Just send the Jets to Canada, will you please?
I'm interested to see what the Jets can do because the Jets do fun things with their jerseys.
Got a giant L on the helmet.
Maybe Rodgers will
remember when
maybe Aaron designed it, huh? Maybe it's one of those olive oil enemas they put it on the helmet.
You do realize that's the new era hat that you'll never find.
What, a Jets hat?
No, remember when the Lions came out with their hats and it had a giant L on it for Lions? Until somebody was like, oh, wait.
I get it.
Yeah, you bring all those hats back. Nope, we're not going to sell them.
Give me the Broncos.
Oh, yeah, I would take the Jets. Oh, and by the way.
What?
Speaking of your Texans.
Yeah.
Texans, Bears. Kick off the season.
Oh, I love it. Caleb versus CJ Stroud.
No, not week 1.
Oh.
Hall of Fame game.
Oh, come on.
Hall of Fame game.
That's garbage.
Those are your 2 teams in Canton.
And that is football today. All right, say goodbye to busted brackets. FanDuel is going to let you bet every game at a tourney, whether it's a big upset or maybe the chalk continues to prevail right now. New customers, $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. $200 to use on spreads like potentially Creighton plus 2.5 against fraud-ass Rick Barnes. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet on hoops until they cut down the nets. And if you're a Spartan or Wolverine, what else do we have to do? Both our teams suck. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Derek Wallman will miss his fourth straight game for the Red Wings today. Jeff Petrie coming off an illness and will be available against Washington. Puck drop at 7. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Detroit tries to jump Washington in the wild card standings again. The Tigers have optioned right-hander Bo Brisky to Toledo. That means Joey Wentz and Alex Faedo have clinched the last spots in the bullpen. Detroit currently playing the Rays in the final game of spring. They're tied 3-3. Casey Mize had a solid outing, throwing 5 innings while allowing just a single earned run, 2 hits, no walks, and 6 strikeouts. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, and I am happy to get to your phone calls on what we were talking about. So sit tight for a second. I had just brought up something you weren't paying attention to last night, nor should you. You guys have better things to do. But Monty Williams, Bizarro World postgame, and then a 3-year total that basically you are the process Sixers. That's how bad this is. The win totals are almost equal. And is this the most embarrassing franchise in the history of Detroit sports? I think it's clearly the most embarrassing in the history of the NBA. The process Sixers openly tried to beat the system using math. That's not this. This is year 4 of a rebuild, and it's the 3rd straight year your win total's gotten worse. It's a parody. We have callers who still want to talk about that. I will get to them. But I want to mix in a little draft conversation, and not a mock draft. But a month from today, you're going to wake from your slumber, and there's going to be a new member of the Detroit Lions at pick 29. Now, all I'm asking is let's leave trading down out of this conversation.
Or trading up.
Right. I think we don't. Well, listen, if you want to say the guy I want requires a trade up and that's my dream, I guess I could allow it. What I don't want is, there isn't going to be a player. I want to know by either position group or specific player. A month from today, we're going to be talking about night 1 of the NFL draft and what the Lions did. And there will be a conversation, which I know is going to upset the Brad bots. There'll be a conversation about, I don't know, opinions, feelings, excitement, regret, things, sports, fun. I want to know, seriously, it's a month from today. What is the player or position group you want this team walking out of the draft with? And we'll do it again the day before the draft. Because this is about seeing where fans are at. Now, look, I admit I'm a bit of a prisoner of the moment. The Cam Sutton news. I went from wanting an offensive lineman to saying, you know what, we probably have to take a corner. And Brad's specialty, while with the Rams, was the secondary. Certainly a great scout overall, but the secondary was his real focus. If I can get Brad Holmes the number 1 corner on his board, I'll feel confident that that player is going to work out. Rico, we don't have a CB2 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a bit of an issue. So I don't have a name. I have a position group.
I got a position group as well. And
Let's hear it.
I think you're going to be able to get it changed. And this is a prisoner of the moment, and this is even more recent than the Cam Sutton thing. But I'm looking at the NFL, and the NFL, Mike, is turning, to my opinion, more and more towards 7-on-7. We joked about it before when we thought that the Lions were in such great shape right before the Cam Sutton news, and we're like, you know what, maybe they could take a wide receiver. I'm now thinking maybe you take a wide receiver. And it's not to replace anybody that you have, because I think you can still go out there with St. Brown. You can still go out there with J-Mo, but now you can solidify that, because I do think the NFL is going more 7-on-7 with now the new hip drop rule where you can't tackle. Pass interference, advantage offense. This new rule about the hip drop, tackling, advantage offense. Like, these are 15-yard penalties and potential fines that you're going to get. You might as well take advantage of that. You already had an explosive offense. Why not make a strength stronger? Go out, get a big top wide receiver to match what you got. A speedster already. You got a guy, a slot receiver. I know people don't like to call him a slot receiver, but a guy who catches the first downs. You have that. Go get the big receiver for the red zone so that it doesn't have to be Laporta, that you have options. Make your offense that much more potent. Give me a wide receiver.
See, what you say is interesting based on the NFL's rule changes. Mm-hmm. It's clear they don't care about defense. It's clear everything is geared towards offense. Hell, I think Jamison Williams benefits from this kickoff thing. I think that's another way for him to bring his explosiveness to this team.
Yep.
Yes, Khalif Raymond's been very good, but options are good too. I'm not mad at the wide receiver part. It's a deep wide out draft. There could be up to 7 or 8 of them in round 1.
Right. So you could get in a Donnie Mitchell coming here.
I hate how you say his name. It's A.D. Mitchell. Why do you say Adani? Just call him A.D.
His
Mitchell.
mama named him Adani. I'm going to call him Adani.
But why is he A.D. Mitchell when he was at Georgia and Texas, and now all of a sudden it's Adani?
Because I'm calling him by his government name.
I quit. 248-539-9797. And yes, if you have thoughts on the Pistons, let's get to it. Not in the sense of breaking anything down. But Monty Williams, all butthurt because the Knicks had DiVincenzo out there hitting 11 threes. Monty, please. You've been an embarrassment all year. You make $13 million. Your team's got 12 wins. Indeed. Then you factor in that this team is, in my mind, more embarrassing than the process Sixers, and you arrive here. So that's in play. And a month from today, we'll be talking NFL draft. What do you want to walk out of that first round with?
Yeah, because I think probably the only thing that'd be worse in Detroit sports history is going back to the Tigers from 2001 through 2003, they were 66 wins, 55 wins, and 43 wins.
I'm not a math major, but I think that that's probably still a higher win percentage than the Pistons by almost double. You're the one who got into Harvard. Figure it out. Get that abacus out of your work bag. 248-539-9797. And here's the thing, guys. I know you've already got a name in mind. Who are we kidding? It's ultimate confirmation bias. Like, you've seen a mock draft, you've attached your emotions to a player, and now you've told yourself that's who you want. So you may as well just tell me who it is. And if it's a position group, fine. Look, I agree. I would like Brad Holmes to just take the best available player, and he'll probably do that anyways. But in the absence of Cam Sutton, I do believe the corner position. Now, I hope they address it before the draft. According to Dave Burkett, maybe Lattimore's a fit after June 1. No one really knows. But what you can't do is go into the season with this as your secondary. Can't do it.
No. Like I said, I like a receiver because I think the NFL is just going more 7-on-7.
And Josh Reynolds is not for long here.
And this new rule is giving you another opportunity because if you hit the quarterback too high, that's an extra possession. It's 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Now, if you bump into a receiver, that's a 15-yard penalty, extra possession. Now, if you tackle somebody wrong, a speedster, wide receiver, or a big man, that's another 15-yard penalty, extra possession. So let's take advantage of the rules. The rules aren't made for the defense. Go get the offensive player. Go get the big tight end and A.D. Mitchell, so say. And
Adani. He's got a real name.
Right.
How dare you?
And go that route because secondary, man, this team is you'd rather just piecemeal.
You know who's interesting for the Lions? Like if we're workshopping your wide receiver take, Keon Coleman.
I was going to say he's also going to be there.
What they don't have is that 6'4", 6'5", big-bodied, catch radius, high point, red zone guy.
And with Keon Coleman, you could also put him back there on kickoff because you could have two guys back there. So, yeah, he can be explosive. If he gets past that initial scrum, he could take it to the house.
248-539-9797. And we'll get to the, we've alluded to the rules changes. The kickoff is getting changed so that there are kickoffs. If you want to see what it'll look like, you can look up XFL highlights. I kid you not. I think it's stupid, but here
is it because they're XFL? It came from the XFL.
Yeah, partially. I'm not going to lie to you and say no. I just think the NFL's above it. I think it's cheap. It's circus-y.
But see, I think the NFL was smart. They used the XFL for like a test market. Let's see if it works.
I would just rather get rid of kickers and expand the rosters and play football. Go for 2 every time. Take the ball at the 25. We don't need kickoffs. If you're telling me it's player safety, then let's make it about player safety.
But you would never get the Justin Tuckers,
I don't care.
Vinatieri.
They're not football players. Here's the other issue.
Okay.
What? What, the other Michael Badgeleys that this team refuses to trot out anyways?
No, I was about to say, your Giants benefited from probably one of the most failed kicks.
Listen, that was 34 years ago.
You still benefited.
Let it go.
Were you happy?
No. Yes. You tricked me. 248-539-9797. I want to get to your football stuff. I want to hear from Piston fans too, because here's the thing. You don't even have to like the Pistons to comment on the first topic. You don't. It's just about, is it fair for me to say they're more embarrassing than the process Sixers? The process, here was the record in 3 years. I really want to try to get both topics going. 47 and 199. If you win one of your last 10 games, you're 53 and 193 with a $13 million coach in year 4 of a rebuild. I think that is one of the great embarrassments in the history of this proud city. As far as the Lions go, Rico says wide out. Month from today, we want to wake up for day 2 of the draft. Wide receiver at 29. I've said corner, and I admit recency bias. This Cam Sutton thing, I'm freaking out. I don't want the Vildor files. And I can't trust Mosley with 2 ACLs. And Carlton Davis misses 4 games a year every year. It's like death and taxes.
They'll just go out and get the next injured corner. Oh, by the way.
What?
You're right. This team is categorically and statistically worse off than that Tiger 3-game stretch. That stretch went at 347. This Pistons team's at 274.
Honestly, hey, Beverly Hills. 248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church. Your call's next.
You sure you don't have one? Hey!
I'm going to tell you.
You heard me talk about Specs at LTU. The beauty of Specs is, guys, you don't have to wait until the fall. You don't have to wait until the fall to start because classes are starting year-round at Specs. So if you want that career in TV, radio, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to make it in today's media industry. Heck, even our own producer today, Jeff, he went through the program. Why not you? Go be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. They make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Bottom line, what's not for debate, the best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. It's simple. The iComfort Eco is supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, we'll get a few ticket texts, then we'll go straight to the people. Jeff, what do we got? Lions and Pistons are in the mix. I didn't stutter. Go ahead, Jeff.
We'll start with Pistons. Mike, you were speaking the gospel on Pistons. They're an absolute embarrassment. The fact that Weaver is still there speaks ineptitude of the organization.
And again, if Monty is here after a year where, people in this building look more motivated to be here than Monty does going to his job, that's a real problem.
We're actually doing good in last place. That means we have a better chance at getting a better draft pick.
Wow.
Go Pistons.
All right, here's what I would say. Name one player you're excited to draft. You can't.
Exactly.
You can't.
Exactly.
And it's not a guarantee you're going to get the first pick.
Shout out Wemby.
You know what? Okay. Statistically speaking, I found 3 worse years in Detroit.
Okay. What do you
No, just for the people. The Lions. 0-16, 2-14, 6-10. Now, they followed that up in year 4 with a playoff, but statistically speaking, they were at 200.
You believe Pistons are making the playoffs next year?
No. I think they're going to be worse.
And I would argue, at least in football, I'll accept being bad when I have a rookie QB. That I can at least accept. By year 2, you knew something was cooking.
Right. That's what I said. This isn't going to get better. There's not that one person where you're like, you know what? You're going to land that guy.
I'll get back to the text in a minute. But a caller, listen, and I actually probably agree with the caller more than you do. I think it'll get better next year, in quotations. I don't see a pathway to winning 40 games. But I'll go to Sheldon because he thinks it is going to get better. Sheldon, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm being optimistic like how I remember the Lions last year started off 1-6, and you guys were killing the coach. And you guys were saying, how is he still here? And all of these things. And they turned the team around in the middle of the season. They ended good. And last year, the coach was God. So Monty Williams, and I remember you saying that, Mike, and you were spot on. He was coaching a team of players that don't, play like how his coaching style is. And he was sitting our star shooting guard. I can't remember his name right now.
Ivy.
He was sitting Ivy. He was coaching the team totally backwards. And when we were going through that losing streak, and then he decided he wanted to win a game, we still lost like 10 more games after that because he started a bad momentum of the way he coached the team. Now the fans that don't really look real deep into basketball, they might say this is the worst team ever. This team is horrible. It's put together wrong. I don't believe any of that. I believe if Monty Williams coached the team the way it's supposed to be coached, and we use our money correctly, which I don't have a lot of confidence, and we use our money correctly, and we draft a good player, I think we could be possibly decent. And we're long overdue for being possibly decent. I agree with you guys, but I don't think it's no hope. We're going to suck forever. I don't see it that way.
Oh, no, Sheldon, I don't think it's forever, but there was a whole lot of ifs, buddy. If you had 6 numbers tonight, you would be a millionaire. This team does not have the players. And I don't think that there's anybody, whether it's free agent or in the draft, that can help facilitate a turnaround that you can build upon, because I don't see it, because you got players now that you don't know how to use.
What I'm saying, Rico, you spot on about that. I don't think this team is as bad as they look. I don't even think they're put together as bad as they look. I think it's a lot to do with Monty and him not wanting to coach right away, and then Gore giving him all that money and forcing him to coach right away. I don't think he put the proper energy into coaching this year.
So, Sheldon, how about we meet in the middle? And I would say this. Maybe it is time. You know what a good coach can do? A good coach can open up the cupboard, see what you have, and make something with what's already here, not what you want them to be.
Even if in Sheldon's mind, Monty, quote, wanting to coach right, whatever that means. Let's say it resulted in 7 more wins. 7. Just 7 free wins. You're 20-62. What are we talking about? Seriously.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. The fact that you didn't want to play Ivy, the fact that you didn't. Monty Williams has to adjust and realize this ain't the Phoenix Suns.
Well, here's your problem.
We can't just run this offense. Maybe I need to come up and just reinvent myself with a brand new offense for Detroit.
And by the way, if you're a Lions fan, I'm happy to take your phone call, but this is what people are calling in on. Here's a mock draft. This shows you part of the issue, right? Troy Weaver, why is he here, and do you trust him? Do you know the Pistons right now, if they get the number 1 pick, do you know who they're mocked to take?
The kid out of France?
No. Cody Williams, freshman from Colorado. You know the problem? He doesn't even start for Colorado.
No.
Okay? 6'8", 180. Oh, okay. Is that going to impact winning? No. Here's number 2. Zachary Riasher, whatever it is, kid from France.
That's what I thought.
He's a wing. Then it's Dalton Connect, Reed Shepard, Carlton Carrington, Rob Dillingham. You know the problem with all these players? All point guards. Now, I like Reed Shepard. I would take Reed Shepard, except the way he played like he was on NyQuil against Oakland. You can't have Ivy and Cade together. So before I even get to the draft, I got to trade Jaden Ivey. Do I trust Troy Weaver to do that? No. Do I think drafting any of these players is going to make a great difference in what they do in the next year or even 2? No, I don't.
Are you going to go after Dalton Connect?
No.
You don't like Dalton Connect?
I like him as a college player. That doesn't mean a hill of beans about NBA professional.
I mean, this is your top picks. It's not like it's going to get any better.
Alexander Sarr, who was teammates with Wembanyama. I mean, here, who? Here's the other problem. 5 of the top 6 picks look like point guards.
Mm-hmm. Which you don't need.
What? Go to Greg, 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Greg. What's up?
I took my 2 high school boys to the game on Sunday. Everyone else is on spring break, and we're slumming it in Lake Orion. And we got down there, and obviously Valanciunas and Zion are worth the price for the tickets we paid. But at one point, I had never even heard of 4 out of the 5 guys on the floor for the Pistons. Not I remember him from college, or he used to be on the other roster. I had never even heard of them. That's what they're putting out on the floor.
Yeah, it's reached a point here late in the season where I can't name them. Look, you get down the stretch and your team's toast. You know, generally you'd be trying to develop some guys on 2 ways, calling up a few of your G Leaguers. It gets pretty ratty. And Greg, look, when the starters were playing, they were 3-30 or 8-50 or whatever it is. So, 6 dozen in one hand, half a dozen in the other. But you're right. I mean, Greg, it's a folly. The fact that Monty Williams is having that post game, the fact that Troy Weaver is still employed, and where's the hope? It's crazy to me.
And Dern and Cade didn't play, which I didn't know going in, and it was also Gay Pride Day, so there's a whole other topic that my boys weren't too excited about.
That's it's a parenting thing, and that's complex, and I'll leave that alone. The point I'm making is, I don't understand how there's not more of a furor locally when it comes to this team and their place in history and how utterly unacceptable all of this is. This isn't just bad.
It's because I think they've broken the city. Because the city just doesn't care, Mike. It's to the point now where I don't even think they care to go and see the opposing team because they know the opposing team won't be playing their starters.
Correct.
It's rare when you get a Zion out there playing, or you get a Steph Curry, or you get a LeBron, because it used to be, okay, well, I'll see those guys. Nope. They're using that as load management. Why am I going to go out there? I'll take a break. We're only playing the Pistons. We'll let the bench go out there. There is zero hope. There's no future.
And yet,
the fans
the GM's
realize
bulletproof, and the coach, who openly looks like Peter from Office Space, might return for year 2.
Oh, you can hear the regret. And like in that statement, he regrets picking up the phone and saying, all right, yes.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Can't prove it, but I'd like to think if we hooked him up to a polygraph, if he said, no, I don't regret it, I'm totally thrilled with my call. Yeah, the needle would be going everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, give me the Lions text and we'll move on. We'll get to a blitz.
Just the most interesting one I got was it's from Terrence in Southfield. He says, I want the Lions to shock the NFL world. I want them to draft Michael Penix just like the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
You know what that means.
What?
He ain't a believer in golf.
I don't want to do this. I can't do this.
We asked the people the question.
I know.
He answered.
Fine. You know what? You're right. You're right. He answered.
Just because I read it doesn't mean I agree with it.
I understand that it's not an endorsement of Jeff's opinion.
But that would mean that you would have Hendon Hooker, Michael Penix. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, that's great for us.
No, it's not. It's very bad.
We got great content for the
I
summer.
don't want that.
Hey, you do.
248-539-9797. Madness is that last text. It's also the pricing at Moran Buick GMC, a 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation, $329 a month. 24 Buick Encore GX, $189 a month. 24 Terrain, $225 a month. They're all 24-month leases. All $19.99 down, 0.9% APR. Something's off with your vehicle. Just take it in, MoranExpress.com. It's very simple. You get the free loaner, go about your day. They will call you when your vehicle is ready. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. Okay, we will get to a little March Madness Blitz in a few minutes, but I want to see if I can explain something because I think there's a bit of a disconnect. And we get a lot of ticket texts on this stuff, and we've gotten a few callers over the past few weeks. It is the J.J. McCarthy topic. So let me explain this. Much like last segment, Jeff said just because I read it doesn't mean I endorse it. Just because I'm going to explain this to you doesn't mean I endorse all of it. I'm trying to explain what you're seeing happen in real time. J.J. McCarthy's draft ascension. Okay, here's where we're at. DraftKings odds for J.J. to go number 2 to the Commanders, while he is still not favored to do so. His odds have gone down from plus 2,500 to plus 500. Jim Harbaugh in the media again. And while that guy's a total crackpot, he knows what he's doing. JJ had the best pro day you've ever seen. And bibbity-bobbity-boo. And okay.
Except nobody was really there to see it.
Correct. The point is, you have to understand two critical factors with the NFL. And that while the NFL may draft quarterbacks high, it doesn't mean they're that good. I'll give you an example. With JJ, there really isn't a lot of game tape to go by. There's just not. When you're only thrown it about 17 times a game, very difficult to evaluate you. When you have the best offensive line and a run-first offense, and you play largely no one, it's very hard to go by. Now, we watched a lot of these games, and look at the playoff game, look at the Rose Bowl against Alabama. When they tried to lean on JJ in the third quarter, they damn near lost the game. The point I'm making is the NFL is going to draft on two things, the tape and the projection. JJ has all the tools. No one has ever said he doesn't. Does he run a sub 4.5 40? Yes. Does he have a requisite amount of size, height? You know, he's not a 5'9" quarterback. Yes. Does he have arm strength? Mm-hmm. Yes. Toolsy, right? He's like what the Tigers drafted Max Clark this summer, right? He's toolsy. What actual production do you have for Max Clark? Nothing. You drafted the idea of Max Clark. You drafted what you think he could be. That's what's going on right now. So I don't put up a fight with it because I live in the real world. There aren't enough quarterbacks for the amount of teams that need them. Okay, the top three teams who all need a quarterback desperately, the Bears, the Patriots, the Commanders. They're going to take quarterbacks. Now, after that, no quarterback warrants a top 5 pick. None. But JJ might go 6. The Vikings may move up. Bo Nix is not a first-round quarterback. I think he'll go 12 to the Broncos. You need a quarterback. If you don't have one, you're dead. Mm-hmm. So what happens is teams get desperate. And when you're desperate, you can do stupid things. I have no idea if JJ will be any good. But for those of you who take a text in and go, oh my God, you're going to be so angry when the Giants take him. No, I'm not. We don't have a quarterback. My current quarterback's in a wheelchair. My other quarterback is Drew Lock. If the Giants take him, here's how it works. He's either a superstar or Joe Shane and Brian Daboll's careers are gone because of it. But you have to try.
Scarcity of quarterbacks out there.
But it's happening.
There. Right.
It's happening because JJ, unlike Michael Penix, is not 30. He doesn't have a multitude of injuries. There are major concerns about Penix's injuries and his availability.
And right now with JJ, the fact that you haven't seen anything, the unknown is undefeated. Because you don't know a lot, you can just kind of
the last quarterback that had this kind of rise, and I'm not saying this is what will happen to JJ, so please don't take it as slander. And if my team gets him, you bet your ass I'll root for him. But the last quarterback that had this type of ascension and was drafted almost exclusively on measurables and hope and projection was Trey Lance. Think about it. Trey Lance had only played one game in the year prior. All his tape was old and at a low level. Mm-hmm. It was about the mobility.
And the one game that they set up for TV.
Yeah. It was about mobility. It was about frame. It was about projection. It was about what we can do, and this guy will blossom. It didn't happen. Did injuries play a role? Of course it did. But there are just two types of quarterbacks. There are the quarterbacks that you turn on the tape and you go, I must have this guy. And then there are the quarterbacks that are children of projection. JJ is a projection. So of Penix, of Bo Nix, of JJ, who's the guy that has the most tools? JJ. Who's the guy who has the fewest red flags? JJ. But he's also the guy with the fewest amount of tape, the little amount of tape. Penix, I can watch 1,000 throws. And I go, that checks the boxes. His problem is he's old enough to get afternoon movie discounts, and he's blown out his knee twice and his shoulder once.
That's legitimate, yes.
That's a problem.
Movie discounts, right.
Bo Nix has played a zillion snaps. He's a gamer. He's gutty. He was a really good college football player. I don't think he's a pro. So the JJ thing is a thing. But it's not, oh, he went to Michigan. No, it's not, well, they just want to hype him up. It's guys, this is the world we live in. The NFL right now, if you do not have a quarterback, you can't win.
As I was trying to explain to somebody, you can't just say, okay, but remember that one game that he had, because he had throws, he had possessions, but didn't have the game. Like, I can go back to the Pac-12 championship game or when they played the first time and look at Oregon and Washington and like, wow, watch these two quarterbacks. Now, you can watch it through the eyes of the Washington quarterback or the Oregon quarterback, but man, both quarterbacks put on a show that day. You can see that. Caleb Williams, you could see, like when him and Penix went after and they tried to outduel each other.
Yeah.
You could see the throws. For JJ, it's throw.
And it's also
possession.
People talking about the aggregate and what the numbers look like. And that doesn't mean a lot to me. When you play on a really good football team against mostly really bad ones, your numbers should look good. When you're not asked to make more than a half a dozen throws a game because you run at 40 a game, it's unimpressive to me because those situations don't happen in the pros. They don't. The NFL is a blood sport. It's really hard, and very rarely do you get it your own way. The 1 year Matt Ryan got it his own way with a great team, a great play caller, and 37% play action, Matt Ryan went to a Super Bowl. When Matt Ryan didn't get it his way, he won exactly nothing. So that's the hard part. But as we approach the draft, we have a sign up here in the studio, and I say JJ will not go above pick 6 because I need him at pick 6. My team needs a quarterback.
And you got the Giants sitting there. You got the Broncos. You got the Vikings all saying, hey, you see the trade rumors. They want to move up. Now, the reason why I guess he's a number 2 is because the Commanders, somebody leaked it to somebody in the NFL, one of the talking heads, and they came out and said, well, the Commanders are looking at JJ. So Vegas now increased his odds of becoming.
Look, he'll either be, I think it'll cut 2 ways for JJ. He'll either be the best quarterback in the draft or a total flop. Because you're drafting on complete projection. Mm-hmm. If the tools are real and the platitudes are accurate, he'll thrive. Or he's Zach Wilson. Like that I just don't see a middle ground where it's like, yeah, JJ's okay. He ended up being all right.
So he's Josh Allen or Zach Wilson?
I think it's one of the two.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to find out because if I don't have a quarterback, the Giants are ready to trot Lieutenant Dan out opening week. So I don't care where.
See, I'm always leery about the quarterback that I hyped up. And Mike, I'm not saying this because of where he plays, but I remember people telling me how great Daniel Jones was at Duke. And
I know.
Like, okay, I don't see it. No, because he is. And look at the throw. I was like, I don't see it, but sure. And like I said, either he's going to be great. Now he tricked the Giants into a big contract.
Thanks, Rico.
But
anything else you'd like to add? 248-539-9797. We'll get a.
Niners took Trey Lance, so I can't.
But again, it's another quarterback of projection. We'll get to a tournament.
Take an Iowa
blitz.
State quarterback. You can't.
Purdy.
Yeah.
He stinks, and you know it. Yeah, you would have won a Super Bowl if he was any good.
No.
Yes.
Hey, how about you block Chris Jones?
Okay. Always an excuse for your little heartthrob.
Yeah, because Chris Jones.
Make the throw.
Yeah.
Paulson's annual inventory clearance sale right now. They don't want to count as many boxes. Savings up to 70% off. Everything in the store. It's Paulson's, whether it's TVs, receivers, speakers, you name it, it's on sale. 65-inch OLED 4K smart TV starting at $15.99. Price is so low, you got to come in and check it out for yourself. PaulsonsAV.com, complete stock list, and you can register for their biggest event of the year, the Music Matters event, April 17th. All audio will be on sale in-store, and there'll be demos, professional reps. Paulson's Audio Video. Northwest corner of 12 Mile in Farmington Hills. Family-owned and operated for over 33 years. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, so obviously we've got a little break from the tournament, but we got plenty to look back on, look forward to. Just a quick blitz as we get to the Sweet 16, some of the games here in Detroit. Let's get some of that sizzling music, please. TJ, please. Rico.
Well, Mike, let's go back to the first weekend of the tournament. Two-part question for you. What was the team that you overvalued?
St. Mary's, straight away. I love the way they played all year. I thought they'd become better than Gonzaga. Top 5 defensively. They don't let you get to the rim. They got a really good point guard, Aiden Mahaney, and they completely showed their ass against Grand Canyon. I'll say St. Mary's.
Flip side of that coin, who was the team?
Actually, timeout. Can I unwind the yarn ball?
All right, let's go
back.
back.
No, I deserve this. Kentucky, too. All year, I loved watching Kentucky. They're like the Warriors. They got 5 guys shooting 40% from deep. I'm a slap
scored
bleed
100
for Reed
points
Shepard.
5 times.
Right. It's Kentucky and St. Mary's. Sorry.
Who was the team you undervalued? Not necessarily that upset winner, but just a team that you're like, you know what? I did not give them enough credit. I'm going to help you with that. For me, Shaka Smart and Marquette.
All right.
I gave them no credit. I thought that they would be home by now, and instead, they're
so teams still in the tournament. So, like, you can't say OU because they're out.
Right.
Be honest.
Or maybe OU. I mean,
the problem, if you don't win 2, are you a Cinderella? Yeah, you got to win 2 to be Cinderella. You got to make the Sweet 16.
But if you're OU, you knocked off Kentucky. So.
Enjoy your consolation prize. I'll say Clemson. I didn't think much of them. They beat America's Lobos, and then they beat Baylor.
Yeah, you got to be a college basketball fan because they're just kind of there, and you're like, wait.
Dude,
is this
they
football
got Joe Girard from Syracuse. The guy's been in college for 9 years. He's Tommy Boy. It's unbelievable.
If you were to reseed this, Mike, who are your best 4 teams right now?
UConn.
Okay.
No, it'd be UConn, Houston. Look, my problem is I think those are just by far and away the best. North Carolina's fine enough, but I don't think they're special.
No.
Go ahead. What are your best 4? UConn and Houston have to be on the list, right?
UConn's there. Purdue's there.
You really, I give you credit. You are willing to die with Matt Painter.
I am. I think this is going to be different.
This is the year.
This is the year.
Matt Painter's your Scott Frost.
Houston, I like as well.
UNC get the last spot, or you want to bump up somebody else?
The fact that your point guard cannot hit a 3-pointer and that teams actively run away as if that was Matty Sissoko at the 3-point line, I may bump up Arizona. And put Arizona.
They're hard to trust, too, because Caleb Love will shoot you into a game and shoot you out of the game all at once.
That's true.
All right.
Talking about these teams, Mike, is this year's tournament better than last year's tournament because you have blue bloods in it? But there's really no stars. So would you rather have stars or would you rather have blue bloods?
It's a great question. I think, this is a huge problem with the men's game right now and why I think a lot of people are talking about the women's tournament. Mm-hmm. Look, while the women's tournament, I don't find it enjoyable. It's a different style of basketball. It's below the rim. It's just not for me. They have stars. They have Caitlin Clark. They have Paige Buchers. They have Cardoza at South Carolina. Yeah. They have the young lady at USC. Not Juju. What was her name?
I know who you're talking about.
But she's awesome, too. Like, they have stars. Angel Reese down at LSU. So, like, I want the stars, but there are none in the men's game. I'll take the blue bloods. I couldn't tolerate last year's Elite Eight and Final Four. It was ridiculous.
Whereas this year, you look like you're going to get a name brand.
I'll
Blue
take
Magic.
This weekend, I get Duke and Houston, or I get brand names. Yeah. I'll take this tournament versus last year.
How far does DJ Burns and North Carolina State go?
I mean, how are they going to react to actually not playing every day? They finally get a week off. They played like 8 games in 10 nights.
Coach, who do we play today?
It's called rest. Go back to sleep. What? Well, when shoot around. I mean, first of all, if Horn, their star, does not play better, he no-showed against OU. Yeah. No-showed. 40 minutes, he was nowhere to be found. They won't win another game. They have the ability to hurt you because if you don't double Burns, he bodies you into the basket. If you do, he's dropping dimes.
Mm-hmm.
But here's your issue. They only play 7 people. They do not have depth. That's going to bite them in the ass. The other problem, I think that point guard of theirs, O'Connell or McConnell, absolute liability. Cannot stand that kid. I'll say they lose this weekend.
Can I triple down and say they at least make it to the Elite Eight?
DJ Burns is America's player.
So you know I'm rooting for him.
I am too.
They're playing Marquette.
You know what I was... Me and my dad were calling him the Big Pasta. That's a big bowl of ziti. That guy had the big pasta. He's just fun to watch, and he's really talented. He is. Good thing Tom didn't hit the portal for a player like that.
Is Zach Edey the best player in the tournament right now?
I'm not answering that.
You pleading the fifth?
I have no recollection, Senator.
Okay.
Don't ask me to talk nice about Purdue. I can't.
Okay.
This is your deal. Is Zach Edey the best player in the tournament?
I think he is.
Golly.
Mike, Zach Edey, he's 20 and 15. Guaranteed.
He's 8 feet tall.
Doesn't matter. It's not his fault that people can't guard him.
How am I supposed to guard him? Get on stilts?
That's just it. I mean, you can't. And
What, Jeff? Go ahead. What do you want?
I hate Zach Edey so much. He can't shoot the three. He can't even shoot a mid-range. I hate him.
But, Jeff, that's why I like him. Because Zach, no.
He can
Zach
give
is
you 12
old school
good
big
minutes
man.
in
No,
the NBA. Great.
I know where I eat, right here in the little semicircle. I'm taking all of my shots from here, and you can't stop it.
Jeff, and I'll have the refs baby me the whole way.
Let me lock a guy 3 inches shorter than me with my arm.
That's
Bring
right.
him down.
Go get taller players.
No hook and hold.
Ridiculous.
It is.
Go get taller players.
Oh, will you stop
Yeah, because
it?
everyone's 7'5".
Well, they got a new one coming next year.
They
He's
have a
7'1".
lab at Purdue. They build spaceships and 7'5" bigs.
Right. They got a redheaded 7'2" guy coming next year.
They got Ginger Edey coming in.
Yep. Dusty May had his press conference today. Not tournament related, but current. How long do you got? Jeff, I'll throw you in this as well. How long before Michigan is one of the top 4 teams in the Big Ten?
You know what? He's setting you up. This is just like when he was your teacher. He's setting you up for a fail. I need to know if they're going to support this man through NIL and through the transfer portal.
It'll probably be the first couple of years, like Juwan Howard, and then they'll stink again. How about that?
I think it's the opposite. I think he's a program builder. I think Dusty May, if given time and support, can build a really nice program at Michigan. But they got to stop with this routine. You can't have transfers commit.
Well, maybe they'll get a couple guys back. Apparently, Terrace Reed is interested. George Washington III actually attended his press conference.
I'll say
you don't know who he is, but he was on the team last year. Trust me.
Didn't he die in like 1750?
That's just George Washington.
Does this George Washington have wooden teeth too?
Maybe. Don't know.
Wait a minute. They have a player named George Washington.
George Washington III.
That's tremendous.
He was on the team last year. He was the backup point guard.
Oh, is this the one who actually reads?
Yes. and just for you, Mike, hot off the press.
Yeah, let me hear it.
There is a new name who has entered the chat for the head coaching job at the University of Louisville. I present to you, Richard Pitino has entered the chat.
Not Rick.
Not Rick.
Richard.
The son.
Shut the program down. Listen, I like what Richard's done in the desert at New Mexico. If you hire Richard Pitino at Louisville, thank you, Romy. You are. No way. That can't be real.
Rumor has it that he has now jumped to the head of the class.
Hey, we can't hire his dad. Let's get the cheap facsimile son.
Well, you know that means dad will show up to some games after he leaves St. John.
That's a horrible idea. So I'll just tell you that is a horrible idea. I don't like that.
So
yikes.
I thought you. And you know what? We got time for one more quick one.
Sure.
Mike, how good of a job is U of D, and can somebody turn that around?
It's one of the 10 worst jobs in America.
But can you turn it around?
No, not in basketball, in America. Like, if you're the guy who has to clean out septic tanks, probably a better gig than U of D's men's basketball coach. You're the guy who has to climb up one of those 500-meter tall spires to change the light bulb, and there's no zip line to get down. A better job than U of D hoops.
Get the roadkill off the road?
Yeah, worse. I don't care if your entire job is cleaning a horse's Diddy bag off a Central Park carriage. Better gig than U of D hoops. Rico, no, I don't think you can turn it around. There are no players in this state. There are no players in the city of Detroit anymore. I don't know where the alumni base is. I don't know if they have an NIL program. Mike Davis just stopped recruiting. Who?
You got Cookie Moore.
You will need, here, it's almost Easter. You'll need Jesus to crawl out of that rock and go coach U of D. and have the burning bush as the assistant. No, I don't think you can turn that thing around.
Hearing two local names going for the job.
Who?
Mark Montgomery and Sadi Washington.
Take Montgomery. Be a great hire.
All right. Well, Sadi
Take him.
I'd rather Sadi. He needs a job. That's
your. So you'll see hoops is the unemployment line.
Nah, I mean,
just go.
That's your blitz.
Go.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Alex Lyon will be in net for the Wings tonight. Jeff Petrie, who missed practice with an illness yesterday, was back skating today for the Red Wings as well. Derek Lalonde liked the way his lineup skated versus the Predators, so leave everything the same, meaning Wallman is out for the fourth straight game with his lower body ailment. Hear the pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media earlier at the NFL owners' meetings in Orlando. He's a fan of the new kickoff rules. Dusty May also had his introductory press conference earlier in Ann Arbor, the new Michigan basketball coach, on how to be successful in the portal. Michigan Sports Hall of Fame voting wraps up April 30th in a couple days. The list includes the like of Pudge Rodriguez, Rasheed Wallace, Cecil Fielder, and Larry Foote. You can see the full list and vote at mshof.org. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. Just two notes. A, we did a little draft at 3 o'clock. 2 o'clock, don't gag and throw up all over yourself. I opened up with a Pistons thing. No nerdy breakdown. It was more an assessment of the absurdity. Last night, Monty Williams, the record over the course of 3 years, and you are, in fact, worse than the process Sixers. Odyssey.com rewind for any of that. Rico, would you mind if I asked a baseball question with opening day about 48 hours from right now, 4 p.m., south side of Chicago? You're going to open up against the White Sox, who, by the way, could be the worst team in baseball. It is possible.
Go for it.
The White Sox are ass.
Which is yet another reason why I wish you would have made better moves in the division. But
well, this is what we're going to talk about. Over-unders. Do you know the Tigers' win total? Jeff, do you know?
Is it like 71?
No. It's 80.5.
That's surprising.
Will the Tigers have a winning or losing record is your over-under. But here's what I wanted to bring up, and it really involves you, the people. Forget about the win total in Vegas. Set your own line. That at what point what number would make you feel like the year was a success? See, a lot of things happen in a baseball season. It's really hard to say win division or failure. Things can happen. I mean, God forbid, but you've seen this. I mean, last year the Marlins made a huge run, right? Sandy Alcantara blew out TJ, Tommy John. They lost 3 other pitchers. Yuri Perez now has elbow inflammation, is probably headed for Tommy John. Their rotation has died. Their year is now largely in peril.
Right.
The Tigers, something bad could happen. So I'm saying in general that if all things remain as is, generally good health, generally consistent pitching, 80 or 81 wins is not success to me. They won 78 last year. I want to know what it would take for people, regardless of whether it won the division or not. What is success for this Tigers team? That 48 hours from right now, literally right now, 7 after the hour, it's going to be first pitch. What is that number?
For me, Mike, that number is probably 86. 86 means you're in the race. It means you're interesting. It means you have a chance.
It probably means you're within 2, 3, 4 games of the Twins or you won the division.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
86 means, okay, don't get us until Lions preseason. 86 wins means you're taking us into September. You know what it is? You're exactly what you're doing with the Wings right now. Maybe one day you're in the playoff race, one day you're out.
Mm-hmm.
But you're interested. You're following it. You're hanging on every game.
But here's the other question. Do the fans even have a standard? See, I think Tiger fans have a problem on their hands. Tiger fans' problem is they don't have any standards.
So you get angry when I say that.
No, I get angry that it's true. I don't get angry that you say it. I don't think you as fans hold this team to any barometer. You know, Rico considers you a bunch of hillbillies who just put on a tank top, rip Marlboro Reds, and pound daiquiris. Yeah. That's what Rico thinks of you as Tiger fans.
You may get more excited about opening day and dinner menus. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't think it's wins, but I think at 86 wins.
I just feel, at a certain point, it has to begin looking like an improved product, a winning product. The over-under in Vegas, to me, is not going to be the barometer of success. It has to be something much higher. I'm with Rico, mid-80s. Can you give me an 85-77 record? That's not great, but I think it puts you in the conversation or potentially
think about how
wins it.
Think about how invested but angry Wings fans are because you expect something because you're so close.
Mm-hmm.
If the Tigers did this same thing months from now, we're in September, and we're talking about, guys, they're a game and a half out of the last wild card spot with 7 games to go.
Yeah.
That's a win. Whether they make it or not, that's a win because you've now played. It means you probably didn't stumble out the gate in April like you normally do.
You know what's interesting? The win total's 80.5, right? What I brought up yesterday would bridge that gap. Meaning, let's say the Tigers are exactly what Vegas thinks they are. Let's say they're 80 or 81, right? I brought up my biggest issues with this offseason are didn't add a veteran bat I cared about. I used Matt Chapman as the example. And I will never understand Max Clark over Wyatt Langford in the draft. Wyatt Langford is now breaking camp with the Rangers, a World Series team, and he's going to start in left field. The projected WAR for Wyatt Langford's 2.5. The projected WAR for Matt Chapman on aggregate is about 5. That's about a 5-game improvement from what you currently roster. That would get you to the 85. Mm-hmm. So it's weird how the number you threw out kind of lines up with how much better I think they would have been had they done anything of note. I'm sorry, but Mark Canha and a Frankenstein at third base, it's not acceptable. But I would like to know. And if you want to call about Lions draft stuff, God bless, go ahead. Maybe you went back and listened to our Pistons topic. Go for it. But baseball is 48 hours away. And I just don't understand the lack of a standard. Even with the Wings and the blessed Holy Virgin Mary, a.k.a. Steve Yzerman, there was a standard this year where I would say 75% of Wings fans that are the non-Steve bots said they must make the playoffs. It is time. Mm-hmm. How is there no standard for Scott Harris and the Detroit Tigers in arguably the worst division in baseball, a team that's been bad for a decade, and they didn't do anything this offseason?
See, I think that's just it, Mike, because they have been bad for a decade. Because it's unfortunate. It's the same thing you're seeing with the Pistons. After a while, apathy kicks in, and now you're just, okay, going to the game is just about an experience. Can we go and see a certain player play for an opposing team? Let's go for a cheap date, whatever it is. It's not because you want to go see your actual home team. You want to go down there and witness your team winning because they have a chance at winning. When you go to a Tigers game, you hope they win. Well, you hope that you get to feel good when you leave the ballpark.
And I openly admit this. Like, there's no pretense. We run a business. Tigers are good for business when they're good. I want them to be good. I love baseball. I know I'm going to be stuck watching them most nights. I'd like the Tigers to be good, both from a business standpoint and just a quality of life standpoint. I don't hide my motivations here. But I just get tired of this team having no standard. They just get to float. This offseason was such a joke to me. All that money came off the books. You didn't even spend it all.
I was expecting. I bought into it. I thought Scott Harris was just going to go out there like a drunken sailor.
Nope.
I'm going to take this one and give me one of those. You know what? Screw it. Give me one of those as well. Put it all together.
You got Lions draft month from today. What do you want to wake up to? You know, who did they take in the first round, position group or player? And I'm happy to get into this Tiger deal because the over-under is 80.5. And I'm sorry, anything around that over-under is not success.
No.
Now, I'm not expecting any of you to care because I don't know if any of you can name 5 Tigers. But the point I'm making is there should be more of a standard in this town.
If you can get to where the Wings are now, or just think about the Lions, not last
season.
season.
September with a bite at the apple.
Right. Not the Lions last season, but the season before last, where you didn't know if they were going to make the playoffs or not.
I like that.
It was that final week, and you're like, man, if this happens, then they can. And they didn't. But this city was invested, and they cared about every game. Instead, I don't want to just throw away the Tigers. Well, it's now August, and we turn our attention to football.
I'm with you. There needs to be an extension of it where we get to Labor Day, where we get into September, and we're talking excitement for the Lions, excitement for college football, excitement for the Tigers. There needs to be a standard. Right. And mind you, we're not saying 90, 95, 100, division or but. No one is saying that. Think about how low the bar is. When I say you must make a tangible improvement, can I get in the mid-80s? Can I get 85, 86, 87 wins? I'm sorry. I mean, Rico, I get burnt out on it where I'm going, what is the point of this if you're not trying to win? And if I have to hear another, Scott Harris is building it for the future, that is a soft-serve translator of saying, I'm not trying right now. Winning and losing is of no consequence. I'm under no pressure.
Yep, I got nothing.
Take him to church.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. And all March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in the Truckload of Hopes campaign. It's a donation drive that supports over 400,000 people. Stop in, drop off some essential shower and household items for this great cause. And hey, while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including this month's Rico deal, the May Rico deal. The March Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for just $349 a month for 24 months. Yeah, you heard me right. A 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $349 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them I sent you. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right. In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminini on his team, they have made insurance companies pay for over 30 years. He can help you right now, and he is willing to speak with you personally if you call 855-65-CRASH, or you simply go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. Number of different topics in play. I think the Tigers over-under is interesting because I don't understand how there's no standard. Like, no, 80.5 doesn't cut it. So it's time. Let's win some games. 85 in this horrific division. Come on. Maybe you disagree. We can get to it. We got the Lions stuff month from now. What do you want to pick 29, position group or player? We'll reinvestigate a day before the draft.
Well, for me, it's wide receiver. I think the offense, the new rule changes favors the offense. Plus, your offense was a dynamic offense. Go get that big-time receiver. Go get A.D. Mitchell. Go get a Keon Coleman. Somebody who not only can be the big receiver, but, you know, with the new kickoff rule that they are frowning upon touchbacks, this can aid you in helping score extra points.
Yeah, and if you want to know the rule Rico is referencing, you can look up XFL kickoffs. That's what they're doing.
And Mike's not trying to be funny.
No.
He's being serious.
No smarm. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing?
Hi, not too bad. I've got just a couple of players. I'm from Toledo, and I'm just wanting Mitchell. I just see Mitchell in that secondary being a difference maker, but I also like Jared Verse a lot. And I'm willing to trade up. I think you're probably going to have to give up a 2 this year and something else next year to get, what would you say, maybe up to halfway, 14, 15, somewhere in that ballpark to grab one of those guys?
Well, it's interesting. Jared Verse, according to ESPN's mock today, you passed on Jared Verse. Mm-hmm. He goes 30th.
Wow.
Now, I'm with you.
That's why
I really like him as a player, so I would be thrilled with him.
Especially if he fell that far.
Yeah. I am banned from grabbing remotes or anything. I'm going to end up, kicked out by my wife if I throw another remote and hit a TV screen because I've read a, mock draft or listened to the commentary. So I need serious therapy this time of year about not throwing things when I see, guys going at 7 that should be going at 29. But I wanted to just give you a comment on baseball, maybe help you out a little bit on it. It's just, I think we've just lived with a scarcity mentality for so long, and now what's next? Is it going to be when Javi's 22 is off the books, then we'll spend money? It seems like they're just not willing to do what it takes. And they settle for Bruce Rondon when they have the best 4 starters, around, and we get bounced in the 2013 or 14 because they settled with a rookie instead of going out and spending the extra money to get the reliever. I think there's just a scarcity mentality on doing that extra. Like you said, go get a Matt Chapman and add 5 games, and then we're legitimate division.
Well, and understand, too, I mean, Matt Chapman's far from a perfect ball player, but it was the 3 at 54 that really got me. He's coming off the worst season of his career with a finger injury, but he's a Gold Glove third baseman, and he's an adult and a professional bat that's going to give you 25 homers and be a nice anchor and a little bit of insulation for the younger guys. Jeff, if you're not willing to make a 3 at 54 signing in this god-awful division and you want to start a Frankenstein at third base of a guy off a broken pelvis in Gio Urshela, who, if healthy, can hit lefties. I don't hate Gio Urshela, but he's not an everyday starter. And then you get into the McKinstries of the world. I'm sorry. You're never going to sell me that, which is straight out of the movie Moneyball, is going to beat out Matt Chapman. I don't accept it. Now, if you do, God bless. It's not a hill I'll die on. I'm just telling you, I didn't ask for $500 million. I asked for 3 at 54 for a guy that'll help your pitchers. You get a Gold Glove defensive player, and I have to have another position covered because I'm starting Bernie Lomax at shortstop.
Yeah. And you have the money. That's the thing. Money came off the books, and it doesn't seem like you're using it.
You're not.
It doesn't seem like you want to really reinvest in this team.
They're $55 million below league average.
You're still trying to act like you're this small market team, and you're not.
And again, I absolutely think Scott Harris is pretty sharp, but I think sometimes get high on your own supply. No, spending like a wild man doesn't really work in baseball, right? Otherwise, the Dodgers and Yankees and Mets would win it every year. But there's a middle ground, and I think you can help your rebuild. And it's supplementation.
You could have piecemealed a couple of players in here, and as you said, you could have increased probably a couple of games, which would have took you from the 80 to the 85, 86.
I like their pitching, and the division is absolutely rancid. I just think there's an opportunity. And look, Young is they're trying to teach him third down in the minors. He's a second baseman by trade. There's no telling if he can pick up third. Signing Chapman at 3 at 54, I'm not worried about, I'm not blocking Gunnar Henderson here. Like, let's just calm down. All right? Like, I'm not blocking, Caminero down with the Rays, who's supposed to be another one of these generational talents who might play third base. Come on. Cole Keats got the spot at second. Torque has turned it on. Riley Green's got to have a better year. Don't give me Mark Canha as the veteran bat. That's the stuff I can't. Now we're depending on Kerry Carpenter, who didn't hit a home run the last 9 weeks of the season. And it's, again, if you don't like the player I mentioned, I'm fine with it. It doesn't matter. Maybe you wanted JD Martinez, 1 at 12.5. Well, I don't value DHs. Fine. The Chapman angle's an angle. I don't need 3 people to play one position when I got one. Go ahead, Jeff. You got a few ticket texts? We'll get to the callers, but go ahead.
Yeah. The first one here is Tigers related. The Max Clark draft pick tells me Harris is looking ahead to 2027 as his first true year.
Oh, good. And we'll all be dead. I mean, look, Max Clark might end up being.
Speak for yourself.
No, I'm making a point.
I get you.
I hate when fans throw away years of their own life. Like these fans who want to defend these general managers. You are throwing away years of your existence on this planet for years you may not even be here for. Now, Max Clark might end up being a better ball player, but Wyatt Langford, every scouting report, college bat, advanced hitting approach, 70 hit tool, powered all fields, probably steals 15 bags a year. He's so advanced, the Rangers, who are a World Series team, are starting him. Oh, he's average as an outfielder. Good, I'll park him in left. I have an above-average center fielder and an above-average right fielder. Max Clark, it's the J.J. McCarthy. He might be awesome, but that's all projection. At least Langford put real tape at high-level college. It's there.
Fair.
And it's proving to be there that the Rangers are bringing him up. So while he's not a 5-tool player, he's probably 4.5.
Not the Pirates, but the Rangers. A little bit of a difference.
And again, here's another thing. If anybody wants to attack me, go ahead. I hate drafting high schoolers in the top 5, top 7 of the MLB draft. I hate it. I'm drafting college bats or college arms. It's a bias. It's what I believe in. You don't have to agree with it.
No, because at least they played up another level. It wasn't.
I think more of what they've done.
Who was in their conference?
It's the physical maturation. It's tape against better players. It's less projection and more production. If Max Clark ends up as Mike Trout, Scott Harris will get one of the all-time hat tips. But the reality is, how am I going to replace the year and a half he's not here? Wyatt Langford, let's say Langford is obviously not going to put up a Barry Bonds OPS like he did in spring training. But if Wyatt Langford comes up and is giving you an 800 OPS, above league average, but not superstardom, then what does Max Clark have to do while I was waiting for 2 years for that?
Fair.
It's sunk cost. It's like waiting in a line outside of a bar. You don't get your time back. I want to win. So that thing, along with not signing a bat that anyone cared about, including whether it's Matt Chapman. No, I'm not out here telling you need to spend $250 million. It wouldn't be the right move.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're trying to do, but
wait for 2026.
And that's what it really leads to, if you want to be honest, that it says we're not thinking about being competitive until 26, 27.
That's great. I may not even be here. 248-539-9797. Say goodbye to busted brackets. FanDuel's going to let you bet every game of the tourney. It's FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. $200 to use on spreads, money lines. How about Creighton, Rico? We get Rick Barnes out of this tournament. Creighton plus 2.5. Come on, Bailey Shireman. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet on hoops until the final buzzer. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, so a little baseball in the air, a little football. I'm excited. I mean, I do love baseball. I know I'm old. And I hope the Tigers can just threaten this thing. But let's get to the people. And we'll reset the deck at the top of the hour. We'll get a little football today coming up at 4:45. Does that work for you?
It works. Let's go.
I hate that hat, but I love it all at the same time.
I just say thank you.
I know.
You bought it.
It's even worse. I paid for it. All right, let's go to
feeling quite good. Like, you know what? Go get the hat.
And then it was a Niners hat, and I regretted it immediately. All right, let's go to Chris. He's out in Royal Oak. Chris, how you doing today? Welcome.
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, Chris. What's up?
Yeah, so wanted to talk a few things baseball. First of all, I know you mentioned the Langford-Clark thing, and I wanted to touch base on that. Now, I will preface this by saying I'm from Pittsburgh, so originally a Pirates fan, now kind of becoming a Tigers fan since I'm out here.
Gotcha.
And I will say that the whole Langford-Clark thing it's a philosophical thing, as you guys know. You guys aren't fans of it, and I can't disagree with you. I think either guy, in my opinion, has huge upside. They're both going to be great players, most likely. But, of course, the high schooler poses a bigger risk. But I think their philosophy is probably looking at it as they've got a young core, and they aren't going to spend $300, $400 million a year to put out a team signed of, big free agents. It's just not the way that they roll. And so for them, Clark makes sense, and it brings Clark probably up to the major leagues when Torkelson is built to be one of the best hitters in the league. Probably Colt Keith in the same situation. Again, these are all projections, but I think in a game, whenever it's completely unfair, unlike every other professional sport, and you're basically fighting teams like the Dodgers, the Mets, who, always suck, and, Yankees, it's just, this is one of the ways you have to play it.
So let me ask you a question, though.
Paper, but
Chris, I want to ask a question, though, because it's not as if, look, I understand if they had taken Langford, it hurts your ability to get McGonigal in the second round and the slotting, and I understand. But Langford makes what he makes and Clark makes what he makes. It really has no bearing. He's a controllable asset for no less than 7 years, and that's pre-arb. So I that's the one place you're losing me, is that if you like Clark's profile better, no problem. But it's not that going the Langford direction was somehow, financially irresponsible. And you could have the guy right now.
And I agree. And I'm not trying to say that the Langford versus Clark thing is financially irresponsible. What I think is, yes, I think Clark, if you look at projections, is going to be a better player. That's hoping, he's not a bust. He's going to be a better player than Langford. Now, Langford's still probably going to be an all-star, but they figured Clark is better, and they don't need a guy to be ready right now.
There it is.
Because their team playing it smart against, again, this unfair game is going to be better off having Clark come up in 25, 26 than they are with Langford this year.
Okay, so juxtapose it then, that if you take Clark, how do you not turn around and again, I don't want to die on a hill of one player. We're dealing in an imperfect world. But I brought up Matt Chapman. How do you then not supplement by going, look, I can insulate some of my younger players, like a Colt Keith, a Torkelson, a Green, etc., and it's a 3-year, $54 million commitment versus, Chris, you know this. You sound like you know ball. They're going in with Frankenstein at third base. That's crazy.
Yeah. And what they're doing is very similar to teams like the Pirates. They have Gio Urshela, right, who has put out some great seasons, but obviously not his last one since I think 19 was his best season, and that's a few years ago at this point. Now, he was hurt most of last year, but I think what they're doing is, hey, we don't believe in Chapman. We're not going to spend that money on him, so let's go with Urshela, hope that he's good on our team, which we hope in general that all of these guys reach their potential this year, but we're not optimistic about it. I think that's the way they're looking at it. I don't hate it, but I think it sucks as a fan.
Okay, so go ahead, Rico. I'm sorry.
So Chris, what's your number? How many games would you want to see the Tigers win this year?
So I believe that their ceiling, and this is what they're probably looking at in the front office, their ceiling, they're probably looking at 90 wins. They don't believe that that's going to happen. So I think for them, I think realistically they could get to 85 wins, 86 wins, and that is a win for me as a fan, really all of us as a fan.
Yes.
They can probably make the playoffs with that. This is not a World Series team no matter what. Everyone could be playing to their ceiling, and they would not make the World Series.
Chris, there's no argument. If they get to 85 or 86, you play winning ball. We get to Labor Day with a chip and a chair at the tournament. It'd be a win. And listen, they can do whatever they want, but I refuse to accept that there was no one in free agency that hits baseballs for a living that they liked. I'm sorry. I think it is a preposterous notion to let Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch off the hook and say that, well, they just didn't like anyone. Now, how about this? How about the trade market? Oh, they didn't like anyone. I can't. Now you got to meet me in the middle on that one.
Yeah. Well, we got a bunch of people at third base. We'll figure it out as the season goes on. Literally what they told you. We'll figure it out.
And again, I love talking baseball, and I have no qualms with you, Chris. It's just the Langford thing. What do you mean they'd rather bring up Clark in 2 years? You admitted Wyatt Langford profiles from an offensive standpoint, whether you want to trust Baseball Prospectus, whether you want to trust Fangraphs, whether you want to trust your Nona. He profiles as an all-star, difference-making bat on offense. That's not my opinion. That is the opinion of people who do that for a living. Why would I not want that now? To grow with my players. The idea that you will call up Max Clark in some faraway day and he will just descend down from the heavens as Mike Trout with angel wings and a halo on. I don't get that.
Well, you already have this established team. So, yeah.
I'm a bad guy. Yes, Jeff.
I just have a few more ticket texts. This ticket text says, I'm with you, Mike, but I do think Max Clark is the truth, though. Clark over Langford, in my opinion. But I am not happy that we did not sign a bat this offseason.
And so Jeff and Ticket Text are alike. You do understand what I'm saying. If you wanted to go with Max Clark, you needed to supplement what you were giving up today in free agency. And they didn't do that. I don't accept punting on the now. This isn't the worst team in baseball. This isn't one of the 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 bad teams. I think you're in a glut of teams in the middle. I don't find it acceptable to this fan base or this town, which you have robbed of any joy in summer for a decade, to then, okay, if you want Max Clark and you want to punt, you got to supplement now.
Yeah. Because right, you're middle to low end on the spectrum.
And Max Clark might end up being fabulous, but I don't think even the most optimistic projection would have him here before the September call-ups in 25. How much better does he have to be than Wyatt Langford to justify that selection when you're not going to get the next year and a half, 2 years?
You're right.
Now, they could both stink. That's also an option. They could both be awesome. One could be good, one could be... I'm just making a point. There is no one who would have looked at the Tigers sideways for taking Langford.
No. But I think I'm more of a, why didn't you really go out and be aggressive?
Why didn't you try? Why didn't you try?
There you go.
248-539-9797. We will get more of your phone calls. Lions are in the mix.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
We need to get you over SPECS.
Thank you. Have you ever considered a career in radio? Victor's Home Solutions. Have you considered you may need a roof? Well, Victor's going to help you with that. They will walk you through the job site when they're done to make sure your home and landscaping are absolutely perfect. And they are going to walk you through a 21-point video roof inspection. They will show you the 21 common areas of roofing failure and present you a menu of options. You can choose your destiny, so to speak, and with every roof that they fix, they will offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee. All you need to do is get with Victor's Roofing. More 5-star reviews than any other roofing company in the state, and you'll find cheaper. You won't find better. It's Victor's. Call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or schedule that appointment at victors.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. The Tigers have optioned right-hander Bo Brisky to Toledo. That means Joey Wentz and Alex Faedo have clinched the last spots in the bullpen. Last game of the spring today ended in a 3-3 tie at the hand of the Rays. Casey Mize dealt through 5 innings, allowing just a single earned run while striking out 5. Javier Baez picked up a double as well. He finishes the spring with a 143 average and 3 extra base hits. Detroit Free Press writer Evan Petzold on whether the team should be nervous about Baez heading into the year. Cordero Patterson is headed to the Steelers on a 2-year deal worth $6 million. Patterson played with the Falcons the last 3 seasons. He holds an NFL record 9 kick return touchdowns in a career. Speaking of returns, the NFL putting a new set of rules in place for the kickoff, and Dan Campbell is a fan. Campbell also mentioning the Lions are in talks with Mike's G-Men on playing another pair of games in the preseason or before the preseason starts.
Then they can
That'll be in your city, though.
Yeah, then they can hurt all our players because they're so physical.
At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That's right. People know David worldwide. 5 o'clock. Great to have you. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. I'm going to get to the phone call shortly, but let me, if you're just hopping in your vehicle at the end of a long day, let me kind of tell you where we've been and what we're doing.
And you got a little cherry on top.
I do. It always provides joy. We are talking a little bit about the Tigers, the over-under 80.5, and I've just said, like, that's not a barometer for success for me for this season. I mean, they have to make a leap forward. They have to be in that mid-80s conversation. And I said, we did a small topic yesterday. I lamented, I thought they were a shoo-in to take Wyatt Langford in the draft. They took Max Clark, college player, high schooler, guy debuting opening day for the Rangers, guy 2 years away. But now, the other angle was I supported Jim Costa in his quest. Matt Chapman, 3 at 54. Well, they didn't do that either. And we've had Scott Bots call up and do the whole, well, we don't want to block, Young, and we're teaching him third. Let me ask you a question. When a player signs a 1-year deal, are you blocking him?
No.
Well, that's really what Matt Chapman signed. You want the deal points?
Yeah.
Here are the deal points. The two sides agreed on a 3-year, $54 million contract. One problem. Chapman was sure to have his agent get a pair of opt-out clauses. Our goals were to get a long-term deal that we felt was worth it, or if not, get a short-term one with opt-outs and bet on myself. That's Matt Chapman. If I was going to do something long-term, I'm going to get the value I'm worth. The expectation is for Chapman, who will turn 31 in April, to opt out after the first year. So it's really a 1-year, $18 million deal. And your Detroit Tigers thought it better to sign a guy with a broken pelvis and a collection of quad A players at third instead of 1 year of Matt Chapman. Say it again to you.
We'll figure it out.
Sell me this pen. The pen is, sell me the Tigers are trying. Sell me this pen. We'll get to your calls on that. The other angle, we will play the audio at 5:15. But Monty Williams got all angry in his postgame last night. Got their doors blown off by the Knicks. DiVincenzo hits like 11 threes. He does his best Jack Golke routine. And Monty's incredulous. Well, then we did a deep dive into the Pistons and their record this year. I mean, they're headed to be 12-70. Maybe they beat the Wizards 13-69. God bless. What a season. One problem. You won 17 last year. Two problems. You won 20 the year prior.
So, Mike, you're a betting man. Would you put money on more Pistons wins or more Celtic losses?
What's the Celtic? I know they lost last night.
I think they're at 15 losses.
Oh, Celtic losses.
Okay.
I think the Pistons might win one more game. Okay. The point I'm making is you comp the last 3 years of the Pistons with the 3 years of the process Sixers. The process Sixers had 47 wins. The Pistons have 52. The process openly wasn't trying. Troy Weaver's in year 4 of a rebuild. So we were asking, if this isn't the most embarrassing 3-year franchise run in the history of this town, what is? How is Monty Williams going to keep his job? And how is Troy Weaver going to be allowed to execute a draft and an offseason with $65 million in cap space? We'll get you the sound momentarily. I do want to get to the callers, though. Fair?
Fair.
All right, let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm excellent. What's up?
Well, first of all, can you put me down as a strong vote in favor of the lion logo with the 2 bars behind it on the helmet? I mean, I'd buy that today. I mean,
you and me both. I'm hopeful.
That would be outstanding.
That becomes the main helmet instead of the Bubbles the Lions helmet.
I love that thing.
I would be all over that. So, like, you know, we're both baseball snobs. I mean, we can do this fan war and fan graph stuff till we're blue in the face. I mean, 2 years select a high school pitcher. You're going to select a high school pitcher when you need bad pass on Mayer. You better be right. Last year there was a consensus top 3. You're going to take Cruz, and then you're going to take Skeens, and after those guys it was Langford. And again, if you're going to take a high school over one of those 3 guys, you better be right. And talking about the Pistons, you're talking about the Lions and the Tigers and even the Red Wings. And the one thing that seems to sort of be consistent is we seem to have 4 general managers that are all suffering from this smartest man in the room syndrome. I mean, every one of these guys is, I'm not going to sign or trade for Ladarius Sneed. I'm going to give a 3rd-round pick for a half a corner that Sneed is. I'm not, they all seem to be, I am going to do things my way. And if you don't trust it somehow, some way, you're like, you're the enemy. And if you geek out and tell these people that are rooting for the high school kid over the college kid to read the profiles, right? How does Max Clark grade out? What's the profile? Well, the hit tool is there. He might develop into a 15 to 20 home run guy, maybe, but he starts at high A. He doesn't have a ton of power yet. He has to grow into the body. We understand that, but you're drafting an outfielder who's profiling to be maybe a 15 home run guy. You look at Langford. What's the profile there? 35. Well, the downside, fringy arm. Might only be a left fielder because he can't throw that well. But he's also a potential 30-30 guy.
Yep.
He started at AAA, destroyed AAA, and he makes a World Series roster coming out of camp.
Right.
So guess what, guys? You took Max Clark. You better be right.
I'm with you. No, Mark, that's the frustrating part. And then when you double down on not signing Chapman, and it's like you wouldn't do a 3-year deal with opt-outs after every year, knowing Chapman and Boris's intent is to opt out, and instead I got to look at Gio Urshela and McKinstry and my mom at third base. It's ridiculous.
Well, and then you have the Scott bots all yelling, Steve bots, the Harris bots yelling at you, going, well, you don't want to block Chase Young, and look at how many Chapman had 180 strikeouts last year. He grades as a 5-WAR player whose OPS is consistently above 800. His best years it was close to 900. I mean, he has a couple of mid 850, mid 800.
Yeah, and he was hurt last year. I love how Lions fans, many of whom are Tiger fans, will defend Brad Holmes for signing a hurt player, but then Matt Chapman has a down year, and I'm a bleep hole for suggesting you bring him in. Convenient how that works out.
And it makes no sense. I mean, yes, the guy struck out a bunch last year. Plus defender, maybe the best defensive third baseman in baseball, whose OPS grades well above league average. He would probably be, when you watch the games last year, when I was at the games, and you look at the OPS they put up on the big scoreboard, and you're like, there's one guy, we have one player above major league average?
Right.
When Torkelson got there? I mean.
That's Mark, that is absolutely my point in all of this, is that I'm not asking for 10-year commitments. We weren't doing stupid radio. Hey, sign Ohtani for $1 billion. No. This was about tactically getting better in the here and now. And while building for the future. I have no illusions the Tigers will ever hold a top 10 payroll again. I'm not asking for that. But for you as a paying customer, this is still Detroit. This is still a major sports town. For you not to demand a league average payroll, you're $55 million below that. And I can't get them to sign a 1-year prove-it deal for Chapman? I'm drafting high school outfielders over this.
If they took Chapman and Martinez, you're still $22 million below. Each on a 1-year deal. One for 18, one for 12. You're still $22 million below.
Right. Imagine this lineup if I did. And again, for all the Kerry Carpenter truthers, I like Kerry Carpenter, but I don't want to rely on him when he didn't hit a home run the last 9 weeks of the year. Imagine the lineup that features what Rico's talking about. Riley Green, Torque, JD, Chapman, Colt Keith, etc., etc. Then we worry about,
you can absorb Javi Baez.
And again, the fact
I wouldn't play him, but you can absorb him.
That is the most dishonest thing this franchise is doing to this fan base. The idea that they are openly just going to start him again, and they're telling you he's so bad, we're just going to put him ninth and hope.
And the fact that the fans you have to play him because you're paying him so much money. No, you don't. You've already made one mistake. You don't have to double down and then say, okay, we're going to play you, and we're going to also have you go out there and do nothing for the team. You serve the team better on the bench. I'm going to let somebody – I'd rather see somebody young go out there and just make mistakes, because at least I know that you can learn from that. Whereas Javi, man, I think this is it. I think you capped out years ago, and I don't think we're going to ever see you playing the way that you did – back in the day. No, I don't see it happening.
Green, Torque, Chapman, JD, Langford, Keith. The pressure it takes off for the bottom 3 in the order. And I know one of those spots has got to go to the SS Titanic, a.k.a. Baez. Think about what I'm presenting. Mm-hmm. Think about what Scott Harris is offering these people for their hard-earned money. Now, Scott Harris, I hope he's
with
right.
That lineup to go with the arms that you have.
Right. I think you could win this division.
Yeah.
Now, take the JD thing out. We're just going to go with Carpenter. Okay. Respect. I'm with you. I wanted one of the two. The idea that I can't get Scott Harris.
I just wanted to point out that you could have had them both and still.
It's a great point. It's a great point. Give me just Chapman.
Okay.
I couldn't get them to do that. And you want these people's hard-earned money? We're sitting here looking at an over-under of 80.5 in the worst division in baseball. Mm-hmm. I just think that's so wrong. It's just crazy to me. And yet, I think a lot of people will either be indifferent to it or defend it. I got audio for you. We're going to play it next. You want theater of the absurd? Don't worry. This leaves the Matt Chapman or Wyatt Langford thing way in the distance. I got some audio we'll get to you next. Your phone calls. 97.1. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Trex decking, railing, lighting. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason Northville can move that much product, because it's all in stock all the time. It's right in their warehouse. You order it, you buy it, you pay for it, you get it. Simple, done. Some of it as low as $1.59. Plan it, build it, and they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Stop by today or just call the number, but also northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the phone calls momentarily. I do want to present some audio. And Lord knows nobody watched last night, nor should you. You guys have better stuff to do. Let us help. The absurdity of Monty Williams' post-game remarks. And then I went down the rabbit hole. So the Pistons got drilled. That's not a story. Dante DiVincenzo, my cousin, had 11 three-pointers last night. Not a story, but it's fun.
Your cousin.
But Monty Williams, he wanted to file a grievance now. Now, mind you, you're coaching a 12-60 basketball team. Here's Monty Williams when asked about it last night. Listen, this is theater of the absurd. Listen to this. Wah, wah, wah. So here's the absurdity. You are more upset by this than the fact that you've sat here and looked like Peter from Office Space all year, a man who openly does not want to be at work. You have done one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of this league. You were paid $13 million. You couldn't figure out a way to get along with Jaden Ivey or get Caden Ivey to play together. It has been an absolute disaster. But now you want to peacock on the microphone and talk about how unsavory the Knicks were for running plays for DiVincenzo to get a record? Dude, stand down. Now, here's the best part. I got upset by it. And then I go, wow, they are going to be 12-70. And they only won 17 games last year. I go, wait a minute. Less than 17, and then wait, didn't they win like 22 to your prior? The Pistons in the last 3 seasons, if I give them a win in their last 10 games, I'm just giving it to you.
Say Washington.
I'm Oprah. I'm just giving you a win.
You're going to play Washington, they got 14 wins.
You will have 53 wins in 3 seasons. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The process 76ers, who are by far and away the worst team in the history of this league, forcibly, intentionally, passionately, they wanted to lose. 47. If you think 6 games in a 3-year aggregate is anything, you're insane. You are the process Sixers. One problem. You're trying. It's year 4 of a rebuild. The Sixers were so bad, the league stepped in and said, you must stop this. You must. Sam Hinkie must go. That's when they had Brian Colangelo descend down from the clouds. Or Elton Brand. You must stop.
Mm-hmm.
Rico.
I remember
they are worse than the process Sixers when you factor in it's year 4 of Troy Weaver. It is theater of the absurd because here's the other part. Monty Williams should be fired. He's been an abject failure, and I'm with you. Looks like a guy who regrets ever being here. But the idea that Troy Weaver, with that historical context, seemingly is bulletproof and is going to be allowed to run a draft and run an offseason with copious cap space?
I'll simply say this. You gave all those numbers. Like, tell me how this gets better next year. Who's the guy in the draft?
There isn't one.
That's going to be, the Wimbayama.
Guys, I'm not making fun of this. I'm not being negative for the sake of it. I mean this when I say it.
There's no Chet Holmgren in that draft.
This is a bad draft. This is a really confusing draft. It is heavily dominated by 2 things you don't really need. Point guards and European players. You can't take Sarr, the kid out of France who's 7'2". I can't play him with Duren. You can't take a pure point guard. You have Cade. Guys. You
got Ivy, who you don't use.
Ivy's got to get traded, Rico. They can't play together.
You got Sasser now. He could be that next guy for you.
That was me flipping Rico off. Sorry about that, everybody in listener land.
No, I was told he was going to be the guy coming off the bench and he can heat things up.
It's Fugazi. It's a weasel. It's a wazzle. It's in the wind.
And that's what I mean. I don't see how this gets better. Each year Troy's been here, they've lost less. They lose more and more games.
They're going to sign Tobias Harris.
Season.
That's how it's going to get better. They're going to sign Tobias Harris. They're going to sign a 32-year-old player who used to be here. And that'll be their answer at the stretch 4.
My God, I hope they make it friendly enough that they can trade him at the trade deadline.
If you consider 4 at 200 friendly.
Now that is drunken sailor-like.
Okay, well, buckle up. Let me hand you a bottle. 248-539-9797.
So between him and Monty, what you end up paying for like $2.5 million per win?
I'm making a point to you that this has been one of the most underreported stories in the entire NBA. It is a disgrace that the league has not attempted to back channel and get involved. It is every bit as bad as the process Sixers, if not worse, based on the sheer motivation.
See, I think had they set the record, I think the league would have stepped in. But I think they got off the front page.
Oh, so 12-70, you get a blue ribbon like a...
No, you get forgotten about. When that record was about to go down, and they ended up winning the game, I think the same day of the Lions-Cowboys game.
Yeah.
Then it was like, well,
yeah,
okay.
You won the game when Toronto traded their second best player.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, so I just have some ticket text referring to the Pistons here. Unnamed tick texter says Monty is 1,000% trying to get fired. He regrets taking this job and is openly showing it. It's horrible, and the Pistons are a crap show.
Okay, well, I have a different word for it, but continue, yes.
Another says Monty is like that angry coach at the YMCA when you hit a home run and do a backflip.
Right. Like, if you don't want DiVincenzo hitting all these threes, stop him. Mm-hmm. How, like, I would actually understand it if it were someone like Greg Popovich. I've won all these rings. I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm a legend. Maybe.
Show me some respect.
Maybe you're a team, let's say it was Joe Mazzulla, and you got the best team in basketball, and you go, I'm not playing this mess. The reality is no one has a right to it, because if you don't want him dancing in the end zone, stop him.
Fair.
Stop him.
And this is just the last one. Troy Weaver is so clueless, he will probably end up drafting Steven Izzo because he's Tom's kid, SMH.
That's tremendous. No, I mean it. Guys, it's why I was so, it was all or nothing with Wembanyama, because there was nothing else that would save this franchise. Nothing.
Because Wembanyama's going to have people who want to play with him.
Now, look at this. Let's say they take Cody Williams out of Colorado. Do you realize Cody Williams' minutes have been declining at Colorado? He was coming off the bench. Mm-hmm. And, oh, by the way, he's 6'8", 180. You're about 30 pounds short of being able to play in this league at 6'8". Mm-hmm. Who am I taking?
Nobody that's a difference maker. So, yeah, you're going to have to do it in free agency, and I'm sorry, Tobias Harris the second time around ain't him.
I think I bummed him out. I think I made this man sad.
No, it's when you really look at those numbers and then you ask yourself, how does it get better next year? It doesn't.
I think, okay, and I will say
because you would think even law of averages, Mike, but each year the number keeps going down.
Okay. So what I would say is this is like if a hitter is in this inexplicable like hitless streak.
Let's call him Javi.
Right, it can't get worse than last year.
Until it does.
It cannot get worse than last year.
Hey, you know what? Sister Jean on line 2.
Okay. I got nothing. 248-539-9797. Crazy weather, 65 yesterday, 30 today, whatever it is outside. It's disgusting. Storms knocking out power when you need service on that furnace or AC, and you need it now. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They got you covered. 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock, too. They can't get to you same day. They'll take off 25% on that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.
The Red Wings are currently 1 point out of the last wild card spot. They face a team they're trailing tonight in the Washington Capitals. Patrick Kane yesterday said it's going to feel like a playoff atmosphere. Alex Lyon will be in net for Detroit. Jeff Petrie, who missed practice with an illness yesterday, was back skating today and has been ruled in, as Derek Cologne said they will roll with the same lineup in the Predators game. Here's the pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tony Paul says Horizon League Player of the Year and Oakland U star Trey Townsend will likely transfer to a Power 5 school. His expected value is anticipated to be around $500,000 in NIL cash, where if he stayed at Oakland, right around $50,000 max. EMU's Tyson Akoff has officially put his name in the transfer portal as well. Paul saying he could garner as much as $200K this year. Spring training is over for the Tigers. It ended in a 3-3 tie to the Rays. Casey Mize had a nice outing. 5 innings, just 1 earned run. No walks and 6 strikeouts. The team made some moves to get down to that 26-man roster. More on that later at 6 or on 971theticket.com. I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, say goodbye to busted brackets. FanDuel's going to let you bet every game at a tourney, whether you're betting a big upset, maybe you want to chalk out, maybe all the one seeds get home, whatever it is. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's that simple. $200 to use on spreads, money lines. How about futures? Play a little Final Four exacta, whatever it may be. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. I think we covered it all today. The only thing we didn't get to, and we can tomorrow as more details emerge from this possible gambling issue in the NBA. Pair it up with Shohei Ohtani, who, just tell me who wrote that speech, because I know it wasn't him. But we have a lot we can cover tomorrow.
I really do want to talk about the whole gambling thing.
Okay.
Because I think that
we've reached a point.
Yeah, you saw in the notes. We can get to it tomorrow, but yeah, there's a point where you used to sit back and wonder. Now you don't wonder. Nah, I'm being crazy, conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat. No, this may actually be going on.
Have you seen the Shohei stuff out there?
Excuse me. Jeff with hair first.
Oh,
you second.
I apologize.
Jeff with a couple of ticket texts
Back
and then Rieger.
seat to the head of lettuce.
All right. We'll just do a couple from the regarding the NFL draft. This one says, Mike, you should want JJ. He is a winner. He is an NFL prototype who played in an NFL-style offense.
What part of me has said I don't want him? I am one step from turning a trick on the corner for a quarterback. Okay?
Right.
You think I care that JJ went to Michigan? So did Amani Toomer. So did Jumbo Elliott. So did plenty of Giants. I don't care.
Right.
I want to win.
And the thing is, when you say about he's a winner and all of that, I look at pretty much a lot of Alabama quarterbacks who were winners and never lost games and won national titles, but doesn't, because then when you lose all of the All-Americans that surrounded you and you go to the bad teams, it's cold out there.
All right, we have another one that says, I want Xavier Legette from South Carolina, please, at 29.
He is a big, physical, kind of a tank of a receiver, not explosive, not off the ball. Now, if he gets going, he can run real fast, but he requires ramp-up time, but he's physical in almost like a Debo manner.
And I'm all for taking a wide receiver now. I would normally say no, but with the new rule change, if you're the Lions, make your strength even stronger. Everything is made for the offense. Get a big-bodied receiver to pair up with Amon-Ra and J-Mo. And now you got the trifecta, plus Laporta and your two running backs. You will insulate Goff like no other quarterback in Detroit has ever been. Yeah, and you already have a top offensive line. You can't go wrong.
All right, now we'll talk to Bald Jeff. We have to separate our Jeffs. One has Regal lettuce. The other looks like welfare Kojak. There's a difference.
How many people in your listening audience actually know who Kojak is?
Probably like 11.
Yeah. What's up, boys? How we doing?
Great. I asked you to sell me this pen during a commercial break, and you couldn't do it.
Now, listen, I love the Tiger topic. I like to think I was ahead of the curve on the Tiger topic. Now, the whole draft pick of Max Clark, I haven't brought that up. It's a good point by you.
I brought it up in the summer. I have every right to bring it up now when Wyatt Langford's breaking camp with the Rangers.
But the fact that, and I'm going to be doing some hate watching, I think we all are, but there were guys on the market that could have helped you. Scott Boras couldn't get him what he thought he could get him, and you decided not to take a shot at any of them. And you call them Scott bots, which is funny. But it is amazing how many people are just like, you know what? This is our guy. He's doing it the right way. We got all the patience in the world.
And
why do you have patience?
I say you've been bad for a decade. Years. This division is ass, and minor moves to show me you're trying may net us a real pennant chase and or playoff games. I don't think that makes me a bad guy. You know how good Max Clark's going to have to be to justify the fact that Wyatt Langford's up here day one with a World Series team? And oh, by the way, Matt Chapman, 1 year at $18 million. He has opt-outs. He's going to opt out after 1 year. Don't sell me that Gio Urshela, who finished spring training with one extra base hit, Urshela, Frankenstein, third base, is better than Matt Chapman, who's a proven Gold Glover with an 800 OPS.
They just disagree with the way they run their baseball team. They want flexibility. They want flexibility at every position. Like A.J. Hinch has to have the ability to put a guy here and a guy there constantly. They don't want an everyday third baseman. Apparently those days are dead to them. They don't want an everyday DH because you could have got one of them too, but they decided not to. $1 in $12 million in J.D. Martinez. Instead, he goes to the Mets. They don't want that for whatever reason.
Well, that's fine. I just got, you know what? Show me a divisional title, and
then they were right.
I'll stand down.
We were wrong. Yeah, absolutely.
But give me a break. So what are you doing? You doing Tigers? Did you like our process Sixers are less embarrassing than the Pistons?
Maybe a little depressed, but
no. You got to have fun with it.
I enjoyed it. No, I'm going to do something that I don't think you guys hit on, and it's coming up in 45 minutes. It is the biggest game of the year. Wings and Capitals.
I know.
It's massive.
Jeff, we can't call every Wings game biggest game of the year. The Blue Jackets game was the biggest game of the year.
Islanders,
the Coyotes game. The Islanders game. Now this game.
No,
you don't get to do.
This is not only biggest win, it's must win. Yes, I do.
You know what?
Biggest win. Yes.
I don't think people realize they want the Wings to make the playoffs. You're in the playoffs right now.
They are.
If you treat it as if you're already in the playoffs right now, can you win the rest of this year? That's your first series.
Capitals stink. Win tonight.
Everybody but Alex DeBrincat is in the playoffs right now. See that dude's stats? 12 games, 2 assists, no goals.
Listen, it's suboptimal. It's been a little bit of a cold streak.
And by the way, the Capitals, 7-3 in their last 10. They're in the playoffs. You're not. You lose. You're 3 out. And they're a minus 27 goal differential.
What do you want from me? All I'm saying is you can't say they're all big games. You're in a playoff
Only
drive.
10 left after this one.
That's it. I'm out. Jeff,
Huge.
Jeff with hair.
I also got
Turn
a
off
Greg
his
Campy
mic.
comment I want to play on the air, and I have a question about it as well.
We'll talk to everybody at 2.
Biggest game of the year.
Turn him off.
Dude, don't you dare. Just because you have hair doesn't make you better than me.